$100 for $50 turns into delivered value, sales will grow as word spreads. If communicated value isn't delivered, hence you overpromise, word also spreads, except in this case, sales do not grow. So let's assume that the deal is legit. Now let's assume that a new competing money company surfaces. $100 bills for $50, except this new company doesn't require you to snail mail a check to some post office box. They offer immediate online processing. You PayPal them $50 and wham, 10 minutes later your PayPal account is credited with a $100. Both companies are selling the same product with the exact same monetary value, but which company will grow faster and steeper? Obviously, the new company will outsell and outgrow the old company. They've dissected the value array and skewed value on two additional transactional attributes, faster processing and risk mitigation, while providing the exact same product. Whenever a company grows exponentially, look no further than the value array and its attributes. How many of them have been skewed favorably? Exponential growth goes beyond just a cheap price. It occurs when multiple attributes have been skewed. Take Uber, for example. They've disrupted the ground transportation industry, specifically on-demand taxi service. Since my background is in ground transportation, I'm familiar with the industry's value array. When I first used why the company has blown up to become its own verb, aka grab me a Kleenex and let's Uber it home. Every value attribute was skewed, not just one or two, but all of them. Here's the array, and just a few of its primary value attributes. Speed, reliability, accountability, payment ease, cost ambiguity, comfort/cleanliness, choice, cost. Now let's compare each attribute with a taxi service the industry Uber set out to disrupt and, by all measures, is destroying. Speed? Whenever I order a cab, their arrival takes forever. Uber, you know when it will arrive. Cost ambiguity. You never know how much a cab costs. With Uber, you do. Reliability. Whenever you order a cab, dispatch always seems to say 10 minutes, and yet 10 minutes only seems to really mean 1 hour. Comfort/cleanliness. I never know what gunk, gum, or jizz I'll find sitting in a cab or stuck to the door handle. With Uber, I see the car and know it will probably be clean. Accountability. Get taken for a ride in a cab and the driver doesn't give a shit. If an Uber driver doesn't perform, they receive a bad review and hence endanger their ability to do future rides. Choice. You never know who will show up. With Uber, you have a choice. Payment ease. With a cab, you have to fumble with cash or give the driver your credit card. With Uber, all rides go through your pre-registered credit card. Fast. The Uber ride is usually cheaper than a cab. Plus, with all the benefits described above. When a business goes from zero to billions in just a few years, you're witnessing a productocracy powered by a value skew, which goes beyond a good price. Multiple attributes get primped and groomed. On the contrary, companies die when there is no value skew. Think about the last time you made a buying decision and decided against a particular company. Ultimately, a value attribute, or a collection of them, prompted you to keep your wallet closed. For example, here is a list of attributes that have caused me not to buy. The product label looked like it was designed using MS Paint. There was no story behind the company. The company advertised like a bro marketer. The reviews were bribed. I got this product at a discount in exchange for an honest review. The product had an unwanted ingredient, aspartame, red 40, etc. The product was packaged in plastic. The service required a credit card before trying. The user interface was clunky. In each of these cases, the value skew wasn't strong enough to compel buying. Instead, another company received my money. Engineering value skew. To dominate markets and win sales, engineer a value skew. It starts by identifying the value array and its attributes. Here's how. First, examine both your product and its industry with the goal to identify every value attribute, no matter how seemingly insignificant. Remember, you don't know what's important to your customer, so brainstorming every one is the best practice. The first attribute group is its primary attributes, your product itself, deconstructed down to its core components. Is there any one component or ingredient that you can improve? For example, consider a knife. Seems like a simple product, right? Not exactly. It has many primary attributes within its deconstruction. The spine, the bolster, the handle, the tip, the thumb rise, the handle scale, the front pinion, the grind, the edge, the heel, the tang, and the rivets. Each component represents an opportunity to skew value. Our rivets are titanium. Our tip edge is solid gold. If you sell food or a personal product, every ingredient is a value skewing opportunity. My friend started his personal grooming company based on this method. He read common ingredient components he discovered on a men's forum. The second attribute group is its secondary attributes, which consist of the product's marketing and delivery to the customer. This would be your website's design, order processing, photos, company story, Customer service, shipping, refund policy, telephone, or lack thereof, sales copy, reviews, social media posts, anything that could make or break a sale is in option. How skewing value attributes enlarges your market. I rarely go to the movies. I hate fighting with strangers over dirty and uncomfortable seats, the crowded aisles, and overall the entire experience. However, recently my local theater made a big change. They widened the aisles and replaced the dirty seats with spacious automatic recliners. On top of this, they started offering online seat reservations. Each of these improvements skewed value, better convenience, comfort, and ordering, and it turned me from a once-a-year moviegoer into one who went several times per month. You see, your job is to identify every value attribute in the global pool with the explicit intent to uncover skewing opportunities. The more attributes skewed without disrupting other SKUs, say price, the more sales you will win. For instance, I used to drink a pre-workout supplement called Pre-Gym. Over the years, I must have given the company hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. However, in 2015, I stopped taking the product, despite my chronic use. Why? The product uses sucralose and is artificially colored with red 40. These are two big no-no attributes in my value array. I stopped buying and money ceased to flow. However, if the founder of Pre-Gym was reading this book, he'd see an opportunity to skew value. The natural replacement for the artificial coloring red 40 is beet juice. Replacing red 40 with beet juice would have no impact on the product in terms of effectiveness or cost. This change, by itself, skews value and compels new buyers to buy. Why? Because no one on planet Earth would cry, "They removed the red 40, now I'm not buying." And now the product could claim, "No artificial colors," a benefit skew that might attract a new pool of buyers. Likewise, if stevia or some other natural alternative replaced sucralose, the folks at Pre-Gym would win my money back. And another pool of potential buyers sensitive to artificial ingredients would enlarge the market size. Wherever you can skew value within a product's pool of attributes, you stand out and cast a bigger market tint. The bigger the skew, the more attractive your company becomes to the consumer. Unfortunately, most business owners aren't aware of this powerful relationship. Instead, they fall for one of 6 value myths, and ultimately, fail the commandment of need. A skewed value attribute expands markets without alienating others. For example, when your business endorses a political ideology, you both expand, those 4, and alienate markets, those against. Value skew, the 6 misappropriations myths. 1. The market myth. The first is the market myth. This is where the business owner ignores the market and doesn't see relative value as a success metric. This is that poor guy who does what he loves and opens the coffee shop across the street from Starbucks, offering nothing unique or better. This is the finance dude who writes the millionth book on the topic of compound interest, 401ks, and mind-fucking frugality, and how it's going to make you rich by the time you're 90 years old. In most cases, none of this shit is needed. The market, the most important variable in the game, is dismissed. The entrepreneur selfishly pursues what he wants and not what the market wants. These failures are the worst of the flock because they never have a chance. 2. The isolation myth. The second misstep is the most common, the isolation myth. In terms of the data game, it's isolating one attribute, attractiveness, while ignoring the rest, her jealous personality, her 82 IQ, and her self-absorbed 3,000 selfies on Instagram. Meanwhile, the gal who rots Mensa has the Jennifer Aniston personality and watches the Blackhawks game while drinking beer is dismissed, but she's not a 10, but an 8.5. In business, the isolation myth is the figurative equivalent of going to a gunfight with one bullet in the barrel, evaluating value and opportunity contingent on one sliding variable: price. If I offer the lowest price, I will get the sale. When business is isolated by one value attribute, price, it becomes commodified. Think gas station, a ream of printer, flash drives, and commercial air traffic. As consumers, we usually buy these items based on the best price because the outcomes remain uniformly predictable. An economy fare on Southwest Airlines and United Airlines both get you to Denver in identical discomfort. So, cheapest price takes all. Loyalty? Bribed by a few bucks. In a commoditized industry, your customer is indifferent to your existence, like an Olympic pool misses a stolen cup of water. I guess that half the crap on Alibaba, and then sold on Amazon, is commodified goods, patiently waiting for another wannabe entrepreneur to join the flooded ranks of commodity pushers, selling the same stuff and hoping to win the cheapest price of the day award. Operating in a commoditized climate is a race to the bottom as margins deteriorate with each player deciding how small of a profit am I willing to accept to survive. As Peter Drucker said, in a commodity market, you can only be as good as your dumbest competitor. Here's an impending commoditization and money foretold in the form. I used to sell a Me Too product. When considering its competition, there were small things different about it, and it wasn't truly providing any value. A few questions nagged at me. Why didn't it exist in the marketplace? If I didn't exist, what would happen? For me, it was simple. Customers would buy another similar product from someone just like me and be just as satisfied. Did I provide anything significant that others in the niche did not? The answer was no. I was chasing money, and in the end, it wasn't worth it. I started selling a new line of products 3 months ago, and I've already eclipsed all of my previous best sales months. Best day, best week, and best month. And that's why I can confidently say my previous money chasing was not worth it. In 3 months, I got to a place my previous business never got. It's not easy, and won't happen overnight, but it's worth it. My resolution? Provide more value. In this example, the entrepreneur switched to a product predicated on the commandment of need and relative value. As an entrepreneur, you must always ask, why do you exist in the marketplace? What value do you store? And who will yearn for your company should you close up shop? Or would your sudden market absence be met with eerie silence? When dreampreneurs ask mindless questions like, what's a good product to sell on Amazon? They're commoditizing their effort with a commoditized product. And seriously, if widget XYZ was easily imported and sold on eBay, do you honestly think you'd be the only one selling it? Nope. You're immersed in the mob. 3. The blockbuster myth. The third misstep of the value scale is the blockbuster myth. This is where you errantly isolate the value metric based solely on your ability to craft a unique product never before seen. I gotta find something no one else is doing. In other words, you patiently wait for lightning to strike, that one legendary idea that no one among 7 billion people on planet Earth have ever thought of doing. Behind the myth of the blockbuster idea is the rationale that if you're the first to market, competition won't exist. And if competition doesn't exist, you can dictate the value skew, margins, and skate your way to millions. Fortunately, being first to market is not pocket aces, or even a decent little bit. Just ask the good folks who started Friendster, Netscape, Palm, TiVo, and Betamax. As a result of the blockbuster myth, you never do anything because lightning never strikes. I just don't have any good ideas, so therefore I'll do nothing. The next 2 value myths closely correspond to the blockbuster myth, and, ironically, usually close to date. The first is the crowded room myth. 4. The crowded room myth. The crowded room myth reasons that your idea is no good because someone is already doing it. The market is too crowded and there isn't room for it. The crowded room myth usually starts with a blockbuster idea that is thought to be new and novel, but turns out isn't. A preliminary search on the idea uncovers several companies already executing it, and hence, the entrepreneur reasons, oh well, someone is doing it. Most ideas usually fall into this category, which is why skewing value is so important. It's how you get into the room. Think about it. Alta Vista existed before Google, Budweiser before Sam Adams, Friendster before MySpace, before Facebook. The crowded room appears crowded because we don't typically think from a value skewing perspective. If there are 100 total players in the market, and each possesses 50 units of market share, you only need to take 1 unit of share from each to get to the top. You would end up with 50 units, and the others would have 49. If there is value to skew, there is always room. 5. The empty room myth. The other value misappropriation sits opposite the crowded room, the empty room myth. The empty room myth is the antithesis to somebody is doing it, and instead uncovers no one is doing it. Once the entrepreneur discovers the room is empty, the idea is devalued based on the rationale, oh, there isn't a market for it, or there mustn't be any money in this industry. The empty room myth is how blockbuster ideas get dismissed. In fact, put both the crowded and empty room myths together, and you get the ultimate entrepreneurial circle jerk of do-nothingness. Think about it. It doesn't matter what the idea is. It will always be dismissed with one of the myths. If someone is doing it, darn, crowded room. If someone is not doing it, dang it, empty room. The myths cement justifiable inaction. In essence, no idea is worthy. 6. The use myth. Did you hear about the atheist who sold thousands of dollars in Bibles? Toast the champagne glass. True story. How about John Sylvan, the founder of Keurig K-Cups? He recently reported that he doesn't use them. Me? I spent 10 years in the limo business. Know how many times I've rented a limousine? Once. My friend owns a hunting business. Know how many times he went hunting? Never. Another friend? He owns a pet business, and yet he owns no pets. You see, it states nowhere in the entrepreneurial rulebook that you have to be an avid user of your product in its industry. Yes, you must believe in your product and its superiority. You must be a fan of its value to the world. But you yourself? The use myth holds that only other people need to find it valuable. You do not. Opportunities hold no prejudices. Solved problems and filled needs don't care if you love an industry or use the product. Women can sell products for men and vice versa. Finding fast lane ideas. 13 ways. Finding fast lane ideas and creating value comes from one of two sources. 1. Innovation. You blaze your own path and do something never done before. 2. Improvement. You tread an existing path and do something being done already, but do it better by skewing value attributes. For the beginning entrepreneur not named Elon Musk, innovation is the least likely to succeed, but the likeliest pursuit. Innovation entails anything new, an invention, a board game, a fashion accessory, any product or service never offered before. On the other hand, improvement is taking something that already exists and doing it better or differently. Improvement is where most new business opportunities reside. When I started my company in the aggregation and lead generation business, I deployed a combination of both. At first, I thought my idea was a blockbuster idea, until I learned other companies did something similar. However, instead of hosting the crowded room myth, I moved ahead and simply opted to improve what the other companies were doing and not doing. Then I added innovation. I was the first company in the space, and quite possibly in any space, to abolish the pay-per-listing model and adopt a pay-per-lead model. Keep in mind, this was the 90s, when animated GIFs and database functionality were considered technologically advanced. As a result, my company attracted paying advertisers by the truckload and grew practically every month for the next 10 years. If you're in I need an idea mode, the focus shouldn't be either innovation or improvement, but whatever the market tells you. Don't fight the tape. The market is a fluid, dynamic body of information. It speaks often. When it does, listen. Determine if you can fill its needs. Most of the market's demands can be met with little to no capital. Number 1, language. So how do you hear the market, its demands, and its problems? It's as simple as learning its language. The market speaks a language of negativity and selfishness, and there's plenty of that, eh? Remember, the market is a spoiled brat, and it wants what it wants. Any complaining, whining, and dissent is a potential opportunity. Here are opportunities code words. I hate. This sucks. I'm tired. I wish. How frustrating. I don't like. Why do I have to? Why is this dangerous, unhealthy, hard, etc.? This bickering should sound familiar because it's everywhere. Search Twitter, Facebook, or Topsy for these key phrases, and you'll find a treasure trove of potential ideas. Anytime I run this search, I find several potential opportunities within seconds. On Instagram, I see fitness people complaining about people stealing their machine during supersets. On Twitter, one person complained that they hated packing, obviously for an upcoming move. Another person wished that drive-in theaters were as popular as they once were. Another wisher wished baby monitors had detailed data analytics. I found 4 potential ideas in 35 seconds. What could you find if you were really serious and spent an hour looking? My friend takes this a step further. He searches Amazon for products that sell well but have poor reviews. He then dives into the complaints and determines if he can solve those complaints at the manufacturing level. If so, he develops his own products. Complaints and pains are also opportunities. Seriously, just an hour ago, I cleaned a goopy pan of dried-up bacon grease and muttered, I hate this. Pay attention to what you hate, no matter how nuanced or stupid it might sound. What do you wish was easier, more convenient, less painful? Number 2, inconvenience. Anything inconvenient is an opportunity. The inconvenience can be the product itself or the process surrounding the product. For example, in our money company, one sales process involved snail mail, while the other processed orders online. The same product delivered conveniently beats it delivered inconveniently. The other option is taking inconvenience and making it convenient. Theranos, the controversial and questionable blood testing company, is a notable attempt at making blood tests convenient. In the past, blood tests usually involved a doctor and an appointment. Whenever inconvenience is solved through a better process or a newer technology, or by improving the gadget, you skew value. Number 3, simplification and/or easification. Anything complicated which needs simplification is an opportunity. For example, when I published my first book, EPUB creation was extremely difficult. I knew this complication was an opportunity. In fact, one would say that the oil and gas industry is the biggest industry on the planet. I'd argue it isn't. The industry of easy is the biggest. People love easy. Remember the shortcut scam? It fuels a multitude of industries: pharmaceuticals, supplements, sundries, self-development, entrepreneurship, and more. Easy is also an easy sell. Turnkey business opportunities, network marketing, and anything sign up and you're in business are selling simple. Instead of fighting the hard work that a real business demands, product creation, distribution, operations, etc., someone does it for you. Number 4. Wants. The most ambiguous type of need is a want. A want is something desired but not necessarily needed. Utility and functionality are secondary. My past ownership history of Lamborghinis, Corvettes, and Vipers are all wants. I didn't need them. I spent money on these cars to symbolize ego, achievement, and an exhilarating experience. Functionality, going from point A to B, the need, is a junior consideration. Similarly, the latest iPhone, the newest video game, and a pair of Louboutins are all wants, anything that constitutes a desire or an urge. Most wants fall into the vanity, entertainment, and fashion fields, where utility is secondary. Want opportunities are plentiful because demand can be influenced by marketing. Number 5. Service gaps. Crappy customer service is an opportunity. No one wants to be treated like shit, and yet this is standard from the average corporation. Step in, provide the exact same product or service, but treat your customers like gold, and you skew value. Exceptional customer service is one of the value skews that helped me outgrow my competition. Even today, I use this technique. My forum grows every year because I'm there every single day, contributing and interacting with my readers. Good luck getting that kind of attention from any author who has sold millions of anything. Number 6. Geographical arbitrage, changing the pond. Geographical arbitrage, or changing the pond, is taking something common in your area and repositioning it to an area where there is an inadequate supply. On his show, Jay Leno once lampooned the ridiculous things sold on eBay. One of those things was a tumbleweed. A Utah man thought the idea was interesting since tumbleweeds were common in his area. So he created his own website and started selling them. His first perplexing thought was, why would anyone buy one? Especially since they rolled around free in the Utah desert. His opinion was irrelevant, and the market answered. People bought them. So much so that he and his wife quit their jobs. And now his operation is a full-fledged business, including a warehouse. Another example could be found in the Pacific Northwest. What goodness could you find strolling through the forest? How about pine cones? Did you know they're sold on the internet? If you live in the Pacific Northwest, you could too, and your inventory would be entirely free. Geographic arbitrage can also involve anything sourced in your area and presented globally for sale via any online marketplace, eBay, Amazon, or Etsy.
Hi, Lily.
For example, a rare limited edition book might not be particularly valuable in Topeka, Kansas, but it might hold significant value in Boston, Massachusetts. Likewise, a 1985 Chicago Bears Super Bowl ring purchased at an estate sale in Sun City, Arizona would be worth more presented for sale in Chicago.
February 14th,
Of course, geographical arbitrage usually isn't sustainable, but it demonstrates how relative value can be manipulated by the presentation economy. Geographical arbitrage is also a powerful bootstrapping method if you need both experience and capital. Any value-adding experience is good experience. Number 7. Crowd feeding entry violations.
I've never had insurance paying.
Feed the crowd, and you shall never starve.
Paid out of pocket.
Crowd feeding emerges from the commandment of entry. Wherever entry is violated,
Well, that should be clear, guys. Now, I'm going to try and order enough for 3 months of the liothyronine. It is coming out to 110. Is that going to be okay?
That's fine. I'm just wondering, did my discount lapse?
Let's see. I have a general discount that I put on there. There was a McKesson one that was loaded for some reason, and that one was holding up all of the prescriptions, trying to run them through.
A McKesson.
Looking for McKesson. I don't know if it was a coupon from back in the day. I don't know, but they were all trying to run it through as if it was an insurance, and it was stuck in rejections. I'm sorry, we didn't check that sooner.
That's okay.
So I have
that's okay.
a sliding fee decision that did October of 24, but we're still able to put a general discount on it as long as it comes from one of our doctors, which it did. So I'll put these on order, and hopefully all three will be put together by tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
You're going to get a couple calls. You'll get one tonight when the thyroid one, when the levothyroxine is ready.
Okay.
And then tomorrow afternoon when the other two are put together with it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Of course. Thank you for calling.
Have a wonderful day. This is turned off.
Is another path to needfulness. With value arbitrage, 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 does not equal 4, but 5. The incremental missing unit is your profit. The value arbitrageur is banking on the axiom, the sum of the parts does not equal the whole. The mechanism behind value arbitrage is simply adding value. For example, when a home investor purchases and remodels a fixer-upper, adding new carpets, kitchen cabinets, paint, fresh landscaping, the value-added parts will exceed the sum. Similarly, I have a friend who buys poorly marketed and designed websites. Once he acquires the websites, he retools and redesigns them and grows the bottom line. Once the bottom line picks up, he resells them at a tidy profit. Of course, VI can be anything where value is added incrementally. Any thrift store, particularly ones in affluent neighborhoods, is a treasure-packed opportunity for anyone willing to work and use their brain. That old ratty dresser with peeling paint and a broken leg? Fix the leg, strip the paint, refinish, and suddenly a $5 dresser is worth $50. The same thing can be said for used cars. Some people on my forum use automobile bootstrapping for extra cash. Old, dirty cars are refurbished and resold for hundreds in profit. Number 9. Repurposing.
Yes, this works.
As I cleaned my garage, I came across a pile of scrap lumber and unused carpet. Although I was moving and had no need for this stuff, it pained me to throw it away. The average person sees junk. I see potential value. When you combine wood and carpet, you have the makings of an expensive cat condo. The last one I bought cost me a few C-notes. These spare materials were probably enough for 4 cat trees. The worthless pile of junk wasn't worthless. While this story's lesson isn't about making fortunes in feline condos, it's seeing repurposing opportunities. If I was young and broke, I would have spent a few days and repurposed these raw materials into something valuable. So instead of trashing it, I listed it on Craigslist for free and gave it away. Repurposing is taking various raw materials and reusing them for some other purpose not easily recognized. For example, did you know old unwanted denim jeans have an industrial purpose? The Blue to Green (BTG) initiative has collected over 200 tons of unwanted denim and turned it into environmentally friendly housing insulation. Instead of fiberglass keeping your house warm, it could be old Levi's. In a similar vein, Lucretia Lovera, an entrepreneur in Berlin, Germany, turns old VHS tapes into purses and sells them on her website, retape.de. You never know when or where repurposing ideas might appear. Aside from drinking copious amounts of vodka, long road trips cause my mind to creatively wander. While driving Interstate 10 on a ride home from a California summer, I spotted 2 repurposing opportunities. The roads were littered with gators, the trucker's word for shredded tire treads. Every few feet, a tire tread or other road debris, some incredibly hazardous, littered the road. I thought, of course, this is a problem, and problems are opportunities. According to National Highway Traffic Safety Administration Traffic Safety Facts, over 25,000 accidents are caused by road debris, including over 800 fatalities. I wondered, why isn't anyone cleaning this up? Could the federal government or the state of California hire someone to keep our highways clean while reducing costly accidents? While these government entities are virtually broke, both spend like drunken sailors with real Lustig machines. However, the road debris idea soon gave way to another vision. As I sped along the interstate, of course obeying the speed limit, while hundreds of road gators flew by, I actually saw money. Just weeks earlier, I decorated my backyard with rubber landscape mulch and spent a fortune doing so. Guess what the mulch was made of? Repurposed old shredded tires. And at 50 cents a pound, those shredded tires littering the highway are dirty cash drifting in the wind. One entrepreneur who sees the problem and overcomes its challenges will have a great little business with an incredible value proposition. Reclaim, recycle, and repurpose. Hey, maybe both opportunities could be combined. Number 10, marketing arbitrage. If I ever sold my forum, the new owner would get a steal of a deal. From a marketing standpoint, my forum is not optimized to make money. Instead, I use my forum as a platform to spread my message. My number one mission isn't to squeeze out every dollar from my users, but to simply educate, non-intrusive. Despite thousands of visitors and users, I rarely email updates, newsletters, or anything interruptive. I don't optimize, split test, or trial run advertisers. In marketing speak, I've left thousands of dollars on the table. If I sold my forum, the opportunity for marketing arbitrage exists. Marketing arbitrage is simply taking an underexposed or underleveraged asset and using it more effectively. For example, marketing arbitrage was a tool in the toolbox for my friend who bought and sold websites. For him, he'd examine the advertising channels, if any existed, and determine if it was the most effective audience channel. If it wasn't, marketing arbitrage occurred when advertising was retargeted to the appropriate channel. For example, here's a story posted at the forum.
I deny this.
I read a story about a small physical products business, which made a few $100s per month, and later was sold for $5,000 to someone else. This new owner changed the website, added extra products, got better photography, better packaging, better fulfillment, changed prices, and was up to $50,000 to $100,000 per month in revenue within 6 months. There are thousands of products out there that have the potential for profit, but aren't marketed properly. Would you believe apartments fall into this realm? John Wheatley bought a Vegas condo for the sole purpose of renting it out on Airbnb. While his reported $13,000 a year business profit won't make him a fortune overnight, Mr. Wheatley is a great arbitrage example, as well as a great example for building an unscripted future. He estimates he will have his condo paid off in just under 4 years. In another example, a clever marketer took a little-known household gadget and humorously advertised it to the masses. The hand job. I need a handjob.com is a rubber disc that helps people unscrew those tight, stubborn jar lids. I've owned one of those for years and always thought it was the most ingenious thing ever, but it was never marketed and presented to the public. The folks at Handjob renamed it in a double entendre, repackaged and remarketed it via viral video. And wham bam, a scalable asset was created. The truth is, the world is full of shitty marketers, bad salesmen, and poor communicators. You can create the greatest product on the planet and no one will know about it with poor marketing. If you can't persuade or motivate someone to buy and try, you'll fail. And that's when a marketing arbitrageur spots opportunity, swooping in and washing that dirty dog into a Westminster show winner. Number 11, over-capitalism. Make no mistake, I'm a capitalist. However, don't confuse capitalism with taking advantage of whomever I can and destroying the environment in the process. As unscripted entrepreneurs, we are fiduciaries first and capitalists second. Put your customer's best interest in front of your own. Deliver the value you promise. Make the world a better place, and money shall follow. Unfortunately, thanks to modern media and its MODEL citizen push for politically mandated victimology, capitalism has become a naughty word. After all, rich capitalists get rich because they carry Glocks and force people at gunpoint to buy their stuff. It's as if the money is evil crowd would rather shop at an empty store than give credit to producers. Capitalism is the best economic system on the planet, and GDP numbers and advancements in technology, medicine, and social mobility have proven it. Yet, it has many flaws. Outside lobbyists, crony capitalists, and politicians for hire. Over-capitalism is one of those flaws, and it's a great opportunity for you and me. Over-capitalism is when any business organization abandons its original value-creating mission and instead prioritizes profit, so much so that it's disgustingly obvious. Yeah, ignore that honeyed mission statement on the wall, the one preaching honesty, integrity, and quality, because it's all bullshit. Over-capitalism isn't fiduciary, and its best analogy is a wet towel. The towel represents the product and its intrinsic value, while the water soaked within the towel represents the potential profits that could be squeezed out of it. Instead of focusing on the towel and how to improve it, the Profit Center Corporation focuses on the squeeze, a systematic and measured extraction of money from its customers through cost-cutting, reduced product quality, and increased prices without increased value. Think food, cable, insurance, and electric companies. When a corporation performs its squeeze, it usually appears in the mail as an apologetic letter that begins, "Dear valued customer." Or your 16-ounce box of cereal is suddenly 13 ounces, but it's still the same price. Now, if you're thinking, hell, that's every corporation on the planet. Well, not exactly, but yeah, it is a meaty percentage. Take, for example, the agriculture and food business, an industry rife with overcapitalism. Through its use of GMOs, artificial sweeteners/colors, fillers, supersugars, and various other questionable ingredients, the industry has slowly turned our pudgy bodies into sugar-addicted zombies fed an unrecognizable frankenfood filled with God knows what. Does the name Monsanto give you a warm, fuzzy feeling in your heart? How about that granola bar labeled healthy, the one with an ingredient list as long as War and Peace? Some of my favorite natural food companies have arisen and grown because of overcapitalism. For example, I pay a fortune for free-range eggs hatched from humanely raised chickens. Regular, mass-produced eggs are overcapitalism closeted by cry-your-eyes-out inhumanity. And don't get me started on the cage-free scale. Stuffing 100 chickens in 100 square feet might qualify for your pithy cage-free designation, but it doesn't fool me. If you enjoy eggs for breakfast, I dare you to visually compare a free-range egg to a mass-produced one. The happy eggs are clear and silky. The overcapitalized egg is milky and gooey. Anyhow, the point is, opportunity and demand exist because others don't have eyes on what's best for you. They have eyes on your wall. The billion-dollar organic and natural food business is a direct consequence of the corporate squeeze. Consumers are fed up with garbage ingredients and have demanded healthy, natural alternatives. Of course, overcapitalism isn't found in just food and agriculture. It's anywhere entrenched corporations have lost sight of their purpose. Overcapitalism's downward spiral spins the minute a corporation's primary customer and stakeholder is demoted from the king of the castle to the servant mopping the floors. Number 12. Stakeholder demotions. The perilous road to overcapitalism and its opportunities begins with stakeholder demotions. A stakeholder is any person or group who holds a beneficial interest in another entity. If you own an Apple computer, you're Apple's stakeholder. Likewise, if you're an Apple stockholder or employee, you're also a stakeholder. All businesses have multiple stakeholders, and the order in which they're prioritized determines if overcapitalism, new opportunities, and new competitors can grow. For example, you, my reader, are my king stakeholder. I wrote this book for you, first and foremost. My primary stakeholder isn't appeasing some publisher, kowtowing to the financial industry, or even placating my selfish desire for a new Lamborghini. You are my stakeholder chain's top dog. As an unscripted entrepreneur upholding the fiduciary mindset, your primary stakeholder at all times should be your customer. And in most cases for young growth companies, this is true. Unfortunately, this isn't true for mature companies. Public companies are the worst. When an organization changes its primary stakeholder from you, the customer, to another entity, investors, venture capitalists, shareholders, opportunities arise because customers are no longer the priority. And overcapitalism becomes a risk. Think about the early days when eBay and Facebook were small and growing. People loved them. How about now, with millions of shares spread out among thousands of investors? You can't serve two masters at once. You're either a servant to your customer or you're squeezing the towel and appeasing investors, shareholders, or Wall Street analysts. Capitalism's unfortunate consequence is that Wall Street expects perpetually improved margins and earnings per share, EPS, which require strangling the life out of the towel, alienating once happy customers. Public companies have a difficult tightrope to walk, being a servant to customers while still appeasing financial stakeholders with profitability. Some companies walk the line the best they can, for example, Costco and Apple. However, once new stakeholders are added, things typically change, and not for the better. For example, I know a friend who makes a modest living on Etsy, the popular marketplace for arts and crafts, similar to eBay. In 2015, Etsy went public. I told my friend she should be prepared, and so should the thousands of others who rely on Etsy to put roofs over their heads and food in their mouths. My pessimistic caution is simply history repeating. Once a servant company becomes public, they no longer cater to the customers first. They cater to profit, return on investment, shareholder value, and anything ensuring every last drop of cash is extracted from the towel. Namely, expect fees to increase while value stagnates or lessens. But all is not lost. Any company who serves shareholders first is vulnerable to you, the entrepreneur who elevates his customer onto the marble pedestal. And in the global marketplace, that means any publicly traded or heavily funded company exhibiting stakeholder demotion is ripe to have market share stolen by a smaller, nimble company. This amounts to thousands of opportunities and underserved needs. If you enter a $100 billion industry and take 1/100th of 1%, 0.0001, you just built yourself a nice little $1 million company. Hopefully you now see how ridiculous it is for an entrepreneur to say, there are no good ideas. Any such person, I'd argue, is no entrepreneur. Stakeholder demotion usually begins once a company receives outside funding, as customer satisfaction becomes secondary to investor satisfaction, ROI. Number 13, improvement and removement. Few know that Thomas Edison didn't invent the light bulb. He merely improved it by using a carbonized bamboo filament which increased its illumination duration, ultimately making the light bulb commercially viable. And so it goes with the theme of most needs. Something is simply improved or changed. Improvement is the muscle behind the commandment of need, like iron to a workout. Improve something, effectively communicate it, and you will be needed. Look, this isn't rocket science. E.L. James took Prince Charming and gave him a helicopter, $1 billion, and a sex room full of sadistic playthings. And bam, 50 Shades of Grey. The Cinderella, rich guy sweeping you off your feet archetype isn't exactly a novelty, but add a BDSM fetish, whips, and a trapeze hanging from the ceiling, and suddenly the media wets its panties. Sarah Blakely, required to wear pantyhose in the hot Floridian sun for her sales position, modified hosiery by removing the stocking toes and improved both its comfort and functionality. Several years later, she's the world's newest billionaire. When Drew Houston couldn't find any reasonable storage solutions that seamlessly integrated with his files, he founded Dropbox. These worldly modifications don't take a PhD in chemistry or a rich uncle. They take persistence, vision, and the cinch to the pinch, a product that people want. Improvement's counterpart is removement. Removement is when your product removes or subtracts something, becoming differentiated. It is addition by subtraction, whereas a subtraction is the removal of something, while the addition happens within your value skew. For instance, I've been working out for years and taking nutritional supplements to support my fitness. Unfortunately, in the fitness world lies the greatest hypocrisy of health. Most supplements are loaded with artificial colors and flavors. Sucralose, aspartame, Red 40, Cancer 80, or whatever else sweetens the offer. Up until recently, it has been virtually impossible to find fitness supplements that were both naturally sweetened/colored and didn't taste like a bag of chalk. Removement solves this challenge by eliminating the artificial ingredients. In turn, the value skew is improved. Fitness buffs who don't trust chemical shitstorms now have a product to trust. Opportunities to remove features, ingredients, and hassles are opportunities to gain competitive advantages. Removement can occur in any industry, but is most common in food processing. For example, if you owned the only product on the market that was paleo-focused or gluten-free, you would skew value and create a nice little market differentiation for yourself. As consumer preferences change over time, removement opportunities appear if you just listen to them. From GMO-free ingredients in foods, to paraben-free in skin conditioners, to animal-free testing in cosmetics. Consumers demand less just as much as they demand more. Why your best bet at finding a need might be the worst.
Common courtesy is
Your
rare.
best bet at uncovering a great idea and paving your unscripted path comes from the worst thing an entrepreneur wants to do. Get a damn job. You see, the biggest roadblock to finding legitimate ideas isn't your insensitivity to the concepts of needs/wants, but a lack of experience, both in life and at the workplace. The fact is, most new businesses spawn from the founder's domain experience. Domain experience is any activity or industry you are intimately familiar with. For example, if you spent the last 5 years working at a mattress store as a manager, you would have serious domain experience in the business of bedding. If you're on the water every single weekend, fishing or sailing, you have domain experience in those realms. Likewise, I ran a limousine company for several years, which gave me intimate knowledge about the nuances and inner workings of the industry. That domain experience led me to a great opportunity that spanned a decade. Similarly, I now own a publishing company and run a heavily trafficked forum. Both experiences have given me the aptitude to again spot a cornucopia of potential ideas in those fields. A common theme in many successful entrepreneurial backstories is a need discovered while working a job. An employee suffers a problem or an unfilled need and decides to solve it. These successes always start the same. I was working over at Acme Company and I noticed there was a need/problem for XYZ and decided to solve it. Unfortunately, many aspiring entrepreneurs remain aspiring for one simple fact. They refuse to acquire domain experience, namely job experience. And in doing so, they isolate themselves from opportunity. If you're not getting out of the house and encountering life, you won't encounter life's problems. Opportunity doesn't ring doorbells, and it certainly doesn't wait for someday. Solution selling. Skipping domain experience. Don't have time for domain experience? Then ask the people who do. Every so often, a drive-by user posts this generic question at my forum. What do you guys need help with most in your business? The question is perturbing because my forum entrepreneurs know what's happening. The questioner is circumventing domain experience and probing for problems, looking for opportunities. This practice, asking an audience about their problems, is called solution selling. Solution selling is particularly popular in many entrepreneurial academies. It involves cold calling professionals in a particular industry and explicitly asking them about their problems. For example, asking 50 dentists, in your practice, what problems or frustrations do you experience most? From there, a solution is evaluated to fix the expressed problem. Or you could attend any industry's trade convention and keep your eyes and ears peeled for the language of opportunity. While solution selling shortcuts into industry needs, it plays second fiddle to real domain experience. During my 10-year stint operating an internet company, I always knew which competitors had domain experience and which did not. The ones without insider experience struggled. Getting a job and being responsible is never failure. When you identify as an entrepreneur, a job is simply a means to an end, a part of your unfolding story. If experience and money were no concern, what needs and wants would you pursue? And is experience and money really an obstacle, or just one of the 3 B's? Chapter 36. The Commandment of Time. Earn more than money. Earn time. Don't stay in bed. unless you can make money in bed. George Burns, comedian. So you want passive income. So do 7 billion other people. The fourth sense commandment is the commandment of time, and it is the conduit to abolishing the causal relationship between your time and income. Temporal prostitution is dethroned, and income no longer requires life rations. Please see Figure 13 in the PDF attachment for the fast lane entrepreneurship diagram. The commandment of time has two components. The first is physicality, where your value must exist in space-time separate from you. This book exists regardless of my existence. On the other hand, if you consult for a living, your income stops when you stop. There is no physicality. The second is detachment. Eventually, in your enterprise's evolution, you must detach from its physicality, effectively freeing your time and life. When this is accomplished, it puts you on the clock 24/7, giving you the ability to earn perpetually through time versus in time. This is how you wake up and earn a day's wage before brewing the morning coffee. Unfortunately, the time commandment is the most misunderstood and perverted sense commandment. Instead of time being honored, it is worshipped. Why? Because it's the gatekeeper to every starry-eyed entrepreneur's wet dream: passive income. Begin rant. As I mentioned earlier, I have a love-hate relationship with my forum. Most folks there are great people working toward great things, but the other minority needs steel-toed boot ass-kicking. Thankfully, these participants disappear as quickly as they arrive. I call them drive-bys, people who love this radical idea of passive income, but don't care about value, contribution, or entrepreneurship. Time and time again, one phrase I hear echoed by drive-bys is passive income. What's the best way to earn passive income? Can I make passive income publishing crappy 300-word books on Kindle? If I YouTube myself picking my nose while eating a cheeseburger, can I make passive income? Reaching through the monitor and giving these dreamers a turd-basted knuckle sandwich would make my day. Instead, whenever I read such nonsense, I hear Charlie Brown's teacher rambling incoherent wah-wahs in the background. Wow, that's great, you want passive income. You know what I want? $1 billion, preferably hand-delivered by Jessica Alba bearing wine and a penchant for hot tubbing on a cool moonlit night. Get real. Take a guess at the common thread behind these inquiries and the other 4,000 like them. No mention of value, contribution, or improving anything. Just me, and me. As if the world will gift you $10,000 a month for doing abso-fucking-lutely nothing. Once a drive-by discovers that tag-teaming the shortcut scam and the special scam doesn't work, they lash out. Once they realize a daily effort, the process principle, is required and passive income isn't downloading WordPress, they're gone. Back to their hated salaried weekdays, their television, and their lottery tickets. Behind the word startup, no phrase makes me grit my teeth and punch walls more than passive income. The problem is many drive-bys read my first book, as well as others, and cherry-pick hyper-palatable concepts while discarding the rest. When they learn that the commandment of time is the pathway to passive income, every other commandment is quickly forgotten. The myth of passive income. The passive income lure sounds deliciously simple. Just upload an unedited 4-page ebook to the Kindle store and, well, watch the cash come pouring in. Unfortunately, such simplicity is about as complicated as a zero-calorie cheesecake. For the unwashed, passive income is mystically clothed like free or easy money. It resonates like entrepreneurial welfare, where value is disrespected and money comes for nothing. No effort, no challenge, and no work. Nothing could be further from the truth. The big irony of passive income is it's anything but passive. Every single entrepreneur I know who enjoys passive income today exercised an extraordinary and committed process yesterday. Passivity? LOL. It played no role. Passive macro events and action faking doesn't produce passive income. Launching a podcast, interviewing 3 people, and giving up a week later is not the path to passive income. Neither is uploading one badly programmed app to the Apple Store and expecting thousands of downloads. Satisfying the commandment of time and getting to the point of a sustainable, life-altering passive income takes months, sometimes years, of nose-to-the-grindstone effort. We're talking about 10-hour days, 6 to 7 days a week, demonstrated by the process principle. Or is your expectation in line with the event-driven 4-hour crowd? While I've enjoyed passive income for nearly 20 years, its road has not been passive. In my first business, it took me several years to create passivity. Ask any of my friends, and they would confirm. I'd hibernate in my office for days and not come out except to reload on the ramen and Red Bull. My publishing company and my forum? Again, years. When I started my forum years ago, I was the primary content creator because I had few users. I literally commented on every thread created. That's right, every thread. Sometimes I just talked to myself. Think that was time-consuming? Or do you think I just kicked my feet up on the sofa and smoked a cigar while daydreaming about the forthcoming passive income avalanche? Entrepreneurs who play this game with a foremost objective of passive income are delusional, and if I had to guess, lazy. Your business bullseye is a productocracy and fiduciary entrepreneurship. Much like value is a predecessor to money, a systemized productocracy is a predecessor to passive income. Honor the commandment of time. Don't collapse to your knees and sacrifice your firstborn for it. With a productocracy in your corner, passive income eventually comes knocking. End rant. Honoring time. Legacy value creation. To honor the commandment of time, simply forget about it. Yeah, forget about it, but only in the short term. Instead, focus on legacy value systems, LVS, for the long term. Essentially, an LVS is your personal slave that surrogates for time. Legacy value systems could be grown virtually from anything. A product invention, a game, a franchised restaurant, a smartphone application, a website, a human resource system, a series of books, or any system that exists as a conceptual entity disconnected from your time. If the commandment of time were a fruit tree, legacy value systems would be its seeds, while its fruit would be passive income. When you focus on nurturing the legacy values seeds, eventually passive income fruit sprouts, and you can't enjoy the fruit without first caring for and cultivating its seeds. For example, this book is a legacy value creation and falls into the category of a product system. Once I published this book into both digital and paper form, it existed as a tangible product sold through multiple channels, which aptly are also systems. Its physicality doesn't require my existence or, hence, my time. I could be dead and my books would live on. Like doppelganger robots, they work while I don't. At the precise moment you bought this book, I made a small amount of money. Who knows what I was doing at that moment? I could have been sleeping, exercising, or at the dentist. Another example is the internet company I founded. That system also worked for me 24. Too long and ignore your goose. Competitors take over. Unless you're Craigslist, you can't survive very long on shitty technology that looks like it was birthed in the late 90s. In this case, I had to recommit, and that commitment, whether it was learning new technology or managing new employees, would cost my time. Second, I was 10 years into the business and my role of entrepreneur withered away. In its place, I became a manager. Managing employees, or in the case of executive management, managing the manager, was not something I wanted any longer. I decided to change my identity to an author and a semi-retired entrepreneur. The third reason is probably the most profound as it relates to the commandment of time. I wanted to upgrade a system that was semi-passive and expiring to become one that was fully passive and permanent. I transformed my internet business system into a money system. Since my company had a multi-million-dollar valuation, and I already made and saved millions, I knew a money system would allow 100% unscription, never needing to work another day in my life. An unscripted lifestyle should be challenged regularly. Whenever life gets routine or mundane, it potentially signals it's time for a new pursuit. Chapter 37. The Commandment of Scale. Win life and liberty, not dinner and a movie. Entrepreneurship is neither a science nor an art. It is a practice. Peter Drucker, author. Scale. Exploding income. A productocracy's fifth and final sense commandment within the fast lane structure is the commandment of scale. Please refer to Figure 13 in the PDF attachment. Scale instructs that legacy value systems must be replicated through mass or magnitude while making a profitable impact. The four definitive components are 1. Legacy value system, 2. Replication, 3. Mass or magnitude, 4. Profitable impact. First, your offering must eventually evolve into a legacy system in accordance with the four prior commandments. Second, your LVS must be replicable or easily copied into multiple units, locations, or chains. Optimally, this replication should extend among hundreds or thousands, if not millions of units. For instance, software is easily replicated. The same goes for a website service where increased users and traffic extend replication. My forum receives over 100,000 visitor sessions per month. In the 10 years I owned my internet company, I served a multitude of millions. Physical products like this book also offer replicative elements. My printer can print 1 million books as easily as 10,000. Replication turns one store into 20, one duplex into a dozen, and hundreds sold to millions. Third, replication must have either mass or magnitude. Most people think scale automatically equates to mass market millions or operating in multi-billion market size. However, scale can also be graced through magnitude, or the gravity of your impact. For instance, if you provide housing for 20 families, not mass market, you've scaled by magnitude and probably are doing well. Housing is a magnitudinal endeavor. Sell 10 restaurant franchises for your organic, GMO-free restaurant, and again, brute force magnitude occurs. As an example, a forum entrepreneur sources, then negotiates industrial raw materials for both corporations and government. His enterprise is not mass, but magnitude. A few repeat clients, and he's rolling in the millions. Additionally, his clients are operating in mass, so by serving that market indirectly, he nudges mass. Aside from confirming the do what you hate theme, he touched on magnitude in a forum Q&A. He wrote, "As far as the activities I dread, of course I still do things I don't want to do. I don't think this will ever change for anyone. This 4-day trade show makes sense because almost every person attending has the power to pull the trigger on 7 figures worth of product. I'm not going to waste my time. On the flip side, if you invent an eco-friendly, biodegradable food container, your magnitude is negligible per unit. The scale occurs through volume. Yet 1/4 of all food manufacturers to use it, well, you might join the Free Comma Club without grabbing a mention in Valleywag. The fourth element in the definition is a profitable impact. The unscripted business is about profits, not 10 years from now, but within your first year. Nowadays, too many businesses are labeled a success by virtue of growth or run rates. Many never make a profit for years and bleed cash like an Instagram playboy. Most startups birthed on the tech coast create value and make an impact. The problem is they don't make a profitable impact for years. Amazon is a great example of a company that makes a phenomenal impact, but largely hasn't been profitable. Remember, selling $100 bills for $50 isn't what we want. Bleeding value might grow a company fabulously and have VCs drowning us in term sheets, but that's not our objective. Let the deep-pocketed sultans of Silicon Valley make those games. Your goal is unscription, which demands profitability now, not later. And if you want to create the next hot startup reveled on TechCrunch, the better bet is doing it unscripted, where fuck you opens up more possibilities. As producers, we are in the business of serving consumers, not few, but many. However, before impacting the masses, we must first impact one, and do so profitably. If you can impact one profitably and your legacy system is replicable, congratulations, you've laid a scaling track. For example, each book I sell makes me about $6. I only needed to sell a few hundred to break even. Thereafter, each book sold makes a profitable impact. Similarly, each new user at my forum is worth about $1. Each list subscriber also worth about $1. When I owned my internet company, each new user represented a lifetime customer value of thousands. For every dollar I spent in advertising, 4 came back in revenue and nearly 2 in profit. Profitable impact. The act of profitably impacting many is where your income and life makes quantum leaps. Optimally, your business solution should impact an industry large enough to impact your life. If you have a software solution appealing to hospitals, the appeal of magnitude scale exists. If any business owner could use your product, the appeal of mass scale exists. The market size constructs the ceiling under which we limit ourselves. If your solution sells for $20 and your target customer is an internet-savvy octogenarian who owns a Corvette, the market ceiling is at your ankles. How big is that market? You can't fill a pool with an eyedropper. Olympic swimmers don't train in bathtubs. Swim in bodies of water large enough to take you somewhere. Expected value. Bowling for billions, not hundreds. The mathematical construct behind the scale commandment is expected value. Expected value, or EV, is the expected outcome of many random occurrences. E, x, equals sum times P, x. EV is calculated by multiplying each occurrence's estimated probability and adding the result in a comparison metric. EV positive results are favorable to pursue, while negative ones are not. Higher EVs are better than lower ones. For instance, say you're offered a $10 raffle ticket for a chance to win a new car valued at $25,000. Only 5,000 raffle tickets will be sold. Is this a raffle you should enter? Not according to expected value. Outcome number 1. Lose $10. Odds of occurring, 4,999 out of 5,000. Negative 10 times 0.9998 equals negative 9.998. Outcome number 2. Win $24,990. Odds of occurring, 1 out of 5,000. 24,990 times 0.0002 equals 4.998. When you sum the two values, negative 9.998 plus 4.998, you get an expected value of negative 5. That means if you play this raffle infinitely, you will always lose. The world's casinos operate on the same principle, where odds are slightly EV positive, while for the gambler, EV negative. This is why the house eventually wins if you play long enough. As occurrences increase over time, expect a mean reversion to expected value. In life, your outcomes and consequences are based on your EV plays, the opportunities and risks taken, and the ones avoided. For example, let's say you're considering 2 businesses in 2 markets. Business A is something you love, a laser tag facility serving your local city. Business B is a software/gaming company educating millennial investors on financial planning through a unique video game experience. The chart represents the potential monthly profits and their estimated probability given a business investment of 1 year. Please follow along in the PDF attachment, Figure 15. The chart shows both businesses with their odds for loss or profit. Business A, laser tag, $26,000 loss, 3%. $6,000 loss, 4%. $1,000 loss, 7%. Business B, software, $42,000 loss, 7%. $6,000 loss, 14%. $1,000 loss, 22%. On to odds for profit. Business A, $1,000 profit, 15%. $2,000 profit, 36%. $3,000 profit, 21%. $5,000 profit, 14%. Business B, software, $3,000 profit, 39%. $10,000 profit, 14%. $100,000 profit, 3%. $1 million profit, 1%. Which business should you pursue? Open a laser tag facility and do what you love? Or the riskier software biz? According to the chart, the laser tag business has an 86% chance at profitability, while the software company's is just 57%. Notably, your chances of failing in software are more than 3 times greater, 14% versus 43%. So is the laser tag business at its higher success probability the better opportunity? Nope, not by a long shot. Business B, the software company, is the business to own, and expected value is Y. EV marks the difference between entrepreneurs who own businesses that pay the bills for the month and businesses that pay the bills for a lifetime. First is the best case scenario. Laser tag, best case, $5,000 a month. Software company, best case, $1 million a month. While Business B's best case scenario is low probability, its results are life-changing. Over time, large EV opportunities and their probabilities put big outcomes within your grasp. The gumball machine is packed with golds, and luck starts lurking around corners. Or, as Mark Cuban says, you only need to be right once. And as I say, hit for singles, but make sure you can hit a home run. On the flip side, the best case scenario for your laser tag facility is $60,000 yearly profit. A nice middle-class paycheck that will make you the newest millionaire next door in about 40 years. And it will jeopardize your love for the game. The second reason the optimal choice is a software company is expected value, which is nearly 10 times better than A. Expected value of A, plus $1,110. Expected value of B, plus $11,570. Remember the gumball machines. Expected value is the machinery operating the luck spigot. If the gumballs are the potential business outcomes, you want machines packed with golds, big win gumballs with life-changing outcomes. If your overall vision is rolling into a construction site and selling burritos from a roach coach, I can say without doubt, no life-changing homers will occur in that endeavor. Not unless you apply one of the following strategies. Dial coins into big EV gumball machines where the best-case scenarios, and their EVs, change lives. How to kill scale and expected value. Expected value is the expected outcome of many occurrences. For EV to work, you need occurrences. In entrepreneurship, we call occurrences failure. Practically every day on my forum, I can predict entrepreneurial failure before it occurs. These bulls ride into town with gleeful proclamations about starting a business, saying things like, I just read the book and I'm going to give Fastlane a try. I've never been so motivated. I'm going to take a stab at this. I'm so excited to give this a shot. Taking a stab? Giving it a shot? Please, spare yourself the ride on the rainbow. Fastlane entrepreneurship is not something you try. Come to the game with that mentality, and sorry, failure is guaranteed. You see, trying, or taking a stab, or giving it a shot does not take advantage of expected value. Failing one web business and retreating back to your job diminishes the positive expected value of cents, which requires occurrences. Taking a shot is what you do when you play the Powerball. In business, occurrences mean multiple swings at the plate, strikeouts, pop-ups, foul-outs, and other musings of fail. If you're playing in big EV ventures, it will take multiple failures before hitting something substantial. For me, I had multiple occurrences banked before I struck something that gained traction. Occurrences are just part of the game. Expect it. Occurrences have their benefits, and that's our aim. As you move through the trials, your network grows, as do your skills and abilities, hence increasing your odds, and better expected values at your next shot. Get expected value working for you. Drive those occurrences higher.
Princess of the Azure.
Winning the lottery.
You have use of
Grand
my
prize?
power.
$100.
Can I offer assistance?
Starting a business is tough. Owning one is tougher.
Preparing camp.
And no matter what business you own, let's be clear, it will work you silly. I don't care if you own a local landscaping company or a multinational software service. The life choice to be an entrepreneur can be rip your hair out challenging. Obstacles and problems are all part of the process, requiring unrelenting commitment. So with the cost of entrepreneurship so high, why on earth would you cheat your payoff? Assuming everything goes your way, a little luck, great timing, and a banging execution plan, what stands to be the outcome from your best-case scenario? Will you be celebrating in a steakhouse, compliments of your great month, or on a beach, celebrating how your life will never be the same? In early 1997, I had an opportunity to buy a limousine service in Chicago, Illinois. Being the analytical type, I analyzed the opportunity and decided against it. I still remember my decision metrics, two of them being the best-case scenario and expected value. To be honest, I didn't know about EV back then, but had empirical data as well as industry averages, giving me a sense of EV. Both metrics indicated, don't do this. The average limousine company profit was unimpressive. Even the best-case scenario sounded more like a worst-case scenario. 7-day work weeks, long hours, weather issues, etc. Later that year, I opted to pursue an internet company because it had better best-case scenarios, including a higher expected value. The decision proved correct multiple times. The point is this, you're going to have to work your ass off. And if all the cards flop your way, you want a big payoff. If you're going to scale a mountain, you want the jackpot at the top to be worthwhile, not a salad and breadsticks at Olive Garden. Seriously, would you buy lottery tickets if the grand prize was $250? You work crazy hours and your reward is a 30-year mortgage in suburbia that you can barely pay? Play small and you shortchange a strong effort with weak rewards. Build a business that makes a difference in your customers' lives, but more importantly, yours. Playing big doesn't mean forgetting small. Scale, or playing big, is the forest among the trees. Playing small is the trees. And if you're not willing to plant one tree, you'll never grow the forest, one of the great scale misconceptions I'm responsible for. For years, I've been praising a law called the law of affection. It states, the more lives you impact in either scale or magnitude, the more money you will make. In other words, impact millions to make millions. If there ever was a secret to wealth, both monetarily and spiritually, impact millions are the only two words needed. The more you legitimately help in the value exchange, directly or indirectly, the more fulfilled your soul and bank account become. Nonetheless, impact millions or billions for personal wealth is pretty straightforward, right? Not really. I've seen too many entrepreneurs corrupt this commandment and take impact millions too literally. As a result, great ideas get dismissed and the entrepreneur never starts. Oh, that has no scale. That restaurant only serves my city. If I can't start a mobile app company, I ain't doing nothing. Brick and mortar business? That doesn't scale easily. Remember, our scale definition begins with profitably impacting one, not hundreds or thousands. Every established productocracy started with one single customer. Imagine if Steve Ells, the founder of Chipotle, interpreted scale as most entrepreneurs and ruled out starting a restaurant. There's no scale and it only serves the local neighborhood. MJ says that doesn't impact millions. Your scaling long game is helping as many people as possible. However, the short game is like the time commandment. Forget about it. Impact one through a productocracy. Scale will work its way through by design. The three scaling systems. You can scale anything. A laundromat, a retail store, rental houses, your husband's secret mustard recipe, anything. The question is, how difficult will it be? There are three basic scale strategies, each with their own internal challenges. They are a customer strategy, a chain/franchise strategy, a channel strategy. Number one, the customer strategy. The most preferred scale method is a simple customer strategy. A customer strategy sells directly to your customer and in volume. Foot traffic for retail stores, eyeballs for websites, users for software, or players for mobile gaming. A customer strategy is only limited by the market size and the available scaling economy. Your product, your customer. For example, a tennis website that sells tennis equipment theoretically has a maximum market size based on the total number of tennis players in existence. Its scaling economy is simply server capacity and bandwidth. On the other hand, a local shoe repair store on Elm Street has a maximum market size limited to people living in the local area and those who need a shoe repair. The shoe business's scaling economy is also limited to staffing and how many soles can be fixed in any given hour. Brick-and-mortar stores typically have challenging scale economies, while web ventures do not, and hence are the most competitive. Nowadays, every teenager has some kind of app on the App Store. Hot internet startups find money easier than calling Geico and saving 15%. These enterprises with prolific scaling economies, namely digital-based ventures, attract the crowds and therefore are the crown jewel of pursuit. But don't be fooled, that doesn't make them better.
Common courtesy is rare these days.
Number two, a unit strategy.
exactly what happened.
of your solution from your time. What are the future challenges for these requirements? Scale. Are there existing mediums, channels, or partners that can reach large numbers of your target market? What is your solution's scaling economy and their resources, funding, infrastructure, and human capital required to scale it? Are there any scale challenges in the cost structure and/or supply chain? After your concept survives the sense ringer, it's time to prove its worth. Proof. Solved. Nothing sucks more than spending months and thousands of dollars only to discover the market doesn't want your product. SoftProof's objective is to verify your concept/idea with a market mind before spending a fortune in resources. In entrepreneurial circles, the SoftProof is often referred to as validation. You can SoftProof your concept either indirectly or directly using 6 different methods. 1. Language patterns. As mentioned in Chapter 35, language patterns are uncovered through observation. For example, if many Redditors complain about X, the market is hinting demand. My forum was born in this manner. A forum I frequented was rash with disgruntlement, so I created my own. Any dislike in the public square is an opportunity. Multiple instances of irrigation language, I hate, I wish, I need, through multiple mediums, Twitter, Topsy, Facebook, forums, essentially confirm the seeds of need. Unfortunately, just because someone hates something doesn't mean they will pay for its solution. My friend has had one such experience. He wrote, I once had a situation where 100 out of 100 people surveyed said something was brilliant, marketable, and provided value. When it came time for the item to hit the market, with no change in competition or value proposition, 0 out of 100 people bought it. Another helpful tool for exposing consumer shifts and possible emerging opportunities is Google Trends. For example, some years ago, gluten-free emerged as a trend, and still is a trend today. 2. Channel research. Another confirmation method is a channel investigation. Amazon is the best for this. Find a similar product being sold and check its sales rank and review quantity. If similar products have many reviews, say 500, you can presume there is both demand and need. For example, by the time you're reading this book, The Millionaire Fastlane will have over 1,500 reviews. Assuming one person reviewed the book for every 250 readers, 0.4% review rate, you can speculate that my book has sold around 375,000 copies. This verifies demand for its message and genre. 3. Search volume. The beauty of keyword, cost per click, CPC advertising is that you can peek into the market mind and quantify the search volume for virtually anything. While there are other keyword-driven search engines, Google is the best. Create an AdWords account and log into their keyword planner tool. Enter your product, service, or solution and find out how many people are searching for your visionary offer. For example, if you're looking into creating a wedding planning tool, a quick review of the wedding planning keyword reveals it has 30,000 plus searches per month. Moreover, your target market mind, couples getting married, is flush with searches, on average 10 million per month. 4. Ask/interview the market. Asking the market is as implied. Find a congregation of your target market mind and expose them to your idea. For instance, Reddit has an immense variety of sub-forums which cover virtually any topic or interest. Likewise, Facebook has incredible targeting options where market trends can be nailed down into specific groups. Looking for females over 35 who have a garden? Facebook can do it. Place an ad, send them to a page, see what happens. If your idea pertains to a specific niche, say owners of exotic cars, find the related forums for it and ask. Other possible asking venues are Craigslist, Instagram, and Twitter, although these aren't guaranteed to hit your desired market. The predictive power of asking is directly related to how well you isolate your target customer in its congregation. If you ask my forum about a potential idea serving small business, you'd score great feedback because you hit the market exactly. However, asking a group of entrepreneurs what they think about chiropractic software would yield flawed data and not constitute soft proof. The ask method does not involve nagging your social circle, even if they represent your target customer. These folks will not be honest or impartial. You want candid feedback from strangers who, frankly, don't give a shit about strangers. The other alternative is solution selling, discussed in Chapter 35. This approach involves talking to various business owners and professionals and specifically asking them about their problems, frustrations, and challenges. When problems are identified, you try committing them to a solution. For example, if you interviewed 10 home inspectors and they revealed frustrations with contracts and paperwork, you confirmed a need. Probe further and you can peg an ideal solution and an estimate of what they'd pay for it. Another variation of interviewing the market is to compel your target market mind to complete a survey. Using one of the many survey tools, SurveyMonkey, you could target and incentivize your target customer by using any of the tools mentioned above. Of course, incentives and reaching your market via CPC advertising, Facebook, Google, Reddit, Instagram, isn't cheap, but the data obtained are worth its price. 5. Market simulation. The final variation of soft proof is market simulation. Here, you present your product or service to the market as if it already exists. Market tests and their simulations can be costly and time-consuming, but the data gathered are second to none. The two types of market simulations are landing pages and mock prototypes. Simulating the market. Landing page. The most effective soft proof is an email address evolving from a one-page sell sheet, commonly referred to as a landing page. Create a web page solely for the purpose of collecting email addresses or pre-orders. Your landing page sells, the email address or the pre-order is confirmation of user interest. Another deviant method is creating a sales page that can't close. The objective here is to track clicks to the order page. If that happens, the buyer is presented with a sold-out notice or some other explanation. While this is effective at proving soft demand, it pushes ethical boundaries and isn't something I'd try unless approached authentically. Unfortunately, capturing order button clicks or email addresses is not preeminent proof. It simply validates that the market mind is interested in your offer. Interest and commitment are not the same. Here's my email ad, and here's my money are two different things. For example, before I released my first book, I captured email addresses from a pre-ordering landing page. By release, I had roughly 3,000 email addresses from folks who indicated buying interest. However, when it was time to open wallets and fork over cash, nearly 2/3 bailed. Captured email addresses are circumstantial soft proof. Cash is a verdict and hard proof. Testing the market. Mock prototyping. Similar to the landing page, mock-up prototyping involves creating a non-functional dummy version of your idea and exposing it to the market mind. The goal of the mock version is to gauge a market response using any Ask the Market methods above. This approach has been used on Instagram with great success. If you had a product in the bodybuilding space, you could build a targeted following and then present a product to your audience. Or you could buy an existing account and do the same. The objective is to gauge your followers' response to your product. Do they like and share? Comment with, OMG, where do I get one of these? Or, how can I order this? If so, you're onto something. Another variation of this technique is influencer marketing. Hire an influencer in your market to post your product and gauge the response. Manually find relevant influencers or get assistance from such websites as Intellifluence, Wallar, and Clear. Most Instagram users with 500,000 plus followers pimp products for a small fee. You could reach thousands for literally pennies and instantly find out what the market mind thinks about your idea. Once your idea is soft-proven, you're ready to draft your process path. The process path. Congratulations, you've proven your idea's potential. Now we want to draft a nuts and bolts roadmap to your first sale. The process path is a low-level, stair-step estimation at executing your idea to reality. A typical process path shows numerous bulleted action items, each representing a major laddering toward your first customer. Each bullet itself is not one action, but represents dozens of subtasks. For example, let's say you're creating a new party game. Your process plan might look like this. 1. Source a game board manufacturer. Secure product samples, cost estimates, negotiate pricing, evaluate financials, fixed and variable costs, margins, etc. 2. Content creation. Graphic design, theming and branding. Card creation, learn. Board creation, learn. Humor testing, prototype. 3. Operations. File paperwork for LLC, secure merchant account, open bank account, secure insurance if necessary. 4. Website creation. Investigate and select hosting, CDN options. Design website, outsource, mailing list software. 5. Launch. Disperse press releases, outsource, influencer outreach, research, marketing actions. In this example, the process path contains only 5 major elements. However, within each of those 5 elements are numerous subtasks, which could take weeks to complete. The subtasks could entail a variety of actions, from meeting with manufacturers to learning new skills to outsourcing expertise where needed. The key for an effective process path is to define the major action blocks and their requirements, while eliminating unnecessary actions and their costs. For example, can you get away with a logo you designed yourself? Or do you really need to spend $1,500 at the local design boutique? If the path to your first customer doesn't involve face-to-face meetings with anyone, you have no business buying business cards. Seriously, save the customer-branded t-shirts and water bottles until IPO day. Another element of the process path involves self-reflection, knowing what things you can learn and what you cannot. For example, learning to code was a part of my process path years ago. I am very much a hands-on guy, so many of my process paths involve doing things myself. However, this learn it and do-it-yourself process path might not be right for you. The truth is, not everyone can learn how to code. You might have a knack for communication and delegation, whereas outsourcing, partnering, or hiring is the better process path. Unscripted is not about my way as the best way. The best way is your way, the one that fits your personal strengths. The process path's objective is not detailing every actionable nuance, but breaking down execution into broad progress chunks, each with bite-sized actions that can drive Chapter 28's motivation cycle and spark the feedback loop. Remember, we're entering a forest, and we won't know what's needed until we get there. Prototyping. After outlining the process path and confirming soft proof, you probably need a functional prototype. For digital services, this is your beta version. Your objective in the prototype stage isn't a feature-rich masterpiece, but something simplistic yet valuable, and economically demandable to the market model.
Let's hear it.
In the end, it must do what you claim. First, expect a lot of prototyping actions to be learning, specifically just-in-time, JIT learning. Just-in-time learning is learning based upon the challenge in front of you. In essence, it's jumping off a cliff and learning to fly on the way down. You don't learn PHP code unless the challenge in front of you, A, warrants PHP, and B, you can learn it. More than half the build stage probably involves learning something new. Expect it. Second, build the right prototype. Optimally, it should be reverse engineered from the solution you envision. Specifically, start at the end. Begin at the customer experience. Visualize exactly how you, as a customer, want your product to function, and then move backward using the Act, Assess, Adjust model. What actions are needed to make your solution a reality? What skill sets are needed, and can they be learned, hired, or outsourced? What challenges block the way? Focus only on the required actions for the necessary features. Bells and whistles can come later, and only if the market mind signals for them. You shall not pass. Pardon the Gandalf mention, but it needs to be said. The prototyping stage is the you shall not pass part of execution, a perennial graveyard for entrepreneurial dreams. Epitaphs read, "Here lies a great idea that never happened," and his vision was real, his execution was not. Because prototyping a product or a web service can take months, sometimes years, of lonely, hind-to-the-grind work, the risk of giving up is high. Seriously, I think prototyping is oddly similar to what happens to newlywed men. Suddenly, every attractive woman is flirtatious. The prototype stage is the valley within the desert of desertion, where entrepreneurs are clubbed with shiny object syndrome. Every idea seems better and easier than the one they're working on. With no feedback loop, zero sales, emails, or market resonance, for months, the motivation cycle stalls and passion can quit us. This is normal. Expect a long and lonely walk. Mud through it and let the market mind light the way. The customer lifecycle. The next three stages within the kinetic execution model all occur within the customer lifecycle, a transitional process where strangers are turned into prospects, prospects into customers, and customers into disciples. The lifecycle has 7 steps. Awareness, exposing your products to the target customer. Example, your target customer sees your product's ad in their Facebook newsfeed. Evaluation, providing your customer with enough information to make a decision. A website visit, a white paper, FAQs, an internet search.
Oh my God, bro.
Example, your target customer visits your website and reviews your offer. Onboarding, converting strangers into prospects by securing them into your marketing ecosystem. Example, your target customer provides an email address or signs up for a free trial. Purchase, converting from a prospect to a customer. Example, your customer converts from a free trial to a paid premium or buys your product after being emailed free content. Use, management and monitoring how customers use your product. Example, most of your target customers renew or reorder your product. Others ask for a variation of it that you do not have. Engagement, interaction and relationship building with your customer to foster retention and or repurchase. Example, you send your customer a periodic email regarding trends or topics within your industry. Discipleship, creating loyal customers who become evangelists for your company, hence fulfilling the productocracy prophecy. Example, your target customer shares and recommends your product on social media and in person. Because customer life cycles vary based on products/industries, it isn't within this book's scope to explore them all. For example, onboarding for a restaurant, getting a customer into your building, is entirely different from onboarding for a software service, getting a customer to accept a free trial. Nonetheless, kinetic execution's next 3 steps are relevant for any business. Pushing proof, hard. Once the prototype or beta version is fully functional, seek a verdict. Will the market mind pay for it? Your aim is hard proof, which is a sale or pre-order, and the receipt of moolah. Hard proof is a market oscillation that says, "I like your stuff, here's my money." Every so often, I'll get an email from a reader who experiences hard proof, and let me tell you, it's like having billionaire parents on Christmas Day. Once the motivation cycle closes its circuit, affirming your offer through a sealed value loop, it's game over. Addiction. There's no going back to time clocks, 9 to 5s, and dismal Sundays. But more importantly, hard proof sparks the endorphinous feedback loop, inspiring passion, self-worth, and an overall feeling of accomplishment. Above all, hard proof is your first goal worthy of celebration. Awareness, evaluation, onboarding. Acquiring proof starts with the first 3 steps of the customer lifecycle: awareness, evaluation, and onboarding. Rarely will all of these things happen at once, an event, but take weeks, a process. No matter which, everything starts with awareness and exposing your offer to the target audience. But where and how? Well, the good news is you don't have to spend $5 million on a Super Bowl ad to reach a large audience. There are many venues to choose from. Amazon, Reddit, ESPN, Twitter, Craigslist, Instagram, Pinterest, Yahoo, and Bing are just a few mass-market websites with targeting functions and plenty of eyeballs. Post or advertise your product, send the customer an offer, and see what happens. If you have cash to throw at hard proof, my favorite mediums are Amazon, Google AdWords, and Facebook ads, all of which offer enhanced audience targeting. No cash? Try Reddit, Craigslist, or targeted Facebook groups. If your budget is drawn from a dishwashing job, social media venues offer excellent opportunities for a targeted reach at minimal cost, and sometimes for free. For example, my friend owns a personal grooming business and sells a ton of stuff on Instagram. He posts high-definition product photos and captions them. Voila! Every post generates sales. If your product relates to dog lovers, you could create an Instagram page and build the account to attract dog lovers. You could find large accounts targeted to dogs and ask them to feature your product. Many users with large followings allow paid promotions on the cheap. For $25 or using your product as payment, you can get your product in front of thousands. One forum user used this exact method to launch his designer sunglasses company. Another popular means to hard proof is reward/donation-based crowdfunding services, such as Kickstarter, Indiegogo, or Rocket Hub. Here you post a concept offer and accept funding donations in lieu of rewards, usually the finished product or some type of accolade. Because crowdfunding involves a money exchange, it can be considered hard proof. However, don't rush into these services unless you have a solid offer entailing good copy, a professional explainer video, and an expedited path to market. I recommend them for hard proof, not soft. Other old-school mediums, such as radio and television, are also shockingly affordable, as well as shockingly overlooked. For example, I used to advertise on local radio, and it only cost me several $100s to do so. Cable TV networks such as HGTV, Velocity, and Speed offer targeted audiences and are often cheaper to advertise with than you think. If your product or service lends itself to these mediums, they're worth investigating. Once your product is exposed to your desired audience, onboarding, or a sale, is the next objective. Onboarding is the conversion of a stranger to a prospect, usually involving the capture of an email address, a registration, or acceptance of a free trial. Onboarding is sometimes referred to as a sales funnel or lead channel. Onboarding and sales results are solely dependent on the effectiveness of your offer. Is your landing page conversion optimized? Does your copy promote benefits over features? Are the pictures sharp or fuzzy? Have you demonstrated social proof? You wouldn't believe the shit landing pages I've witnessed. If your primary headline is a Comic Sans, "Welcome to XYZ Enterprises," or "The greatest product ever," expect 0 sales and 0 onboards. While onboarding and optimizing conversion rates aren't within the scope of unscripted, entire books have been written about this stuff, they are essential to traction. Prototype proof and moving through awareness, evaluation, and onboarding within the customer lifecycle depend heavily on the act, assess, adjust modality. It is not act and then give up. It is not spend $25 on Facebook ads and quit because you had 0 conversions. Execution failures during hard proof are often premature due to misinterpretation. You see, anytime you push your product out into the market mind through any medium, your outcome is guaranteed to be one of 3 things. 1, an echo, colored gumballs. 2, diffusion, white gumballs. 3, a conversion, a sale, or an onboard. Gold, baby. The echo, the market mind's voice. Echoes are any feedback or measurable data that isn't a conversion. Essentially, it is the voice of the market mind. An echo could be a question from your Contact Us form. It could be general feedback, such as, "Interesting, but I'll pass," or "LOL," or "Pretty cool." It could be tweets, Facebook comments, or website usage data. Whatever the echo, it is your job to analyze it. For example, were potential customers emailing product questions? Was there confusion about what your website did? Why did someone write LOL? Did most of your users leave from the pricing page? Any echo should be assessed and then adjusted when needed. Market mind silence. Is nothing really nothing? The second outcome for your awareness push is the most likely. The white gumball of diffusion. Nothing happens. No sales, just the stiff sound of silence and a lighter wallet. The nothing outcome is another execution fragility where most entrepreneurs raise the white flag and update the resume. If nothing is your result, don't overreact. If you soft-proven your concept, nothing usually means there's another deficiency in your campaign, and not that your product is a bust. Don't let a false flag end execution. Before you fail fast and move on to seemingly greener pastures, confirm that nothing really is nothing. You do this by checklisting your channel, reach, and message. 1. Checklist your channel. Are you sure you're leveraging the right channel with the right targeting measures, or is there a better medium to reach your audience? If you're advertising a facial cream on a Mustang forum, it's the wrong channel. If your Facebook ads target all adults over 21, you're targeting the wrong audience. Before concluding a product failure, checklist your channel. You must constantly test varied channels and targeting options by acting, assessing, and adjusting. Your product might not suck, but your channel and your audience targeting do. 2. Checklist your reach. The other failing of nothingness is a lack of reach. You might have selected the right channel and the right targeting, but you haven't reached enough of them. If your ad had only 100 impressions or 32 clicks, you're drawing conclusions from an inadequate sample size. No matter what the industry, conversions need large samples. I don't care what the product is. 0 response from 32 clicks isn't unusual, no matter what the offer. Just because you burned through $100 at Amazon and nothing happened, it doesn't mean failure. You might have failed reach. Check the sample size and ensure it's large enough to warrant conclusions about its data. I'd recommend at least 10,000 impressions and/or 1,000 clicks. 3. Checklist your message. Probably the most common false flag is your message. Your offer is weak, your copy sucks, your call to action doesn't exist, your design and UI look like they were done with GoDaddy's web tool. Remember the cancer corollary. The greatest product in the world goes unsold if you cannot persuade the market mind of its value. Kickstarter is a fantastic avenue for hard proof, but the fact is, many great products die there because of flawed offers and poor presentations. In the end, you could hit the right medium and saturate the right reach, but a poorly constructed offer will kill success. I'd estimate that most launch failures are from failed offers, not from failed products. Put these 3 multivariate unknowns together, the wrong medium, the wrong reach, and the wrong offer, and do you see why failure is often interpreted when seeking hard proof? The entire evaluative process of channel, reach, and message is likened to striking a piñata. Too many entrepreneurs poke and prod the piñata, only forcing a sway, giving up none of its goodness. To bust it open and get the bounty inside, you have to hit it hard and multiple times. Only act, assess, and adjust, followed by these 3 checkpoints, can flag a failure worthy of, okay, this didn't work. Next idea. The market mind, yes. Victory. Pushing Proof's 3rd outcome is the desired, a sale. Congratulations. Light a cigar and toast the champagne. You've just proven the viability and value of your offer. Someone wants your product and is paying for it. You've just accomplished more than most entrepreneurs ever dream of. Once the celebration is over, get dirty, and again, act, assess, and adjust. Is your marketing message as effective as it can be? Based on the sales, what is your customer acquisition cost, and how does it relate to your cost structure? Did it cost you $50 in advertising to generate $25 in profit? Assuming a positive margin, your first sale segues into the next phase of kinetic execution, a productocracy. Productocracy. Use, engagement, and discipleship. A sale proves you have effectively communicated perceived value. Your marketing works. However, have you delivered actual value? Only your customer knows. This unknown establishes the contrast between a productocracy and a bro marketing scheme. Some years ago, I befriended a respected entrepreneur I met on an exotic car forum. We shared a love for Lamborghinis. As I got to know this guy, I discovered that his business model was based entirely upon marketing and planned user forgetfulness. He was a value cheater who dealt in perceived value, not actual value. His products merely surrogated the scheme. Ultimately, I learned that he was a slimeball who deployed all the effective persuasion tools: powerful copy, fake testimonials, insinuated celebrity endorsements, and anything else that persuaded the customer to buy. After buying, the customer didn't know that their purchase included a continuity enrollment, of course nicely disclosed in a large block of text that no one reads. If you're not familiar with continuity programs, that's when your credit card is automatically dinged every month for product refills or membership renewals. And yes, they're gold mines for entrepreneurs. But like anything pertaining to gold, they can be abused.
Protector of
Most
all.
people don't pay attention to their credit card statements, and when the client discovers the charges, and that the product sucks, several beefy monthly payments have already occurred. Worse, his refund and cancellation policy was like trying to navigate the IRS tax code. Let me be clear. If you have an entire department dedicated to chargebacks, you have a product problem, and probably a sleeping problem as well. Yet, based upon his fleet of exotic cars, my guess is that he was making a fortune, but certainly wouldn't win any awards for ethics. Within the customer lifecycle, the productocracy stage covers use, engagement, and discipleship. Your objective in the productocracy stage is to confirm gravitons, investigating if actual value is delivered, worthy of discipleship, over perceived value, worthy of nothing. If your customers aren't loving your product, the objective becomes to skew value until they do, establishing a productocracy. You can only do this by listening, observing, and engaging your customers. Are they complaining or not using your product as intended? Are they reordering, or is it one and done? Do they comment on your email blasts? Are they recommending your products on social media? The answers to these questions determine your potential product power in terms of transforming customers into loyal disciples. Once again, act, assess, adjust comes into play. When I owned my internet company, I made a mandated effort to re-engineer the entire site every 18 months. Why? I was proactively adding value to my service by adopting features uncovered by pattern echoes. Quite possibly the most famous pattern echo comes from Instagram's meteoric growth. When Instagram was first started, back then it was called Bourbon, founder Kevin Systrom and his programmer Mike Krieger noticed that no one was really using the check-in feature while everyone was engaging the photo sharing feature. They acted, assessed, and adjusted, and bam, Bourbon was dumped and simplified, and Instagram was born. Anytime you prod the market mind, rise to full attention and see what's bouncing back to you. These three gravitons could be a sign of a productocracy. 1. Reorders or renewals. Both say, yes, you've delivered on your promise. 2. Private emails. Written accolades or testimonials signify success. 3. Public reviews or praises from strangers. A positive blurb, blogs, social media from strangers hints of a productocracy. How I found $1 million hiding in my forum. I launched my entrepreneur forum in the summer of 2007. As mentioned earlier, I started it because another forum I frequented was littered with schemers, self-promoters, and spammers. In need language, I was tired of the BS. My intent was not to make money. I was driven by the need, as community building is incredibly difficult, but to provide a refuge for legitimate entrepreneurs. Over the next few years, the forum grew to where it became beneficial to monetize the traffic with advertising. Most users didn't care, but others did. One publicly posted a thread and complained about the ads. A few others followed, voicing the same opinion. However, embedded in their complaints was an opportunity. The complainants said that they'd be happy to pay for an ad-free forum. I thought the suggestion was ridiculous. Why? My personal bias interjected. It scoffed, I'd never paid to view a forum ad-free, so why bother? Despite my sentiment, I listened to my users and offered an ad-free version of the forum for a mere $7.99 a month. I spent about 1 hour implementing the plan and named the ad-free option Fast Lane Insiders. On top of ad-free viewing, I also added several other benefits, including what many saw as most important: privacy and less dreampreneur noise. This one decision, merely acting, assessing, and adjusting to users, helped me find a fortune hiding underneath my forum pages. Over the life of my ownership, this simple decision should net out to over $1 million. Additionally, the business move also increases the valuation of my property should I sell it. Pummel pinatas, don't poke. Watch how the beast sways as it reveals important clues into how your next swing should strike.
Your decree.
Propagation, penetrate, and scale. The final P of kinetic execution is the money stage, propagation. This is where millionaires and billionaires are created. It's wild growth, scale, and exposing your productocracy to the masses. The productocracy confirmation validates a self-replicating product, like fire, and propagation becomes an accelerant. A lacking productocracy distorts this relationship, where you're not dealing with fire, but the short-lived spark of marketing and the churn of dissatisfied customers. If marketing stops, how long can your business survive? Or will it grow? Only a productocracy can precede propagation. If it doesn't and cannot be acted, assessed, and adjusted into a productocracy, I discontinue. I'm not interested in being a push marketer who sells substandard products. For example, it took me nearly 6 months to determine if my first book was a productocracy. At first, many forum regulars mentioned they enjoyed the book. Some said it was the best thing they ever read, but I never considered them an impartial audience. It was only when strangers started recommending the book, tweets, Facebook shares, emails, that I realized, wow, this book is worthy of propagation. Once disciples start evangelizing for your products, it forces an expansion loop, which in turn forces growth, expands margins, and fudges mathematics. Recommendations, shares, and word of mouth fires the growth engine. Marketing becomes not a necessity, but an option. While I'm not suggesting a zero marketing strategy, a productocracy survives one. Regardless of industry, propagating a productocracy is accomplished by reach expansion, channel expansion, and/or network expansion. Reach expansion. Once I discovered TMF was a productocracy, I went on a podcast tour for several years. My objective was reach expansion to expand product awareness. This can involve paid marketing and promotion as well as social media initiatives. If 50 advertising dollars generate net $50 in return, it pays to increase the ad spend. A net return on ad spend is a license to print money. And because you've proven a productocracy, your profit potential shifts from a linear to an exponential construct. Another popular avenue of reach expansion is content marketing, where you provide valuable content for your target audience free of charge. Writing contributor or guest articles on Medium, Entrepreneur, Quora, or any crowded venue delivers awareness in lieu of value. When people garner value from your contribution, they're more likely to hop on board and eventually become your customer. With a productocracy, your product is a selling machine. I once was roped into jury duty and knew the juror waiting room had a library. I slipped my book onto the shelves. I also offer books at cost for any insider who wants to resell them, give them away, or use them for educational purposes. Similarly, I also give away a ton of free books. For years, I've been giving away free copies to military personnel, ex-cons, the recently unemployed, and single moms. I sell more books than the prior year because I know that with each book unleashed into the wild, my expansion loop accelerates. Channel expansion. For product-based businesses, channel expansion involves adding locations where your product is sold. If you're selling a home improvement product, like Sal of the paintbrush cover, channel expansion is getting your product into Home Depot, Ace Hardware, and every hardware store on the planet. Every channel added accentuates your potential for scale and time, assuming the channel represents your target audience and maintains brand integrity. For instance, if you've created a designer brand of purses where the average price of your satchels is $2,000, you might not want to celebrate a Target invitation. Stick to channels that enhance your brand and hit your audience. A great example where channel expansion can backfire is the Michael Kors Company. Originally considered a high-end brand, overexposure and brand dilution has hurt the company. Sold in over 3,700 department and specialty stores worldwide, many consumers now perceive the brand as too ubiquitous. If you see a Michael Kors bag every time you walk down the street, how special will you feel paying a premium price to own one? What happened to Kors is the consequence of overcapitalism. Instead of protecting the brand and the original mission, Wall Street pushes the impossible, infinite growth to appease shareholders. In my world, channel expansion has done wonders for my bottom line, although I admit I've made costly mistakes. The Fastlane audiobook wasn't added to the Audible channel until 2015. That mistake cost me roughly over 6 figures in lost sales. Likewise, Lightning Source is another channel I added, which serves markets outside the United States. Again, I didn't add this channel until 3 years after release. After adding it, sales poured in. Yeah, another 6-figure mistake by acting 3 years too late. As long as channel expansion hits your audience, maintains your brand, and fits into your cost structure, add, and add. Expansion of network. In 2014, I noticed a fellow author was tweet recommending my book. His name was Hal Elrod, who authored the book The Miracle Morning. In gratitude, I thought it would be nice to read his book, especially since mornings and I mix like water and the Wicked Witch. The book changed my life because it reframed my hellish perception of the morning. As a result, I recommend it often. While I can't put numbers on it, I'm sure my recommendation added thousands of dollars in sales for Hal. Likewise, his constant recommendation of TMF to his group of influence has done the same for me. This relationship, one of many, is the final means of propagation, which is network expansion. Network expansion involves networking and partnering with others, business development, affiliate marketing, and win-win joint ventures. While some might call this, I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine, I don't. Network expansion is finding partners who share a similar purpose and synergizing your effort. It is not about compromised principles or being disingenuous for the sake of making money. Had I not enjoyed Hal's book, I would have felt no obligation to recommend it. Without the productocracy, there is no backscratching. I bring this up because in the book industry, it's common for authors to paste glowing reviews on their book covers from thought leaders who actually never read the book. Yes, those rave reviews from best-selling authors urging, "This is a must-read," for other best-selling authors are contrived. That's right, they're fibbing for the sake of network expansion. For someone not selling a book, network expansion consists of joint ventures, affiliate relationships, and business development. For my friend who owns a box rental company, network expansion is partnering with corporate relocation firms and real estate agents. When I owned my internet company, reach expansion constituted approximately 60% of my revenue, while network expansion constituted about 40%. I had affiliate partnerships with hundreds of websites in the wedding, travel, and nightlife industry. They offered my service, and whenever one of their users used it, I paid them a juicy commission. Some of my best affiliates made thousands of dollars. They got an additional revenue stream, and I received a fixed customer acquisition cost. It's not what you know, but who is partly true but misleading. Having better what's, knowledge and experience, can open the door to better who's. So how do you expand your network if it can grow your business? The same way you would if you approached a mentor. Focus on value and what you can offer your potential partner. Take, for instance, this email I received. Its opening was this. Hey MJ, I'd like to promote your book to 100,000 subscribers to my YouTube channel. This is what I'd like to do. Think that opening would strike my interest and initiate a new network contact? How about this opening? MJ, I'd like to interview you for my new success podcast I'm launching next month. I don't have listeners yet, but I plan on interviewing many successful people, and it should be cool. What time works for you? Not sure if you can see the difference, but email A opens with a give mentality, while email B opens with a take mentality. In fact, I guess that 9 out of 10 emails I receive regarding mentorship open with a take and ignore the give. Hey MJ, do you do any mentoring? I enjoyed your book, and I'd really like to get rich one day. I really can't stand my job, and my boss is a total ass. My girlfriend doesn't believe in me, probably because I don't have any skills or money. But I'm willing to learn if you could just show me what to do. I love Lambos too. I, me. No one cares. Well, I do, but I don't. I get it. All of us are selfish. Unfortunately, your selfishness keeps you from success. If your opening email contains more than 2 I's and me's, there's no chance. This simple concept of pushing aside selfishness and giving first while taking later is why networks don't expand, let alone why value vouchers remain elusive. Funding propagation. In 2007, after I sold my company for the second time, the new owners moved headquarters from Phoenix, Arizona to a hot tech district in San Francisco. I'm sure the rent increased by $30,000 per month, not to mention the cost of labor and everything else from coffee to cubicles. Since I knew the inner workings of my old company, I never understood this reasoning, other than wanting to look the part of a technology company. I know Phoenix is not devoid of office space and talented people who know code. Anyhow, it felt like deja vu. You see, the first time I sold the company nearly 6 years earlier, the exact same thing happened. A fast move to San Francisco, increased costs, and an increased visibility on things that don't seem to matter. I know foosball tables and free Pringles in the lunchroom are good for employee morale, but you know what isn't good for employee morale? Layoffs, pink slips, and bankruptcy. Sadly, years later, despite a different economy, a different team, and a different vision, the outcome would be the same. Bankruptcy. My point, hopefully, is clear. Cash is king when it comes to propagation. Every dollar should go toward that effort. If it cannot grow the bottom line, it shouldn't be done. There's a difference between a $4,000 a month Class B commercial lease in Phoenix and a $50,000 a month Class A space in the San Francisco Financial District. Auxiliary expenditures, such as marble floors, custom-branded mouse pads, and that cool neon light of your logo, can wait. Preservation of cash and its ultimate redirection into growth is the only thing that matters. When cash is tight, traffic and users demand more resources. Every dime of revenue and profits should be reinvested into the company to fund whatever growth challenges await. Your role as CEO is not to fly from New York to Los Angeles in business class. It is not a mahogany desk, but an IKEA desk that screams dorm dweller. It is not a salary increase with every incremental increase in revenue.
Lord of the Phoenix Court.
There will be a time and a place to reap rewards, but propagation isn't it. And lastly, my advice for growing companies is to reject funding unless necessary. Why? Because funding typically shifts stakeholder priority from the customer to the investors. If you can finance growth while maintaining 100% control over your business, do it. Another option is a different type of crowdfunding, equity crowdfunding. Whereas reward/donation-based crowdfunding rewards contributors with products or rewards, equity crowdfunding sells a piece of your company. Websites like CircleUp, Crowdfunder, and Fundable give you the opportunity to actually secure equity financing, convertible notes, and other financing options for your expansion. However, be warned, these services are best deployed after concept proof and sales are growing. Equity crowdfunding is like an online Shark Tank. You don't walk through the doors with 0 sales, an idea, and a dream. Chapter 41. Make execution matter. 13 best practices. Great marketing only makes a bad product fail faster. David Ogilvy, businessman. Number 1. Expect difficulty and deviation. 2 expectations outline kinetic execution, difficulty and deviation. Once they're expected, you won't be shell-shocked when they happen, and then quitting isn't an option. The first is difficulty, the theme throughout this book. Starting a business isn't a waffle cone and a stroll on the boardwalk. Value vouchers aren't awarded for solving easy problems. Expect a challenge, whereas failures are merely market echoes, a false flag needing reassessment for what it is. In truth, there is only one unscripted failure: giving up on your dreams and regressing to scripted mediocrity. Everything is an echo and an opportunity to act, assess, and adjust. As I say, failure is the sweat of success. When you refuse to sweat, you can't expect guns of steel and washboard abs. The truth is, my past failures weren't real failures, but failures at acting, assessing, and adjusting. I failed channel, reach, and messaging. I nudged piñatas. I didn't break them. Second, expect your initial business purpose to deviate. Once you learn acting, assessing, and adjusting, your original business intent will veer. When I started my internet company, my vision wasn't lead generation, but I ended there. Had I continued to own the company, lead generation would have morphed into online reservations and ride-sharing. Market echoes steer the ship. Likewise, Amazon started solely in the book space. When PayPal first launched, its original intention was payment processing for eBay top sellers. eBay itself? Pierre Omidyar started it on a whim as a collectible auction site after he sold his laser pointer for an unexpected profit. In reality, he was looking to start Etsy 9 years early, but instead, eBay became the internet's top destination for auctions. The point is, you may want to drive to Los Angeles, but the market may take you to San Francisco. Number 2. Be faithfully monogamous. Faithful monogamy is a characteristic storyboarding the launchpad for many top entrepreneurs, from Richard Branson to John Paul DeJoria to David Geffen. The world's most renowned entrepreneurs become renowned because of monogamy. They commit to one business and one business only. Then after striking it big, polygamy is often the result. Diffusion into multiple ventures where passions are explored and capital allocated. Don't be fooled by these high-profile entrepreneurs who have 20 projects going on. You haven't sold a company for millions, and you aren't Robert Herjavec. Monogamy solidifies a great marriage. If your time and emotional support are being shared with 6 other partners, can you expect a good marriage? Will this type of relationship thrive, survive, or die? Whenever I hear a young entrepreneur say, "I have 6 businesses," it's both sad and amusing. This is code for, "I have 6 businesses that suck." A productocracy is a money printing press. Side businesses are either distractions or impotent business opportunities. Tethering yourself to multiple businesses is like trying to become a world-class violinist with one hand tied behind your back. Monogamy must precede polygamy. You have one business or none. You can be a world-class anything, but it requires an unrelenting focus. Whatever your thing, you have to eat, sleep, and shit it. Execution is tough enough. Divert your focus and you'll get killed by the entrepreneur who isn't diverted. Work 4 hours a week and the entrepreneur working 10 hours a day will shellac your biz behind the woodshed. You can't dismiss working hard by saying you'll work smarter. The unscripted do both. Number 3. Balance is bullshit. Good father? Fuck you. Go home and play with your kids. This classic line from the movie Glengarry Glen Ross is a statement about balance, and it must be said. Beware of bloggers and self-help nobodies preaching balance. It's no coincidence that preachers of such baloney are relative unknowns. The key to happiness is a balanced life. 7 tips for a balanced and stress-free life. Blah, blah, blah. Think balance is how Michael Phelps won 23 Olympic gold medals? Is balance how Michael Jordan won 6 NBA championships and 4 MVPs? Does that photo of Elon Musk give you fuzzy feelings of balance? The fact is, balance is another scripted trap. Think about balance in terms of a plank and a fulcrum, like a teeter-totter. How do you get the plank to balance? Why, you put it in the middle. Middle equals average and ordinary. You see, balance is bullshit, unless you aspire for middle-of-the-road results. Today's top leaders lead anything but balanced lives. Once again, like many unscripted tenets, the escape from conventional living is paved by doing the opposite of what conventional wisdom preaches. Great results come from great imbalances. The incredible life I live today is not because of balance, it's because I meandered into the world of the obsessed. Periodic huge life imbalances often precede success. When I owned my web company, there were many instances of 12-hour days, 30 days straight. And yes, some of my relationships suffered. When I wrote my first book, I checked myself into a beach condo and wrote for 30 days straight. Eat, write, sleep, lift. Balance was nowhere to be found. Scott DeLong, founder of the content aggregator Viral Nova, which he later sold in a deal potentially valued at $100 million in cash and stock, echoes the importance of temporary imbalance on his personal blog. He wrote, I spent 5 years completely obsessed with business. I sacrificed my social life and nearly lost the ability to even know how to have fun. It did, however, pay off, and now I'm getting back to enjoying life with a lot more freedom and a lot more money. Like anything difficult, it's worth it in the end. So obsess over your venture. If you find yourself thinking about it around the clock, it's almost impossible to fail because you clearly wanted bad enough to do anything to get it. And NBA championships and 4 MVPs? Does that photo of Elon Musk give you fuzzy feelings of balance? The fact is, balance is another scripted trap. Think about balance in terms of a plank and a fulcrum, like a teeter-totter. How do you get the plank to balance? Why, you put it in the middle. Middle equals average and ordinary. You see, balance is bullshit, unless you aspire for middle-of-the-road results. Today's top leaders lead anything but balanced lives. Once again, like many unscripted tenets, the escape from conventional living is paved by doing the opposite of what conventional wisdom preaches. Great results come from great imbalances. The incredible life I live today is not because of balance, it's because I meandered into the world of the obsessed. Periodic huge life imbalances often precede success. When I owned my web company, there were many instances of 12-hour days, 30 days straight. And yes, some of my relationships suffered. When I wrote my first book, I checked myself into a beach condo and wrote for 30 days straight. Eat, write, sleep, lift. Balance was nowhere to be found. Scott DeLong, founder of the content aggregator Viral Nova, which he later sold in a deal potentially valued at $100 million in cash and stock, echoes the importance of temporary imbalance on his personal blog. He wrote, I spent 5 years completely obsessed with business. I sacrificed my social life and nearly lost the ability to even know how to have fun. It did, however, pay off, and now I'm getting back to enjoying life with a lot more freedom and a lot more money. Like anything difficult, it's worth it in the end. So obsess over your venture. If you find yourself thinking about it around the clock, it's almost impossible to fail because you clearly wanted bad enough to do anything to get it. And that's what it's all about. Like Mr. DeLong, today I lead an incredibly balanced life. Compliments of imbalance. The great irony of long-term balance is short-term imbalances win it. If I want to launch another multi-million-dollar company, I implicitly know balance will be forsaken. Decide what's more important to you, permanent balanced mediocrity or temporary unbalanced exceptionalism. Number 4, environment is everything. I have 3 different gym memberships. Spattered about the Phoenix area, the closest one is minutes away, but I rarely go. Instead, I drive 30 minutes to the farthest gym, Lifetime Fitness. Why? Environment is everything. In my hometown of Fountain Hills, Arizona, the median age is 92. As you can imagine, the local gym is not a hotspot for hot bodies. Not only am I the youngest, I am the fittest. And since I'm not exactly GQ material, I'm not bragging about it. Anyhow, this geriatric environment is detrimental to my workout. When everyone around me is in worse shape than I, it isn't particularly motivating. In truth, I find it depressing. No, I'm not better than anyone there. I hope 30 years from now I'm still working out. It's just I don't need a reminder that one day this will be me, rolling into the gym with socks and sandals and a pair of sweats pulled so high you'd think I was wearing a unitard. On the flip side, my workouts at Lifetime are incredibly fulfilling and sweaty. Why? Everyone around me is in better shape than I. Bodybuilders, fitness models, the place is like a beauty pageant jointly sponsored by Lululemon and Under Armour. This environment motivates me to work harder. This same concept applies to your work environment.
God, bro.
I truly feel my life did not begin until I escaped dreary Chicago and moved to sunny Phoenix. I needed the environmental shift to succeed. Without it, this book wouldn't exist, and to be honest, I'd probably be strung out on Prozac due to a vitamin D deficiency. My point? Find the environment that gives you your best workout, not just with fitness, but with life. Find that city, country, church, coffee shop, or band of new friends that supports and inspires you. If scripted peers are holding you back and trolling your dreams, find new peers. Ditch them, or at best, keep them a few zip codes away. An optimum environment isn't one that nags and naysays. You know your optimum environment. If pizza and a Planet Fitness filled with undedicated part-timers gives you a better workout, go. You are free to choose. Not choosing makes you a victim to circumstance.
Oh my God, dude.
Number 5. Gatekeepers are dying. Don't ask for permission. 5-time Grammy Award winner Hillary Scott of Lady Antebellum auditioned for American Idol, not once, but twice, and never made it past the preliminary rounds. As she told Entertainment Tonight, I literally performed for the production assistants and the interns, and I just didn't make it. Thankfully, she didn't let a few greenhorns roadblock her success. Instead of choking on a gatekeeper's verdict, she persevered and became part of one of country music's hottest bands. A music productocracy did the rest. We live in an amazing time. The ivory towers, which once courted the esteemed grantors of permission, are crumbling. If you have the talent and the desire, approval is no longer needed, permission not required. The keys to the Dream Palace await in open pastures: YouTube, Instagram, Amazon, and any other medium with an audience. Years ago, publishing a book meant begging a publisher or literary agent with a cute cover letter and a manuscript. You sent dozens, perhaps hundreds of these cute little hope packages. And then you waited weeks, seasons, years, hoping and praying that someone somewhere would take a few hours to read your dream and give you permission to live it. And if someone did respond, hope you're ready to sell your dream cheap. You'll pack the negotiating power of a fire ant underneath a 7-year-old's shoe. But not today. If you have the initiative and determination to throw yourself overboard into the market mind, you can bypass the gatekeepers. Let the market decide if you're worthy. If you're practiced and talented, you can't be ignored. Gatekeepers can't suppress talent like a cork in a bottle, but talent pressurizes in the market mind, eventually bursting. Perhaps my favorite story of market minds exposing talent is the once homeless drug abuser Arnel Pineda. If you haven't heard of Arnel, he is the lead singer of the legendary rock band Journey. After the original lead singer departed the band, a replacement was sought. After seeing Arnel's YouTube videos singing Journey tributes, band member Neil Sean contacted Pineda for an audition with the real band. After a long flight and a few days of auditions, Pineda was named the new lead singer. Since, he's gone on world tours, including a Super Bowl performance, and even had a documentary produced, chronicling the tale. Ever heard of Ted Williams? He was another homeless man whose dazzling voice was discovered on YouTube. How about Justin Bieber? I'm not a fan of his music, but I am of his story. Discovered on YouTube after singing Usher tributes, he's gone on to become fabulously rich, as well as fabulously annoying. Lindsey Sterling tried out for America's Got Talent and was told by Piers Morgan, "You're not good enough," to get away with flying through the air and trying to play the violin at the same time. Sharon Osbourne piled on, "What you're doing is not enough to fill a theater in Vegas." LOL. Sterling went on to sell and make millions by simply hearing the market mind, and not the gatekeepers. My story also gives the gatekeeper the bird. Had I waited for an agent or a publisher to give me permission to publish my book, it would have never made it to market. I didn't let a stranger perched in a Manhattan skyscraper stop me. You see, fear, not gatekeepers, is the only thing that conceals talent. If you sing, sing to the market mind and see if it swoons. If you tell jokes and see if the market mind laughs. To steal Nike's slogan, just do it. Number 6, build a brand likened to a personality. Productocracies go hand in hand with a powerful brand image. Behind every disciple, a clear brand identity reinforces loyalty. If you want a business that grows and sticks, brand strategy needs to be a primary consideration. Branding, however, is a tricky business. So tricky that people make careers of it. For amateurs, branding means a slick logo, a pithy slogan, and some gold-foiled stationery. For experts, branding is more, it is the art of personifying a business with human qualities and characteristics so that it reflects or affirms your own customer's identity. Think about that for a moment. A well-executed brand identity affirms your customer's identity and, as a result, becomes a core decision metric in the buy decision. Consider the brand Harley-Davidson. How would you describe their core group of customers? Risk takers or conservative, play-it-safe types? If you live YOLO and carefree, would buying a Harley enhance your identity or damage it? How about Nike? As a highly recruited athlete, would spending a fortune on Nike clothing affirm your identity or weaken it? How about the person aspiring to get fit? The Nike brand becomes an extension of identity, either existing or desired. The strongest brands link into the identities of their target customer. Think about how these brands weave into identity. Louis Vuitton, Apple, Wrangler, Ferrari, Volvo. In fact, an interesting story of brand and identity happened in my life recently. A few years ago, I sold my Lamborghini because it no longer matched my identity. At first, the Lambo brand resonated with my unscripted fast lane identity. There's nothing like driving a car that 99% of the population can't drive. It's different, radical, and skewers mediocrity. Unfortunately, it also boldly screams for attention. For me, grabbing unwanted attention and being off the radar outweighed my desire to be noticed with 550 horsepower. The brand identity of Lamborghini didn't change. Mine did.
Guide my bow.
Number 7, consistency builds brands. Thank you for holding. Your call is important to us. Really? I doubt it. If my call was really important, I wouldn't be twiddling my thumbs for the last 17 minutes while listening to funeral music. My guess is 9 of 10 brands are brand fakers. Brand fakery is words over actions. You say one thing, customer satisfaction is our top priority, and yet your corporate actions reflect the opposite. Customer disservice is the leading culprit of brand fakery. Remember the cute Microsoft paperclip help character which appeared in its programs? It would interrupt your book report and say, "What can I help you with?" Besides annoying the hell out of you, the paperclip further irritated you by being absolutely worthless. Ask it a question, and its answer was some link to the Microsoft website, which was another jargon-filled heap of so-called help. The Microsoft paperclip is indicative of how most companies feign customer service. Smoke and mirrors is the service du jour. Ever notice how most websites fail to post a phone number, and those that do bury it in some hard-to-find back page? Customer disservice. And ever notice how difficult it is to talk to a human being about something, and only after you've pressed 1 star 22211 and 0? Customer disservice. The point is, brands aren't created by website words or walled mission statements. A brand is earned. It is a reputation arising from consistent action, much like an individual earns a reputation. You can repeat the same shit over and over again, but if you and your employees aren't doing it in the public eye, it's a brand fake. If your actions are consistently inconsistent and bordering on the devilish, no saintly statement engraved on a plaque changes the reputation. Brand building starts with identifying how you want your company to be perceived. If it was a person, who would be its friend? What does it stand for, and how will it conduct itself to reflect that persona? Don't confuse a brand with your USP, or unique selling proposition. Being the cheapest or the service with the most features isn't a brand. A USP is a part of the brand build like ties are to suits. But underneath the image, there must be something more. Your customer must feel you are different. After you identify your brand persona, identify the specific initiatives that would make it happen. Is it a no time limit, no questions asked, money-back guarantee? Is it the ability to talk to a human being without having to press a gazillion buttons? Is it eco-friendly, with a portion of profits going to a non-profit environmental organization? Consistency of brand action must always be congruent with operations, from you to your employees. If you want to be known as the witty company, but your company blog posts wouldn't inspire a match in a pail of newspapers, you fail the brand game and hinder the productocracy. Number 8. Sell or be sold. Execution is the act, assess, adjust trio, but it also has another three-headed pilot: selling, marketing, and communication. If your idea empty while saddled to the couch, here's what you can do in the meantime. Learn how to sell. Selling and all of its cousins, marketing, copywriting, negotiation, are the most important skills, no matter what your business is. These skills can be banked for life. Remember the cancer corollary? Having the best product in the world is worthless if you can't initiate sales. If you can't persuade the market mind to buy in your seed stage, the productocracy's grassroots never happen. The urgency of selling is everywhere. At every point in the execution process, there are potential stakeholders to be sold. Investors, employees, suppliers, partners, regulators, advertisers, and most of all, angry spouses who need convincing your late hours are worth the effort. Here are some selling strategies to get your productocracy moving. Tell a story. If you want to sell more of anything, give your product or company a story. People love stories because it's how we make sense of our world. Linking a story to your company or product gives the customer a chance to become part of the narrative. When the story resonates with your customer's identity, it strengthens your brand. Remember the story about Arnel Pineda, Journey's lead singer? I was a casual fan. However, once I learned the captivating story behind Arnel, I went from casual to engaged. I searched for tickets and started buying songs. That's stories' power. Stories and their powerful effect on buying psychology has been proven. SignificantObjects.com is one such experiment that demonstrates how narrative can impact the perceived value of any object. At Significant Objects, common thrift store items were purchased cheaply and then resold on eBay, except with one difference. A powerful story was linked to the objects. As a result, items purchased at an average of $1.25 resold for many times more, nearly $8,000 in total. A $1 jar of marbles, storied and sold for $50. A $1 wooden apple core, storied and sold for over $100. And dozens more. Another benefit of the story is it frames your brand. Take, for example, Stir Flavor Enhancers, StirDrinks.com, which are natural water sweeteners. I originally found this company while addressing my pain point. I sweeten San Pellegrino mineral water, but avoid doing it unnaturally. I've been reluctantly using Skinny Girl brand, which is an obvious brand mismatch. I'm not skinny or a girl. Skinny Girl was the only flavor enhancer that didn't use artificial sweeteners and colors. In search of something stevia sweetened and without artificial colors, I found Stir in my local supermarket. On the tiny bottle was a short story behind the brand. On their website, the story goes long form. Stir was born while my wife was pregnant with our twin girls. The doctor had recommended she drink 8 to 10 glasses of water a day, but like most Americans, she wasn't drinking even half of that, and she was getting dehydrated. So to help her, I started looking for healthy ways to flavor her water. I went to the store and searched the drink mixes, but found that they were all made with artificial chemicals that we didn't feel comfortable putting in my wife's body. Finally, we started making them ourselves, using real fruit and stevia extracts. It took us over a year and hundreds of different combinations to land upon a blend that tasted better than most bottled sugary drinks. Using this story further, their website continues the brand strategy by apportioning sales to a nonprofit organization dedicated to water resources. Anyhow, notice how businesses are founded based upon real needs, not what's convenient, easy, or loved. The founder then explains how his friends reacted to his venture. When I first told my family and close friends about Stir, they told me I was crazy to launch a product in this category, competing with established multi-billion-dollar companies. This powerful statement tells a potential Stir customer that their purchase helps a man with a family, not a faceless giga corporation. Who would you rather do business with? Tell your audience why you're in business. Be fiduciary about it. When they make the connection, they will choose you over the big bully on the block. Humanize your corporation. A big part of attaching a narrative to your company or product is that it humanizes it. Humanization is another double-pronged strategy that helps reinforce your brand and sweeten buyers to top of mind. The fact is, people want to do business with relatable people they like, not mammoth corporations hidden behind a bureaucratic wall. The easy way to humanize your business is to put a face to it. My first book's author page has multiple photos of me from grade school to 40 plus. I've done this because studies have shown that the About Us page, or in my case, the author page, is one of the most visited pages on all websites. Make that page mean something, other than just a bunch of bullshit buzz phrases like, we synergistically enable visionary collaborations and idea sharing among multiple native environments. Instead of sounding like an automaton stuck on a douche loop, say something meaningful, funny, show your personality, and yes, post some photos. If you have a team, post photos of them looking like humans, at their desk, playing with their dog, anything not resembling a statue in a stiff suit. Another humanization strategy is to engage your audience on social media. I don't hang out on Twitter very often, but when I do, I take time to respond to fans tweeting about my book. If they took 5 seconds to contact me, I can give 5 back. Likewise, whenever someone emails, I try to respond, despite the volume which has made it impossible. When readers hear back, they're shocked that I responded, and not a hired VA from the Philippines. Such simple gestures can move the brand meter and further enforce discipleship. And finally, if you have employees, encourage them to flower their personality as opposed to gagging it. For example, Southwest airline flight attendants are very creative in their precautionary pre-flight presentation. Instead of hearing the same rabble the umpteenth time, travelers have heard it sung, rapped, and humorized. Instead of a corporate hammer banning such witticisms, they allow it, ultimately humanizing a large corporation. Rare indeed. Appeal to self-interest, meaning, and purpose. The ultimate consumer doctrine of selfishness is, what's in it for me? The quicker and cleaner your customer learns what's in it for them, the quicker the sale. Forget features, doodads, and sparkly accoutrements. Sell benefits. If you skewed multiple value attributes in the value array, translate those attributes into direct benefits. Tell your potential buyer exactly what you can do for them. Your campaign focus should always drill down into one core benefit. Don't let your customer draw their own conclusions. It is surprising and sad that many entrepreneurs fail to do this. For example, my friend who owns a moving crate company isn't effectively appealing to self-interest nor communicating benefits. He leaves the customer to do the work. His homepage's garish headline says, Studio Package. This is a service level within his business. Yeah, that's his headline. A zero appeal, zero benefit non-starter. A more effective headline centers on self-interest and benefit. Something like, crush your moving frustrations. Simplify and speed your move with our eco-friendly rentable moving crates. Is there any confusion why a customer should buy? You have seconds to appeal to self-interest, and it all happens with your headline. Make it large, bold, short, but long enough to convey the core benefit. For example, here's the headline I've used for years for Fastlane. Is there a millionaire entrepreneur in you? The headline clearly establishes fast that my book is about money and entrepreneurship. No guesswork is required, other than seating the customer with the question, which must be pondered. Another strategy is to appeal to your customer's meaning and purpose, or lack thereof. Much of industrialized humanity lacks a purpose other than paying bills and then dying. When a business model imbues social inclusion, it has an advantage over one that does not. Why? Because studies prove that social inclusion in humans is linked to meaning. When we feel a part of a group or a subculture, it gives meaning to our lives. This is why professional sports teams and their athletes are worshipped. Pro sports teams and their ravenous fans leverage a meaning appeal. It's why grown men feel perfectly comfortable wearing another man's name stamped on their jersey's backside. Lives that lack meaning are given it. The same concept applies to political parties, colleges, and even some of the most powerful corporations on Earth, such as Apple. If your product or service can inspirit meaning or purpose with your customer, you will do well. In truth, I'm hoping this book does something similar, tapping into your heartfelt desire for an unscripted meaning and purpose. Prioritize social proof. Try remembering the last 3 things you bought. For me, all of my purchases occurred not because of a slick sales pitch or an advertisement, but because of social proof. The best sales secret isn't about sales at all. It's peer testimonials and reviews. It's the good word from your friends, family, and neighbors who have purchased in the past. In a digital sharing economy, social proof is the primary method in the buyer's decision process, not advertising. Behind every exponential growth company is social proof's expansion loop, towing the productocracy. Unfortunately, social proof's ROI cannot be measured, whereas traditional marketing initiatives can. This measurability is why there are thousands of discussions and books about marketing, but very few on social proof. The only measurability social proof offers is a correlative benefit relating to acquisition cost. If it costs $100 in advertising to acquire a new customer, a social proof customer saves this expense and instead expands the margin and the expansion loop. These expansions expand the profit. For the productocracy, social proof is everything. Every day I hear positive comments about my first book in every format. When I first received these years ago, I always replied with appreciation. However, I'd also PS a favor in my reply. I'd ask the reader if they could take a moment and review my book at their favorite website, which typically is Amazon. I never asked for a good review, just a review. Since the reader contacted me to say something positive, a good review is likely. Similarly, whenever a new user visits my forum, usually from a web search or entrepreneur forums, they see my book being discussed, quoted, or cited in virtually every thread. Most find the forum valuable, so they infer that the book will be valuable as well. On my forum, there's a thread titled, "I've read The Millionaire Fast Lane." Here, readers share their thoughts on the book. I do not solicit favorable comments. If a visitor dives into that thread, they'd disappear for 3 weeks. It is 125 pages long and 3,000 posts deep, and 99% of the posts are favorable. If the potential reader views this thread, they likely become a buyer. How convincing are 3,000 unsolicited raves from readers? Or would some intrusive banner ad be more effective? If review shenanigans are suspected, a reader can do his own investigation elsewhere. Still, the result is nearly the same. For every armchair gasbag that hates TMF, 10 others say it kicks ass. I've sold thousands because social proof is the driver, not advertising, shock blogging, or podcast interviews. So whenever you receive your first positive echoes, jump for joy. And then, save them. Use them in advertising, on your website, and in your promotional materials. If the raves come by private emails, ask permission to use them. If they're on public websites, link to them, cite them, and get them front and center so potential buyers read them and become actual buyers. If someone tweets positives about your wares, favorite it. Even more powerful, Twitter allows tweet embedding, where you can immortalize positive comments on your website. Dozens of such tweets are embedded at my website, and they sell for me 24/7. Number 9. Shelve your biases. Mark Twain once said, "What gets us into trouble is not what we don't know, it's what we know for sure that just ain't so." Seems like every website you hit nowadays has one of those intrusive pop-ups asking for your email address. Get your free report, free coupon, free secrets of the universe. After nearly 20 years of web surfing and probably 20,000 interrupting pop-ups, I can't recall ever giving my email address. They don't work on me, and I hate them. And yet, guess what? I use them. Despite my pop-up hatred, I use them at my websites because they work. You see, when it comes to execution, your personal biases do more damage than good. Years ago, when I did the research on list building, the evidence was clear. Interruptive pop-up lightboxes are more effective than any list building strategy. Evidence ran contrary to both my experience and my bias. And yet, despite this, I implemented the technique because financial security was more important than my righteousness. Remember my $1 million discovery that people were willing to pay for an ad-free forum? Here were my personal biases before acting, assessing, and adjusting the echo. I don't mind advertising. I would never pay money to view forum content free of advertising. I wouldn't pay money to be a part of a forum. Each one of these biases piled atop each other and said, "Why bother, MJ?" Had I allowed these biases to overrule my decision, I'd be poorer today. Here's another story, one I found SMH-worthy. Some years ago, a young lady sought the forum's advice. She was a successful 6-figure fitness consultant who wanted to break free from temporal prostitution. While she earned a pretty penny, she was overworked doing email consultations that fell outside the scope of her consultancy. She asked the group for suggestions for automating and scaling her expertise, while simultaneously reforming her clients' expectations as a fitness consultant and not as a therapist. Dozens of suggestions poured in, many good. Unfortunately for this young lady, her biases ruled her world, and she let them dictate her actions, or I should say, inactions. She flat out rejected every suggestion, preceded by an excuse why it wouldn't work. Here are some of the actual comments. That doesn't work with these women, as they will not post about those things. Women don't buy supplements as much as you think they do. Hiring an assistant will not work, as it will take too long to train someone to respond in a way I trust. If I offer a money-back guarantee, all my clients would demand a refund, even after they made progress. These were just a few biases revealed in the discussion. The thread went on for pages, where every suggestion was dismissed, countermanded, or excused away. Once I discovered this gal was unwilling to shelf her biases, I checked out. She was more interested in being right than rich. Look, business is hard enough. Don't make it any harder by letting your limited worldview corrupt the real world. Again, your perception is not the reality. Number 10. To hell with SEO, search engine optimization. A popular mimetic in web circles is this concept of SEO, or search engine optimization. SEO is a coding practice to foster highly ranked web pages in the search engines, namely Google. If you own a mortgage company in Denver, showing up on the first page of Google for Denver Mortgage is immensely valuable and profitable. Hordes of free traffic would flow your way. Profit margins expand and customer acquisition cost moves to zero. In a sense, it mimics a productocracy because customer lists grow without charge. So how can this be so bad to warrant a to hell with SEO? Here's why. Free traffic and expanded margins complements of SEO are entirely different from free traffic and expanded margins complements of a productocracy. While both produce profits, a productocracy can be managed and controlled. SEO cannot. Every year, Google changes their algorithm and imposes penalties for companies gaming the system. And every year, it happens. It exposes those who can't survive without it. Let me be clear. If your business can't survive unless your customer acquisition cost is zero complements of a great Google ranking, you don't have a business. If you insist on living by the SEO sword, you will die by it. Too often, entrepreneurs come blazing into my forum talking about this great idea, and when their primary strategy for customer acquisition is revealed, it's SEO. Yes, LOL worthy. Sorry, champ, but gaming the Google lottery is not a strategy. Yes, SEO should be a consideration within execution initiatives, but it is not an execution strategy. An olive accents the martini, it does not make it. Here's the great irony of SEO, which similarly responds like money. My forum receives millions of visitors a year and makes fistfuls of cash. A healthy portion of my site traffic comes from properly optimized pages, which rank well on the search engines. I know for a fact that my forum shows up #1 on many searches. SEO, right? Guess how much time and money I've spent on SEO? Zero, zilch, nada. Instead, I focused on creating great content, and Google has rewarded me with a good search ranking. This SEO relationship oddly parallels money. Once I focused on what attracts money and not money itself, the money flowed. Likewise, once you focus on what attracts good search engine results, valuable content, the good SEO results follow. SEO is a great temptress of easy money and free traffic, but don't be fooled. Quit screwing with the olive and mix a better martini. Number 11. Avoid fads or trends, unless you need experience. Is a leg warmer business a good business to start today? How about in 1982? The answer is no. It's a terrible business in both cases. Why? Because it's a fad, and fads fade. If the fad fades, so does your business. I bring this up because too many entrepreneurs waste their time in fad businesses that have questionable longevity. For instance, a popular ongoing fad, as I write this, is long lumberjack beards. As a result, we now have a glut of beard oil businesses. I think there are 2 guys on my forum who are pursuing this trend, not to mention the dozens of others saturating the market. Unfortunately, these businesses have expiration dates, likened to peeled fruit. All fashion trends die just like leg warmers, popped collars, and man buns. Don't waste your time in businesses that have the staying power of a sitting president with poor approval ratings. You cannot unscript by betting in a house of cards. Fad businesses might be poor ventures to pursue, but they can provide valuable business experience, especially for those who are just getting started. Number 12. Avoid politics in your business. In November 2016, Kellogg's, the multinational food company, announced it would no longer advertise on Breitbart.com, a large conservative website with over 45 million readers. Kellogg cited that the website and their readers are not aligned with our values as a company. As a result, Breitbart campaigned vigorously for a company boycott, and their readers responded in a furor. Subsequently, days later, over 400,000 signed on to the boycott. Hashtag Dump Kellogg's became a trending Twitter hashtag, and their Facebook page blew up with angry customers. Months later, they missed their earnings target. Unless your business is politics, never infect politics into your business as you risk alienating half your customers. Politics is the only thing that can threaten the cancer corollary. While I realize unscripted implies some political issues, I'm a gun-owning capitalist who doesn't want to poison the environment. It must be said, I didn't write unscripted to make a fortune. If making mortgage payments was my primary motive, I would have sanitized this book to be perfectly apolitical.
Hornet One watches me.
Number 13. Not everyone loves coffee. Be warned, you will be criticized. Not everyone will like your product. Some will even waste their time attacking you. The fact is, anytime you put your creative works out into the market mind, you are guaranteed to hear from haters, detractors, and people who don't like what you're doing. This is normal. The best you can do is assess, adjust, and act if their criticism is legit, or ignore. If you fear criticism or what people might say about your effort, quit now and update the resume. Chapter 42. The 4 unscripted disciplines. Design that ensure your future. Some people regard discipline as a chore. For me, it is a kind of order that sets me free to fly. Julie Andrews, actress. The Prestige, the unscripted magic. In Christopher Nolan's 2011 movie The Prestige, a magic trick has 3 parts. The pledge is the audience offer, a deck of cards or an empty box. The turn is where something extraordinary is done with the pledge. However, the prestige is the hardest. It's doing something extraordinary on top of the extraordinary while leaving the audience dumbfounded about how you did it. Unscripted magic is similar. Your business is the pledge. Your business's value given to the world is the turn. And the difficult prestige? It's managing the rewards of your business. It's doing the extraordinary when extraordinary happens. Give the average paycheck-to-paycheck American $1 million, and after 3 years, they'll be back where they started, broke. Some will only need 1 year. Ever wonder how lottery winners always lose their winnings? The missing element in the riches-to-rags tales is the prestige. Discipline. Making money is hard. Keeping it is harder. The unscripted preamble, the final union represented by the upmost triangle, 4D in the unscripted entrepreneurial framework, is discipline. The tricky trick of getting to the prestige and staying there. Discipline completes the unscripted penta-union, joining with belief, meaning, and an executed sense strategy. Once you accomplish a scaling productocracy, the 4 disciplines finalize the difference between lifelong unscription and fleeting success. They are 1. Comparative immunity. 2. Purposed saving. 3. Measured evaluation. 4. Consequential thought. Like the prestige, the 4 disciplines are silently invisible, but they are as important to unscripted as an offensive line is to a quarterback. Disregard any of them, and one day you might be living large, and the next, well, back to mowing lawns at the golf course. Chapter 43. Comparative immunity. Well-dressed slaves are still slaves.
Sky Scout.
Materialism is the only form of distraction from true bliss. Douglas Horton, clergyman. Screw the Joneses. In the 2010 remake of Wall Street, Money Never Sleeps, the young trader asks the wealthy tycoon how much money he needs. What number is enough? His response? More. This is a favorite scene of some people I know, and it saddens me. You see, there is no exact formula for happiness, but there is one for unhappiness. It's comparison. The drive for more when more isn't needed. The fact is, there's always someone better off than you. The scripted media does a fabulous job reminding us of our peasantry. A daily smattering of success stories mastheaded on the front page of websites, giving us the constant nag of anxiety and inadequacy. And yet, what you don't see is the other 95%. Those poor souls living in abject poverty where hunger is normal, not the absence of the latest gadget. Even if you're reading this crammed on an old lumpy mattress in a musty basement, there's someone in another country who's lying in a mud hut, struggling to find a dish of rice. Every day I could wake up and compare myself to someone else. Someone younger, better looking, wealthier, with a faster car, bigger house, this, that. But I don't. Instead, I am grateful for what I have because I know persistent comparison rituals urging more is a one-way ticket to misery. Comparison is future-oriented and focused on what is missing, creating anxiety. Gratitude is present-oriented and focused on what you have, creating peace. Did you know having something for an eternity, it would never disappear? Multiplication by half never meets 0. The problem with comparison and the ultimate drive for more is that they are similarly unattainable. There is no finish line because the finish line always moves. And that moving finish line will always be a source of antithetical apathy. Instead of being peacefully grateful for your gifts, you become entrenched in an unending race underscored by longing and inadequacy. Please don't confuse this for the Kaizen principle, which is continual personal improvement. Being a better you is not the same as striving to own the most expensive house on the planet. Your defense to more fuels the first unscripted discipline, comparative immunity. Comparative immunity is being at peace with your present pace while abstaining from the unwinnable game of comparison. With comparative immunity, you're laughing at the Joneses for their idiocy. You pursue what's important while denying the rest. For example, I could easily compare my entrepreneurial achievements to other entrepreneurs and conclude, I'm not as successful or high profile as they are. OMG, Johnny Entrepreneur just sold his company for $25 million. That's more than what I sold mine for. These unguarded comparisons could force me into actions incongruent with my goals. My goals aren't theirs. My goal isn't to appease hecklers and haters who might say I need to create more wins when more wins isn't my goal. My goal is living unscripted, not an Inc. magazine cover. If I played the comparison game, appeasing opinions and what other people think becomes more important than appeasing myself. One pursuit is architected by the disease of comparison, while the other is written by my soul. Inadequacy. Consumer culture is all about comparison. Comparative immunity doesn't care about image illusions because it acknowledges that a well-dressed slave is still, well, a slave. For example, every once in a while I find myself in North Scottsdale, an affluent Phoenix suburb. On this particular day, I visited my orthopedic doctor and got stuck in the waiting room. To pass the time, I picked up one of those local lifestyle magazines. Page after page was a hedonistic orgy of overpriced consumptive temptations. As I thumbed through it, I felt sadness for the poor snobs sucked into faking affluence. Over 3/4 of the magazine was advertising for plastic surgery. Your boobs are too small and your nose is crooked. Fix it and be happy. Engagement rings. Give your fiancé a diamond ring that will be envied, not laughed at. Personal effects, watches, cars, clothes, and shoes. Nothing screams success more than a $120,000 watch. Imported furniture. This $30,000 coffee table will definitely be a conversation piece. In my 10-minute pass of the $12,000 dresses and $42,000 chandeliers, the messaging of this lifestyle magazine was clear. You are inadequate, and your inadequacy can be solved by spending everything you earn on outclassing the other guy. It made me think. While I can afford most of the overpriced garbage in this magazine, most people, even in North Scottsdale, cannot. Yet somebody is buying this stuff. With comparative immunity, you're free from comparison propaganda. You know you are adequate. You know your self-esteem and self-worth are not defined by a $1,000 pair of shoes made in an Indonesian sweatshop. Let the fools fooled by the inadequacy messages succumb. Debt, uncertain future, and work until death. Don't waste life's precious time adorning your coffin with diamonds. What part of your life is susceptible to comparison rituals? At the office, at the gym, or in the club? In the school parking lot? And how have you reacted to it? Chapter 44. Purposed Saving. Prepping for Lifetime Passive Income. You can't try to do things. You simply must do them. Ray Bradbury, author. Hashtag never work again. When I was a child, I had a passbook savings account. Back in pre-computer days, the bank teller updated your little booklet, called the passbook, with entries showing your bank balance. One day, I made a birthday deposit. Thanks, Grandma. And saw one additional entry. Stamped in front of my deposit was another deposit, one I did not make. It was interest. While the dollar amount was terribly small, I vividly remember, wow, my money earned money, and I did nothing but let time pass. It was fascinating and planted a seed that later sprouted a life-changing dividend. As I got older, I never forgot this simple concept. Money makes money while time passes. Unfortunately, once I graduated and real life's temptations hit, I neglected the money system novelty and buried it behind a lot of feckless, feel-good spending. I'm young. I'm going to live. Even after I sold my company the first time, lifestyle elevation ushered the money system idea to back-of-mind status. Knowing and doing became two different things. And then the stock market collapsed. Once I saw the sale proceeds dwindle under the weight of hedonistic spending and falling tech stocks, so much for Wall Street being a safe investment, huh? It was then that knowing became doing. I went from a free-wheeled spender to a purposed saver. The second unscripted discipline, purposed saving, is the one that gates the promised land. The end of forced servitude, past due electric bills, car payments, and price checking a box of Cheerios. The end of doing shit you hate for a paycheck you can't survive on. Never work again. Your 3 objectives under the purposed saving discipline are 1. Lifetime passive income. 2. Early retirement and dream pursuit. 3. Tax relief. Number 1. Lifetime passive income. While a business can spawn semi-passive income, a money system, regular monthly income generated from investments, is numero uno on the passivity scale. Unless you count regular royalties from Seinfeld syndication, the money system has no match insofar as regularity and hands-off management. Since you aren't Costanza, purpose saving while growing your business needs to be your go-to plan. Recall our discussion on compound interest in Chapter 24. The mainstream errantly uses compound interest to grow wealth, which makes it pathetically slow, risky, and ineffective, akin to rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Growing your net worth is a job assigned to your business. The end game is the money system, which can be funded from 2 sources. 1. Purposed saving from business income, and 2. A business sale, known as a liquidation event. Regardless of how the system is funded, large sums of money transfigure compound interest from an impotent wealth creator to a potent passive income machine. Remember, 5% interest on $10 million is a whopping $46,000 per month for life. And that's without touching the principal. After 50 years, your $10 million is still there. Can you and your family survive on $46,000 per month? Or would you need to cancel HBO? Number 2. Early retirement and dream pursuit. I technically retired in my 30s. By retired, I don't mean I'm teeing off every morning at 6 a.m. and drinking champagne by mid-afternoon. Retirement can mean anything, but at its fundamental roots, it means that working by force is replaced with working by choice. Because of this freedom, you can do whatever you want without money's constraint or validation. Remember, doing what you hate can beautifully lead to doing what you love. If authoring a knitting book for MMA fighters is what you want to do, you can. When money is strained from the equation, suddenly market wants and needs become secondary. You just do it. My first 2 books exemplify this. I wrote them from my heart and not my pocketbook. I don't worry about commercial viability or how palatable the concepts are for certain special interest groups. Yeah, I'm not expecting your financial planner, the one who makes a 3% front load on your mutual fund investment, to recommend my books. Anyhow, what's interesting about retirement and the money system fueling it is this. In the 10 years since retiring, my net worth hasn't gone down. It's gone up. And that's in a horrific low-interest environment. Sure, I still own multiple businesses, but let's be honest. I treat them more like hobbies and mostly avoid do what I hate because I can afford to. So the big question is, what would you be doing if money wasn't a concern? For many entrepreneurs, the answer is nothing different. They would start another business. Such is the addictive flavor of nourishing the world with value. It nourishes your soul. Number 3, tax relief. Some years ago, a very successful entrepreneur visited my forum and told his tale of fortune and ruin. He owned an explosive business that made him money by the wheelbarrow. Naturally, hedonic adaptation followed. Material excessiveness, periodic drug-induced partying, the weekend suites in Vegas. Whatever came in, most of it went out. His downfall was something no one warned him about. Not the recreational drugs or lavish extravagance, not a business failure or an economic collapse, not an industry shift. It was taxes. I searched Google and found very little on this huge oversight that plagues many newly successful entrepreneurs. It's the unplanned and unpaid taxation of business income that demands purposed saving. For newbie entrepreneurs destined for success, pay close attention or suffer the same fate. Let's assume you're an execution master. At year-end, your profit is a whopping $500,000. Congrats! During the year, you also paid yourself a nice comfy salary of 60 grand. Because you're smart and read unscripted, you've also adopted purposed saving. Or so you think. You've saved 20%, $100,000, of your $500,000 profit, and spent the rest on a lake cabin, complete with ATVs and a speedboat. Smart? Not exactly. By appearance, this might be perceived as purposed saving, but it isn't. Your $500,000 business profit will come with a tax bill at year-end. Technically, you should be paying the IRS quarterly tax payments as your profits occur. Many newbies forget to do so, which tacks on additional interest and fees. The IRS doesn't care if you forgot or didn't know and charges up to 0.5% per month plus interest on all failed tax payments. Back to our example. With fees and interest, your $500,000 will be taxed approximately $200,000. And this assumes they don't question your small salary relative to your profit. Yes, the IRS will send you a bill for 200 G's, which must be paid immediately. Not tomorrow and not next month when more money rolls in. Get out your checkbook, champ, and learn how to write pain. Oh shit. Looks like the 100K you saved isn't going to cut it. You only saved 20% of your profit. And now it's time to sell the Bayliner. Save purposely or pay painfully. Financial reconstruction. Purposed saving. Your stage, page, or age in life is irrelevant. I don't care if you already own a business, want to start one, or are still drudging a job. You can be a purposed saver right now. A total financial reconstruction consists of 5 retooling phases. They are 1. Reframe. 2. Reform. 3. Reduce. 4. Reallocate and remind. 5. Reward. Step number 1. Reframe. Reframing is changing your perception about money. First, rename money as value vouchers. Reread chapter 21 if you need a refresher. Second, see one saved dollar as a tiny passive income machine that produces a nickel in lifetime passive income. A buck saved today is one you won't need to earn tomorrow. While passive income yields fluctuate with economic conditions, money always creates offspring. In today's economy, one saved dollar generates around 3.5 to 5.5 cents per year. In history, it has been as high as 10 cents per dollar saved. Once enough value vouchers are saved, exceeding your monthly expenses, the need for work evaporates. My favorite money reframe is approaching it as a ruthless conqueror. Each dollar saved is another freedom fighter added to your slave army. Your army also procreates more soldiers. Altogether, your saved soldiers are fighting for your freedom. On the other hand, every dollar spent on the latest fad is one fighter killed. Step number 2. Reform. The second step is reforming expenses and cash outflow. This involves eliminating any expense that is not conducive to an unscripted objective. You can say reform is about temporary frugality. That pile of magazines you never read? Cancel them. Is your McMansion precluding you from taking risks and allocating time and money to better yielding opportunities? Dump the house. Escalade too costly to maintain with insurance, repairs, and gas? Maybe it's time for a used Prius. Or take the bus, ride your bike, or walk. Yeah, I know, none of that is cool or easy. But is discipline ever easy? Remember, unearned luxury equates to earned suffering. You can be the undisciplined 99% or hold yourself to the standard of the 1%. Step number 3. Reduce. The third step of attack is reducing debt, eventually paying back everything you owe. You must attack your debt and label it an enemy of the state. Here I urge pragmatism over fanaticism. Fanaticism is extreme frugality, settling for less here. In history, it has been as high as 10 cents per dollar saved. Once enough value vouchers are saved, exceeding your monthly expenses, the need for work evaporates. My favorite money reframe is approaching it as a ruthless conqueror. Each dollar saved is another freedom fighter added to your slave army. Your army also procreates more soldiers. Altogether, your saved soldiers are fighting for your freedom. On the other hand, every dollar spent on the latest fad is one fighter killed. Step number 2. Reform. The second step is reforming expenses and cash outflow. This involves eliminating any expense that is not conducive to an unscripted objective. Frugality. That pile of magazines you never read? Cancel them. Is your McMansion precluding you from taking risks and allocating time and money to better yielding opportunities? Dump the house. Escalade too costly to maintain with insurance, repairs, and gas? Maybe it's time for a used Prius. Or take the bus, ride your bike, or walk. Yeah, I know, none of that is cool or easy. But is discipline ever easy? Remember, unearned luxury equates to earned suffering. You can be the undisciplined 99% or hold yourself to the standard of the 1%. Step number 3. Reduce. The third step of attack is reducing debt, eventually paying back everything you owe. You must attack your debt and label it an enemy of the state. Here I urge pragmatism over fanaticism. Fanaticism is extreme frugality, settling for less, and marathon coupon clipping. The pragmatic approach for attacking debt within a purposed saving mindset is that every dollar spent should fall into one of 3 categories. 1. Business expenses. Net worth acceleration is anchored by your business. Don't fear spending money here. If $1 spent translates into $10 tomorrow, the risk and returns are worth it. 2. Living expenses. Food, shelter, transportation, insurance. Your household should run like a fine-tuned machine. 3. Debt reduction. If it isn't needed for basic living expenses or can't be reinvested in your business, it should go toward repayments. pay down credit cards, or reduce the principal on loans, such as mortgages or student loans. Debt Attack's first step is to plug your financial hole from taking on more water. Paying an extra $200 on your credit card doesn't mean squat when next month you add $500. Stop freaking spending. And when you do spend, pay cash only, or carry a debit card or a spend card linked to a separate budgeted bank account. This spend card is for discretionaries, drinks, dining out, entertainment, clothes, etc. Every month, give your spend card a budget, creating the proper financial environment for debt reduction. When the spend card's budget is gone, it's gone. Card declined. You might be embarrassed at the checkout register, but you stick to the program. Another tactic is to carry no cash at all. The goal here is to put everything on a credit card that offers reward points, and then pay off the balance monthly. If you aren't disciplined, don't bother. This is a great strategy to rack up reward points for stuff you always buy. Everything I buy goes on my credit card, from utilities to groceries. As a result, I get a ton of free stuff, gift cards, trips, from the accumulated rewards. From the conqueror mindset, debt is another army, except this one wages war against you. And yes, this army also holsters the interest weapon, procreating more fighters determined to trap you into a servitude system. The question is, whose army are you funding? The one working to free you? I saved $500 last week. Or the one working to enslave you? I charged a round of drinks on my visa. If you're in jail, a key represents your freedom. If you're imprisoned by scripted dogma, careful stewardship of money is your key to freedom. Step number 4, reallocate and remind. Financial Reconstruction's fourth step is to reallocate something into your money system every month, even if it's only a few dollars. Optimally, allocate any surplus income after covering your business and living expenses. And yes, even if you have to divert a few dollars away from debt repayment, do it. When I started my purposed saving journey, I went to Home Depot and bought some nails, a short 2x4, and some vinyl number stickers, the kind used for labeling house addresses. After hammering the nails into the wood, I hooked the vinyl letters on the nails to form an interchangeable number, almost like something you'd see on The Price is Right. This number represented my liquid money system total, my total dollars saved. I then hung this makeshift meter on the wall above my desk. Every day, it reminded me what my purpose was. While this might seem neurotic, I was neurotically opposed to slaving at a job for 50 years in lieu of a gold watch and a 2-week vacation. Believe me, I made sure this makeshift counter went up a few bucks every darn day. Another reallocation trick I used was an empty coffee can. Here, I deposited loose change daily. This always creates an extra $500 per year. While none of these strategies makes more money, they help align your mind for a money system goal. The real magic happens when your income starts to explode. At some point in your unscripted evolution, you will see your income rising to levels never experienced. When I eclipsed $100,000 per month in profits, I remember being excited with all types of temptations. Multiple cars, second homes, new this, new that. This is when you need to clamp down and really flex your discipline muscles. Instead of spending, I save most of it. And no, it didn't involve frugality. When your income expands into 5 or 6 figures monthly, this is where your money system can really ramp up. More importantly, it prepares you for the expected quarterly thunderstorm, the tax man. You'll find making millions is bittersweet. Explosive income, hooray! 6-figure checks to the IRS? Ugh, talk about burning a bag of cash. In the end, a lifelong dividend of passive income needs to come from measured adaptation and reallocation of cash from frivolous expenditures into savings. Once you realize that becoming a millionaire isn't this long, tortuous process, saving becomes a breeze. Scripted sheep take a slow lane to the slaughterhouse, while unscripted freethinkers drive the fast lane of a sense business. The former creates millionaires timed by centuries, the other years. Step number 5, reward. Reward is the final phase of financial reconstruction for purposed saving, giving yourself a gift for milestones achieved. This could be dinner at an expensive restaurant, a vacation, a fun gadget, any desire craved. For example, my first Lamborghini purchase was a reward for a financial milestone. Even today, while living within the unscripted pinnacle, I reward myself with treats for new accomplishments, expensive gadgets, toys, and yeah, even hours of mindless television. Besides business, living, and debt repayment expenses, reward is the one exception to the 3 cash outlays described earlier. Of course, no reward should threaten the long-term goal of unscription. A speedboat is not a reward if it increases debt and living expenses and injures the reallocation phase of financial reconstruction. Chapter 45. Measured elevation. Reward and enjoy the ride. For every disciplined effort, there is a multiple reward. Jim Rohn, author. Living large without mortgaging the future. I've generally avoided statistical regurgitation in this book because people typically exclude themselves from the data. If a survey says 93% of adults will be financially unprepared for retirement by 65 years old, we absolve ourselves and think, that won't be me. Unfortunately, without discipline, it will be you. One statistic bears this truth. According to a 2015 survey conducted by Go Banking Rates, only 28% of Americans have more than $10,000 in savings. Nearly 8% have nothing. Can you comfortably retire on 10 grand, or will a bankrupted government program be your savior? But wait, there's more. I omitted one crucial detail about this statistical group representing the 28%. These polled savers weren't average Americans. They were people who earn more than $100,000 per year. Yep, six-figure earners. The antithesis to this data is the disheartening truth. A whopping 72% of those considered affluent or upper middle class, by all accounts, are a few months from broke. You see, beyond the white picket fence and the late model Lexus in the garage is a rotten financial apple. Few people, even those making six figures, possess the third unscripted discipline, the fortitude for measured elevation. Measured elevation is the discipline to raise your lifestyle disproportionately as your income rises. In essence, measured elevation is the successful management of the reward phase in the purpose-saving discipline. Without measured elevation, human nature takes over, and that nature is hedonic adaptation. Hedonic adaptation is your propensity to elevate your lifestyle in direct proportion to your income. All new income is rewarded with new stuff. Wants suddenly morph into needs. You might need a reliable car to get to work, but do you need one that costs $70,000? Does your 11-year-old kid really need a new iPhone? Do you really need a snowblower for your 8-foot driveway? Hedonic adaptation pushes bigger incomes into bigger spending. A faster car, a larger apartment, silkier clothes, a better this, a better that. Hedonic adaptation is why paycheck-to-paycheck Americans stay paycheck-to-paycheck, regardless of the paycheck's size. Measured elevation's discipline is simple. You only limitlessly consume a fractioned amount of production. If you want something expensive, it's earned and then some. I mean, let's be serious. We all like nice things. Flying privately is better than being stuck in economy next to the laboratory. Producerism produced by a productocracy sells enough of what others want so you can purchase whatever you want. You can live very well and still save disproportionately. Your truth serum, however, is affordability. Anytime you do mental gymnastics over a contemplated purchase, sorry, you can't afford it. Cognitive debates about why you can buy something, I'm expecting a raise, I have a tax refund coming, or the dealer is giving me a great financing rate, are reality checks. You can't afford it. Like buying a loaf of bread at the store, affordability never carries conditions, worries, or justifications. You just buy it and it's forgotten. In the end, buying a $300,000 car isn't a problem if you happen to have a $15 million net worth. It's a problem when you finance it because you can barely scrape together $50,000.
What would you have of me?
For example, I can theoretically pay cash for 10 Lamborghinis and rent a Beverly Hills mansion, instantly becoming an Instagram superstar worthy of scantily clad women with specious motives. However, doing so puts me at the financial red line, jeopardizes my freedom, and tatters my safety net. Remember, we aren't balancing production with consumption, we're outrunning it. In the end, we don't dismiss hedonic adaptation, we control it. Business booming? Great, reward yourself with something desired, but don't go overboard. By all means, measurably enjoy the fruits of your success, but don't endanger the goal. Unscription. Never needing to work another day in your life. Having the choice and the financial wherewithal to buy whatever you want actually lessens the desire to follow through and buy the target of your affection. Was there ever a product you desperately wanted to buy, and when you could finally afford it, you passed on it? What changed? Chapter 46. Consequential Thought. Protecting your kick-ass life. Every action has a consequence, so always try to be good. Richard Eyre, Director. How 2 minutes and 20 seconds can destroy a life. While the first three disciplines gate an unscripted promised land, consequential thought is its lock. In 2012, an Arizona medical device CFO making $200,000 a year thought it would be cute to video himself berating a Chick-fil-A employee at a drive-thru window. The 2-minute and 20-second YouTube video went viral, stoking a national firestorm, which resulted in his immediate job termination. Besides his job, the smug man reportedly lost over $2 million in stock options, and as of March 2015, is now unemployed and on food stamps. One event can kill a process, a career, a marriage, a life. The unfortunate reality of the event/process dichotomy mentioned in Chapter 18 is unscription's final discipline. consequential thought. The foresight into the consequences of our actions, and knowing that our choices are unfairly weighted toward the bad ones. Actually, unfair is understated. It's ridiculously uneven. Good choices float like feathers, while the poor ones sink like anchors. You could take 2 years to build your dream house, and all it takes is one carelessly placed cigar to burn it down. Process builds the events. I finally got my CFO dream job, while an event, let's berate this $8 per hour employee, rips the process apart. Think about that for a minute. Consequence inequity is where one impulsive decision, or mistake, has the staggering power to invalidate thousands of well-planned ones. But the reverse does not apply. One positive action cannot erase thousands of negative ones. Eating broccoli for one day won't help me lose 50 pounds. If this incongruity is unclear, let me explain. I started accumulating a lot of value vouchers in my late 20s. I was single and, let's just say, engaging in some risky YOLO behavior. One of those behaviors was street racing. Nothing was more enjoyable than smoking a fart can Honda in my nitrous-laced Viper. One evening, after a few drinks, another bad decision, I thought it would be cool to race some tricked-out Mustang. The problem here, besides being young and stupid, was my unfamiliarity with my newly modified Viper. I overthrottled and spun into oncoming traffic. The oncoming traffic avoided my stupidity, but the innocent palm tree beyond the embankment didn't. Within seconds, my empty passenger seat was now the trunk of a date palm. Luckily, I survived unharmed. You see, one reckless decision can ruin your life in an instant. Not just for you, but for innocent bystanders. I could have killed someone and been convicted of negligent homicide, spending the rest of my days in prison. I could have permanently injured myself. One judgment lapse could have eradicated every good decision I made in my lifetime. Consequence inequity is most visibly noted with professional athletes, some accidental, some incidental. Bill Buckner's successful baseball career has been overshadowed and mired by one game. He erred in the World Series. Thousands of at-bats erased by one play. Another story, Pete Rose banned for betting on baseball. Lance Armstrong doping the Tour de France. Tiger Woods crashing his Lincoln amidst a marital infidelity cover-up. In each instance, an event spanning only minutes causes a lifetime of process to unravel, killing careers, relationships, and reputations. You can never, ever underestimate the potential negative weight of one decision. Consequence inequity also plays a role with the relationships we choose. Every person who enters your social circle is a potential road. This road could be a road to ruin or a road to winning. Question is, can you identify and remove potential people who are liabilities to your goals? Will you allow the negative inertia of someone take you to dark places? Or will you be a proactive CEO of your choices? When I was 16 years old, I had an odd friend named Dave. Dave's oddity was he occasionally glossed over into a murderous expression, scaring the crap out of me. One day while I was at his house, he cursed at his mother, calling her a dickless C-word. I shit you not. His mother didn't discipline him. She simply shook her head and walked away. My eyes gaped like saucers. Later that same day, Dave caught a rat in the backyard and burned it alive on a leaf pyre. I objected in spirit, but kept quiet, not wanting to be Dave's next burn victim. After the sick deed, I lied an excuse and left. It was the last time I saw Dave. Why? Because I decided it would be the last time. Even in my youth, I sensed something off. Disastrous. My intuition knew I didn't want to hitch a friendship to this guy. And sure enough, I was right. I read about Dave in the newspaper some years later. He murdered a police officer. When I was 18, deja vu. Rick was another oddball friend I had. A charismatic guy, Rick was a late 80s version of Justin Bieber. Young girls swooned over him, making for a fabulous wingman at the under-21 clubs. Like Dave, Rick also rolled with a dark and vacant look in his eyes that clued something was amiss. Spoiled by his parents, Rick was birthday gifted a brand new Trans Am GTA, an incredibly fast and expensive car for the period. Every so often, I'd find myself stuffed in the back seat of Rick's TA on the way to parties or whatever else teenagers muddy their feet with. Anytime we hit the freeway, Rick routinely sped, reaching speeds of over 100 miles per hour. Each time, I'd beg him to take it easy, and each time, my pleas deafened to the stereo sounds of Run DMC. One night, during one of his 110-mile-per-hour jaunts, he almost lost control and struck a highway divider. I still feel the adrenaline from that night. While fearfully praying in the backseat of his car, it clicked. I decided that I would not put myself in this uncontrollable, life-threatening situation ever again. It was the last time I saw Rick, and while I don't know if he made murder headlines, I'm glad I wasn't there to find out. You see, you simply can't win life's game tethered to uncontrollable liabilities. Wipe them from your balance sheet, so you have a chance to win. Negative influences or destructive people, no matter what their label, family, fraternity brother, co-worker, shouldn't carry exemptions to excommunication. Becoming a consequential thinker. These stories highlight the perils and positives of consequential thought. A consequential thinker thinks before acting. Consequential thinking extrapolates outcomes and consequences. It assesses risk and probability and asks the following questions. What are the worst and best case consequences of this action and their reasonable odds? Are these consequences worth the risk I am taking? Thinking these questions, or worst case consequence analysis, WCCA, doesn't take hours. It takes seconds. A proactive mind initiates them. Once asked, catastrophic threats to your process can be exposed. If you're thinking about going into business with a partner who has 2 felonies and 4 bankruptcies under his belt, would WCCA be a wee bit helpful? Hindsight might indeed be 20/20, but so is consequential thinking. But unlike hindsight, consequential thinking gives you ears to hear the cackling chickens before they aim to roost. Choice is the most powerful asset we own. All of us have it, but few respect it. It steers our lives down an unending stream of outcomes, and those outcomes, good or bad, must be endured. Wherever you are today, free from the script or imprisoned by it, face the uncomfortable truth. You are exactly as you have chosen. You are the appointed CEO of your life. And yet, most people make their life's management decisions not as the CEO, but as a preschooler awaiting instructions on when to get their midday nap. Don't be one of the millions of adults who still live like children. In decision moments, remember, piss-poor choices have piss-poor consequences. Playing stupid games? Get rewarded stupid prizes. Don't join the legion of stupid prize winners who are now whining and politicking that they've been dealt an unfair hand, when the truth is, they deserve it. Play, but play smart. Money can't bribe discipline. The 4 disciplines and their importance go beyond unscription. While a profitable business earning both money and freedom is the goal, neither can bribe discipline. In the end, the poor choices and their consequence inequalities will always prevail. For instance, if you struggle to live on $50,000 a year, you'll probably struggle to live on $500,000. Except your struggle happens in a 6-bedroom house. More money doesn't solve money problems. While a big income can postpone or hide consequences, eventually the consequences outlast the money. Chronic bad decision makers are left nowhere to hide. Like luck, it's about probabilities. The more you partake in risky, stupid behavior, the more likely it will scar you for life. Just ask the once famous millionaire athlete with 6 baby mamas who now teeters on bankruptcy. If you are undisciplined in the disciplines, the consequences will outlast your cash. What risky YOLO behaviors are you or your peers engaging in that are invariably causing you to gamble with your future? Part 5. A New Dawn. Never work again. Please refer to Figure 19 in the PDF attachment. Part 5, Author's Objective, Lifetime Passive Income. To stress the importance of all 5 unscripted components while illustrating the technicalities of a money system and how you can create passive income for life.
Withdrawing.
Chapter 47. Welcome to Fuck You. The artist is nothing without the gift, but the gift is nothing without work. Emile Zola, author. The Promised Land. Congratulations, you've arrived. You are unscripted. It's a new chapter. You might think it's a destination, an end, but it's really a beginning. It's where fuck you blooms, doing whatever you want, whenever, wherever. It's the official right, where life no longer lives you live it. 30-year mortgage offered at 6% with 2 points in fees? Fuck you, I'll pay cash. Warned your book will never sell because it's too brute force and not concept focused? Fuck you, I'm publishing it anyway. Always wanted to own a Ferrari, despite its lack of utility? Fuck you, I'm buying it, and paying cash. Fuck you is a beautiful thing. Composite the 5 unions: belief, meaning and purpose, a fast-lane productocracy, execution, and discipline. Mixed together and the concoction left behind is an empowered fuck you immune to the script. No settling, no punching time clocks, no sardine seats on Southwest Airlines. Unfortunately, fail to unionize one or more of the unscripted components, and unscription fails. All 5 components are like a cake recipe. You can't just say, meh, let's skip the sugar and see what happens. Deficiency in one ingredient or more, and the outcome sours. Sorry, but the 5 unscripted ingredients are not suggestions. They're required. Dismiss any one, and here's what happens. The competent self-destructor. Proficiency, makes sense business, execution, discipline. Deficiency, belief. Outcome. While you're motivated with great ideas and have all the competencies to be a successful entrepreneur, your mind is your worst enemy. Through its multitude of flawed beliefs, biases, and bullshit, your ideas are quickly dismissed because of internally held untruths. While you possess the proficiency, intelligence, and talent to execute, your self-destructive beliefs stand in the way of results. The likely outcome is a job held for a lifetime, simply because your business ideas and actions never coordinate into an effective process. Or worse, you take an unethical, immoral road where success, money, and entrepreneurship are associated with a negative identity shift. A thought line that in order to succeed, you need to be greedy and/or scammy.
Prince of Ulf.
The Wanderer. Proficiency, belief, sense business, execution, discipline.
Pull back.
Deficiency, meaning. Outcome, an unscripted process void of meaning is deprived of initiative, motivation, and persistence. As a result, the entrepreneur fails the motivation cycle, gives up too early, and fails to finish, namely because execution cycle was not exhausted. With an absent meaning, the entrepreneur might possess the knowledge, tools, and wherewithal to execute, but he doesn't sufficiently beat the piñata until it breaks. Obstacles bar progress. Difficulty goes unconquered. As a result, you get bored, distracted, or discouraged too easily, usually returning to a job or moving on to the next big idea, which again is cursorily poked. A missing meaning quits shoveling 3 feet from goal.
Charge.
It shall be.
The pay the bills entrepreneur. Proficiency, belief, meaning, execution, discipline. Deficiency, a sense productocracy. Outcome, the entrepreneur running an unqualified sense business struggles to create extraordinary wealth or freedom. While this entrepreneur might earn profit, net worth acceleration and freedom expansion never happen. Because your business lacks the essential sense components, positive results are either short-lived or not very profitable. A golden goose isn't golden if you're married to it, if everyone has it, if the eggs aren't in demand, or if the goose is leased. The most common outcome here runs quite the gambit, but all of them are underscored by one theme: a lack of growth and profitability, ending in survival over thriving. Your business might pay the bills, but it isn't going to buy your freedom. The idea entrepreneur. Proficiency, belief, meaning, sense, discipline. Deficiency, execution. Outcome. Entrepreneurs lacking execution are idea guys. These are the cooks who try competing with the chefs. It's someone who has great ideas but rarely does anything about them. Instead, someone else makes a fortune executing the same ideas. For the idea guy, great ideas come and go daily, but the willingness to act, assess, and adjust does not. As a result, idea guys are often found on forums offering up their great ideas for millions in equity, just so long as you do the dirty work while funding it as well. In rarer instances, an idea guy will attempt execution and be outclassed by competitors that aren't as executionally challenged. Or worse, they copy their competitors for the sake of copying, offering nothing unique or different. While they might have a fantastic product or idea that people need, few people know about it, and fewer buy. Because they lack the necessary business skills, whether it's marketing, management, or operations, their business leaves a fortune on the table while more adapted players move in and take market share. Typically, idea guys are committed to the idea of wealth, but not committed to its realistic execution. While they have a strong meaning and purpose, it is improperly focused, usually targeted toward idea hopping, silver bullets, and shortcuts. As a result, their strong meaning and purpose is channeled into endless action faking, soliciting billionaires for mentorship, reading books, and buying expensive guru courses. Instead of blaming their execution, they blame their ideas. It isn't disruptive enough, or damn, someone else is already doing it. Because idea entrepreneurs lack execution, they're often the give me all the steps type, seeking secrets and lists to tell them exactly what, how, and where to execute. In the end, idea entrepreneurs don't have a problem entering the motivation cycle, they have a problem getting traction and connecting the value loop, the ultimate source of a continuation move. The gambling rock star fallen from grace. Proficiency, belief, meaning, sense business, execution. Deficiency, discipline. Outcome. You are a master business executioner and made a pile of money. Unfortunately, as gambling rock star fallen from grace, you are a poor decision maker when it comes to your personal life, engaging in reckless behavior, screwing anything with a pulse, indulgent spending, sordid associates, drug abuse, or even your choice in a marriage partner. Because of consequence inequity, your success walks the tightrope. Some rock stars, like my acquaintance with the Lambos, push ethical or moral boundaries. Others gamble with life itself. Well-known falls from grace usually occur in the entertainment industry. Amy Winehouse, Kurt Cobain, and Heath Ledger are a few who come to mind. In the business world, Felix Dennis, the flamboyant British entrepreneur who died young at 67, might be considered a rock star fall from grace. In his writings, he made no secret he led a wild life consisting of multiple mistresses and illicit drug abuse. While we don't really know if his behavior correlated to his early death, he died of throat cancer, we do know that Felix lived YOLO. Discipline was not his priority. Whenever famous persons endure a fall from grace, such tragedies are underwritten by disciplinary failures, resulting in bankruptcy, a day of reckoning, or worse, an early death. Do any of these entrepreneurial classifications currently describe your business modality? Chapter 48. Your last business ever, if you want. Riches are chiefly good because they give us time. Charles Lamb, writer. The Unscripted Money System. After my first book was released, many readers shockingly asked how a money system works. How do I earn interest on my money? Where do I go? What do I do? In fact, a friend of mine who consults high net worth business owners reported a similar perplexity with his clients. They knew how to accumulate large sums of cash, but they didn't know what to do with it once they had it. $1 million is great. $1 million sitting at Bank of America earning 72 cents every month is not. While the intricacies of an unscripted money system might seem somewhat cart before the horse, I assure you it isn't. Once you pack the know-how into turning money into a regular, recurring income stream, you'll see the big picture, fire your purpose, and be more motivated to make it happen. The moment passive income investments exceed your current and expected living expenses, work becomes optional. And if you have no debt, mortgage, or car payments, this figure is surprisingly obtainable, even for those who don't want to accumulate fortunes. First, the disclaimer. The following is my opinion and should be viewed as such. It is not to be construed as financial, legal, tax, and/or any other professional advice. If you seek official advice in any of these fields, please contact a licensed, qualified professional, someone who can sell you a boilerplate plan of scripted hope and pray. Sad that I had to disclaim this, but the truth is, in some fields, reading textbooks and theory, not real-world results, qualifies someone to dispense advice. Speaking of such, last year, Kyle, a financial planner from one of my brokerage houses, called me to introduce himself as part of the Private Client Group, a snooty name given to the folks who handle million-dollar-plus accounts. After a few niceties, he levied the close. So, can we talk about putting some of this money to work for you and growing it? I found the question somewhat whimsical. First, what qualified Kyle to give advice on how to grow money? Textbooks full of vacuum-packed theory based on the compound interest scam? Or real-world results symbolized by his own huge portfolio, compliments of the growth advice he was about to dispense? Aside from the fancy degree from some fancy college, I suspect Kyle had zero real-world credentials about growing money. You see, Kyle, and millions of other people like him, is probably broke and tied to a job for life. He got up in the morning, fought traffic, answered to his boss, grabbed lunch at Subway at a predetermined time, cashed a paycheck, went home, went to bed, and will repeat this insanity for the rest of his life. And by following his own advice, his retirement will be codependent on a slew of uncontrollable variables: the economy, Wall Street, his health, and unpromised time. So, should Kyle be calling me, or should I be calling him? Second, the large sum of money parked into this account got there not because of Kyle's proposed investments, namely mutual funds, but because of fast-lane entrepreneurship via TUNEF. Handing it over to Grow It would be like replacing a printing press that printed dollars daily with one that printed pennies yearly. Growth? Sorry, you and I have that covered. It's always a sense business. Anyhow, my point here is not to deride Kyle. He simply doesn't know any reality other than what the scripted machine has fed him. The bottom line? Think rationally and cautiously about who is giving you advice, especially about money. You never know if it's a book-smart college graduate with thousands in student debt who scored A's on scripted dogma, but scored F's in real-world results. The 3 pots of allocation. So let's get to the juice. An effective unscripted money system is allocated into 2 pots and an optional third. The size of these pots is dependent on your lifestyle goals as well as your risk tolerance for each item they represent. 1. The fuck you pot. 2. The home pot. 3. The paycheck pot. Please refer to Figure 20 in the PDF attachment for the unscripted money system. The fuck you pot. The fuck you, FU pot is idle cash sitting in brokerages and money market accounts, usually doing nothing, and yes, making nothing. The point of the fuck you pot is not about yields or returns, but about options or choices. For example, if you want to invest in startups, become an angel investor, or dabble in Las Vegas poker tournaments, the FU pot is where you do it. If your old high school pal is the founder of a hot new startup and he's accepting equity investments, you can be the lead or the seed. If you want to dance Wall Street's waltz and buy a bunch of biotech stocks, hoping they explode to the upside, the FU pot is where you draw from. If your dream house comes up for sale, and lucky you, it's a foreclosure sale, the FU pot gives you the chance to steamroll the competition with a fast close cash offer. Many folks in the financial world will sneer about idle cash not invested in the market, often using the inflation argument. Yes, inflation is real, but its real cost impact to an unscripted life is negligible. I don't lose sleep over $62.87, the nominal yearly cost increases of electricity and bread, respectively. When Kyle, my trusty neighborhood financial advisor, called me, he mentioned inflation and argued my cash should be working. He didn't understand this account was my FU pot. He didn't understand what it represented. A liquid call option on opportunity. Money pooled in the fuck you pot is money you're willing to risk and lose, but its loss does not endanger your lifestyle. Losses from the FU pot should not negatively impact your life, other than depleting the pot for the next speculative venture. If catastrophic losses impact your unscripted lifestyle, you are violating discipline and, technically, risking a rock star fall from grace. In effect, the FU pot is play money, enhancing your lifestyle or expanding the other pots. The home pot. The optional home pot is your dream home, owned free and clear without a mortgage. While mortgage interest can be deducted on your tax returns, spending $1 to save 33 cents never makes sense, whatever your tax bracket. Your biggest lifetime expense will be your home. If you remove this expense, money will never be an issue. The other alternative, and why the home pot is optional, is to have your next pot, the paycheck pot, large enough to pay your monthly mortgage nut or rent without stress or issue.
Prince of Oak One,
The paycheck pot.
ready and eager.
The final pot is most important to unscription, and it's based on the capital principle referenced in Chapter 25. Whenever someone mentions a money system, it's the paycheck pot they're referencing. The paycheck pot is the lead horse, while the others are auxiliary. For the unscripted entrepreneur, the paycheck pot is the end game, a passive income system of financial instruments that pay your bills, fund your lifestyle, and throw off regular cash you can count on. Such financial instruments can be bonds, ETFs, options, stocks, bank deposits, investment trusts, anything that delivers a published, predictable yield. It could even be a low-cost mutual fund. And yeah, I just recommended mutual funds. My contradiction is absolved in our ends, purposed for income, not for growth. Once a 5% return on your paycheck pot is large enough income to make you comfortably or luxuriously happy, you fund the other pots as you wish. The paycheck pot, aka the money system. Contrary to what most believe, you don't need a king's ransom to start a business. I started my company with less than $1,000, publishing my book only a few thousand. Many hustlers on my forum resell Craigslist discards into new cash flow. Others spend countless hours in learned human capital, build great things, and go on to make thousands monthly. It takes money to make money is one of the biggest lies in the business of business. Unfortunately, in the business of money, it's true. The transition from a busy entrepreneur to a semi-retired entrepreneur living off investment income via the capital principle is a fundamental operational switch, but still a business. Instead of managing the business of business, you manage a business of money. A money system is, in fact, a capital rental system. Like a real estate investor who collects rents on his properties, or an inventor who collects royalties on his licenses, the business of money rents capital. Instead of ceding control of a physical asset, like a single-family home or a parking space in Manhattan, control is ceded to your money. In return, you expect more money as payment. For our paycheck pots, there are 6 primary instruments we deploy to effectively rent our money. They are 1. Stock dividends. 2. REIT dividends. 3. MLP partnership income. 4. Bond interest. 5. Loan interest. 6. Managed income. Stock dividends. Dividends are corporate profits received from common or preferred stock ownership in a public or private company. Dividend-paying corporations pass through a portion of their profits to shareholders, usually quarterly. If you buy 10,000 shares of Johnson & Johnson, J&J, which pays a quarterly dividend of $3 per share, you should receive $30,000 in dividends per year. Publicly traded companies who pay dividends post their dividend histories and upcoming payments. Dividend-paying corporations do so voluntarily and are not obligated to pay future dividends. As such, payments are influenced by cash flow as well as macroeconomic events. Examples: SO, Southern Company; CVX, Chevron; MMM, 3M. REIT dividends. Dividends received from REITs, or real estate investment trusts, are an excellent income source for the unscripted investor. Like stock dividends, REITs are corporations that manage and operate real estate-related assets. Such assets could be tangible assets, such as apartment buildings, hotels, shopping centers, office complexes. Or intangible assets, such as mortgage-backed securities. Several requirements exist in order for a corporation to be considered a REIT. Namely, 75% of their assets must be real estate-related. Moreover, 90% of a REIT's taxable income must be distributed to shareholders. This requirement makes their dividend yields higher than average and quite attractive. Public REITs are traded on major exchanges, highly liquid, and give you a great opportunity to enjoy real estate income without the hassles of real estate ownership, broken air conditioners, busted water heaters, and unruly tenants. Examples: AVB, Avalon Bay; DLR, Digital Realty; EQY, Equity One; MLP Partnership Income. Master Limited Partnerships, or MLPs, are similar to dividend stocks, except their income is classified as partnership income and/or partnership distributions. Similar to REITs, MLPs are required to generate 90% of their income from qualifying sources, mostly related to the commodity space: oil and gas, energy production, pipelines, and transportation. Like their counterparts, MLPs are traded on the open market and offer attractive dividends and relatively favorable liquidity. MLP partnership income is considered pass-through in that their earnings are not taxed upstream to the corporation, but instead passed downstream to the partners, as if you earned the income yourself. Dividends, or partner distributions, are classified as return of capital and not taxed when received. The varied distinction between partnership income and distributions can create some complicated tax implications for MLP unit owners. The IRS treats such income differently, K1 versus 1099-DIV, and their proper accounting can be both messy and costly. Examples: AB, Alliance Bernstein; EEP, Enbridge Energy Partners; MMP, Magellan Midstream Partners. Bond interest. Bond interest is payment from loans or debt instruments issued by a government, corporation, or municipalities. For extending credit to a debtor, you get paid a coupon or an interest payment at a predetermined interval. For example, a $100 loan to ABC Corporation might pay $3 a quarter for the next 5 years, yielding a 12% capital return. At the end of the 5 years, ABC returns your $100. The size, rate, term, and regularity depends on the bond offering. The following debt instruments allow you to lend money and earn regular interest payments, which is no different from receiving a regular paycheck without the work. Corporate bonds. Corporations issue debt to arbitrage company growth, borrowing at a lower rate in hopes of achieving a higher rate of return through business operations. Sovereign debt. Sovereign debt, or government bonds and notes, are loans issued by sovereign nations to fund government operations. Municipal bonds, or munis. Local governments, counties, and municipalities borrow money to finance capital expenditures and public projects. While munis offer lower interest rates than corporate bonds, they are very attractive to high-income earners because their interest payments are exempt from federal taxes. Also, if you buy a bond issued within your state, the income is exempt from state and local taxes. Unfortunately, buying individual bonds can be pricey, depending on their type and where you buy them. The bond markets aren't liquid, and as a result, the bid/ask, buy or sell spreads can be a huge drain on your effective yield. Also, the market values of bonds inversely rise and fall with interest rates. If you have to dump a bond before maturity and in a rising rate environment, expect to receive less than face value, so much less that your entire investment could end a loss. Additionally, individual bonds carry default risk. If the issuer goes bankrupt, bondholders are after stockholders in terms of who takes the haircut. Loan interest. Similar to bonds, loan interest is money received from notes, or IOUs, either from institutions or individuals. For banks, such loans are known as CDs, or certificates of deposit. In lieu of a lump sum deposit and an agreed term and interest rate, you can loan money to a bank and receive regular interest payments. Unfortunately, the last time such an investment held attractiveness was the Reagan administration. Due to the laughably low rates offered by banks, CDs aren't a viable paycheck pot investment vis-a-vis the systemic banking risk they pose. In the 2008 meltdown, over 50 banks, some large, went insolvent. Think a 1.1% return is worth this risk? Another form of loan interest comes from peer-to-peer lending. Peer-to-peer lending is when you loan your neighbor money, except in this case, your neighbor is hundreds of miles away. The two big companies in the peer-to-peer space are Prosper.com and LendingClub.com. Each offers loan opportunities diversified among many individuals. Loans to creditworthy borrowers can yield as much as 6%. For riskier borrowers, rates can balloon as high as 25%. The great thing about peer-to-peer lending is diversification. Because 1,000 different people are loaned $25, the default risk is diversified into the expected return. When several people flake out and don't pay, returns don't take a big hit. Managed distributions. Managed distributions are payments evolving from a pool of financial instruments, professionally managed by a financial firm. Such funds can be exchange-traded funds, ETFs, mutual funds, closed-end funds, CEFs, or hedge funds. For example, the Vanguard Dividend Appreciation ETF, VIG, consists of 100 plus dividend stocks, and its managed distribution comes as a dividend payment. Instead of buying 100 dividend stocks, you could purchase the ETF and receive instant income and diversification. Likewise, the iShares National AMT Free Municipal Bond Fund, MUB, represents over 2,000 different municipal bonds. Own this fund and you will receive a managed distribution in the form of an interest dividend, while enjoying significant diversification among bonds without the expense of dabbling in the bond market. Managed distributions are available from any asset pool you want. Dividend-paying stocks, MLPs, bonds, REITs, long/short plays, option strategies, real estate. If you have the cash, there's a financial firm offering it. In lieu of a management fee from the fund sponsor, buying into these funds instantly diversifies your holdings amongst hundreds of assets pooled on a particular strategy. Many of these funds also use leverage to increase their payouts. In terms of liquidity, managed distributions from ETFs and closed-end funds are easily bought and sold because they trade like regular stocks on the exchanges. You can trade them during market hours, as well as monitor intraday price fluctuations. Mutual funds, however, are bought or sold at their net asset value, NAV, a market price determined after the close of each business day. Despite this, mutual funds are highly liquid depending on the fund sponsor, and usually can be traded at the next prevailing NAV with just hours' notice. Be aware, however, that in rapidly declining markets, an ETF can be exited intraday at better prices over a mutual fund, which is transacted at a closing NAV. Examples: Fremex, T. Rowe Price Emerging Bond Mutual Fund; FAX, Aberdeen Asia Pacific Bond Fund; PFF, iShares US Preferred Stock Fund. All of these financial instruments represent a capital rental business that establishes a paycheck pot, a system creating regular, recurring, passive income for the rest of your life. However, before you proceed, no matter if you're investing $10,000 or $10 million, there are 7 rules I incorporate to ensure my principal is kept safe and the income flowing. My 7 paycheck pot rules. Rule number 1, the rent rule. Consider this for a minute. You buy an expensive piece of commercial real estate. A prospective tenant offers this. Instead of paying monthly rent, he offers a tiny ownership percentage of his new restaurant and its future profits when they arise. The exact duration and amount of these future profits are unknown and not guaranteed. Oh, and one more thing. These future profit payments are voluntarily, arbitrarily, and unconditionally decided by the tenant. A realized profit, or rent, could be months, decades, or never. In the meantime, the tenant tells you to sit tight and hope his restaurant succeeds, so your ownership shares might be worth more. Good deal? You probably don't think so. And yet, this is how people fund their retirement through stock market investing. They part with their money and, in return, hope to get a piece of future earnings or price appreciation. Neither is guaranteed. In effect, any investment you make in a stock that carries an unstated return is nothing but a 50-50 coin flip. Stock goes up, you win. Down, you lose. In truth, you are renting real estate, in this case money, and getting paid 0 rent. In lieu of rent, you are paid a hope and a dream. 2 things that do not pay mortgages or buy babies new shoes. For those of us who are familiar with stock options, puts and calls, the truth behind any stock investment is revealed in the mathematical delta of any at-the-money option. With stock options, the delta correlates the statistical probability of any option's chance of being in the money, or higher than the strike price at which you bought it. For example, if stock XYZ is trading at $40 and you buy a 40 strike call option at the money, your probability of having that option worth anything at expiration, in the money, is 50-50. In other words, the statistical probability of you making money on any stock purchase is exactly 50%. A freaking coin flip. If you buy 10 stocks, your chance remains 50%, while your chance at being profitable on every single one of them is 0.097656255%, or 0.50 to the 10th power. Yes, the entire scripted world has laid their retirement hopes on a series of coin flips. Ever hear the mainstream parrot heads admit this little fact? Of course not. This factoid brings us to our first rule of the paycheck pot, the rent rule. The rent rule states that anytime you cede control over your paycheck pot money, demand rent, not unconditional promises and coin flip pipe dreams. As for the rent you should receive, it should come every month or quarter in any of the aforementioned income streams, dividends, interest, or partnership income. Rule number 2, the SNAP rule. When it comes to global economics and the central banking systems that manipulate them, nothing stays the same. A great investment today will be a bad investment tomorrow. For example, in several interviews I did years ago, I recommended Australian government bonds as decent investments. If you took that advice today, you'd be late to the party. When I did those interviews, the Australian dollar yielded better interest rates and possessed more purchasing power. Since then, macroeconomics have changed. Advice spoken years ago has become questionable today. In other words, because global economies bend and flex, the right investments for creating a paycheck pot also bend and flex. I can't tell you a good from a bad investment, because by the time this book gets to print, a great investment will deteriorate into a sour one, and vice versa. Economic flux is the methodology behind rule number 2, the SNAP rule. The SNAP rule requires that paycheck pot investments must remain highly liquid or recallable back to cash at the snap of a finger. The snap of a finger usually means a simple sell order at a brokerage firm, and within 24 hours, sometimes within seconds, you're out of the investment and safely back to cash. When the economics of an investment changes, and it will change, you want to be sure your principal is not at risk. Remember, our objective here is not to grow our nest egg, but to rent it into a regular income. Without the SNAP rule in place, your principal investment can deteriorate into an at-risk position, where its income understates the assumed risk. For instance, in 2008, when the real estate boom started at Slide South, everyone from the mailman to the dishwasher at Waffle House owned real estate. When dumb money got wind that the ship hit an iceberg and was taking on water, sellers flooded the market. Liquidity fled the scene, and the real estate plunge drowned investors with it. Because real estate can take months to liquidate, investors could not cry uncle and had to endure the abuse. Without a SNAP rule to recall your money, a good investment can tank, and when it does, you have to suck the rotten egg. In this case, some real estate assets lost as much as 50% of their value, making bankruptcies and foreclosures the only alternatives. If only those real estate investors could have snapped their fingers and been out once they saw trouble, trillions of dollars of personal net worth would have been spared. The SNAP rule says that if a cash recall takes longer than a finger snap to initiate, liquidity could be an issue. Liquidity issues put your principal at risk in shifting markets. The rule saves you from asset price declines that significantly outweigh the income received from the asset. $10,000 in interest from a bond ETF that has declined $100,000 in value is not an effective investment, as it takes 10 payment periods to recapture the lost asset value. A recent SNAP rule example comes from one of my favorite dividend stocks, Southern Company, an electric utility in the southern United States. As I write, its dividend yield is nearly 5%. However, in late September 2013, the stock price accelerated from $43 to above $53 just a few months later. On 10,000 shares, a likely investment amount for a $10 million money system, this stock appreciation generated a $100,000 unrealized gain, not including the dividends, and posed a prime example of why you need to get out when the iron is hot. First, the $100,000 unrealized gain represented nearly 5 years in dividends. Why wait those 5 years when those gains could be captured now by selling? I snapped my fingers, pushing through a brokerage sell order, and it was done. Years of dividends in a matter of months. Although I wish I owned more and picked the top, I was close enough to be happy.
Go after any child. That's
and then guess what happened a few weeks later?
My little girl.
Hear that sucking sound? That's the stock retreating to the mid-40s, where, once again, I bought.
Anybody to get hurt or
I will
anything.
repeat
I
this.
just wanted to find some different excitement. I knew it wasn't right. I just didn't know it was wrong. Like this.
On December 30th, 2022, investigators received multiple cyber tips indicating that a Verizon cloud account was uploading and storing files containing questionable content. As detectives reviewed the tips, they identified repeated uploads traced back to a single user and device. After months of investigation, on October 12th, 2023, authorities executed a search warrant at the home to seize digital evidence and confront the suspect.
Hey, how you doing? Matthew? Sir? Yeah, Matthew? Sir, how you doing? My name is Don Wolke. Okay, this is Lindsay. Hey, how you doing? Is your wife sleeping? Or yeah, you got a little girl, right? Yeah. We want to talk to you about some incident that's happened in the area, and we want to see if you have a little bit of time. Sure. Okay. I don't want to bother your house, as far as like waking anybody up. Do you mind if we talk to you in the phone? Sure. Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and come over here. I should think. Well, sit up right here. You're not in trouble, okay? You're not under arrest. You don't have to talk to us. You're free to go at any time, okay? But there's a few things that we want to talk to you about. We're kind of like on the fact finding. Just to kind of give you an idea, and I do have to record this just because I have a bad memory, and then whatever you tell us, I want to make sure that I document it properly, properly. That's all. So I can give you a business card if you need it later or anything like that.
Here's my ID if you needed to see it as well.
Thank you. So kind of give you a brief idea. Before I go into that, is this your girlfriend or your wife? My wife. Okay, her name is Ashley. Okay, okay. And your little girl? And how old is she? She's going to be 2 soon. Okay. Anybody else lives in the house or anything? You guys have internet here? Yes. Comcast, CenturyLink, Verizon. Oh, Verizon. Okay. I think you have Verizon phones? Yes. What kind of Apple, Androids for both of you? So kind of give you a brief idea, because I'm kind of like one of those straight shooters. I don't like wasting time. I don't like beating around the bush. I just kind of go straight to why we're here. Okay. A little bit complicated for me. I work for the sheriff's office. Okay. However, I'm loaned out to the FBI. Okay. So I go to work every day down in Fort Myers. We have an FBI office. He's major crimes. Okay. So he kind of deals with a lot of different things. Homicides, robberies, investigations, the whole 9 yards. I have a primary focus. Do you know what that primary focus might be? No, sir. My primary focus is child abduction. What do you think child means to you? I'm not sure. Child abduction is basically children. Okay. Child is one of them. Okay. We know that there's some activity going on here because I've got numerous tips. Okay. Okay. And we want to make sure that if this is something that you're doing in the privacy of your own home, then that's one thing versus you going out in parks. And I'm not trying to insult you. I also want to make sure that your daughter is okay. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Is this something that you're doing in the privacy of your own home versus you going out looking for kids on the streets? Oh my God, no, I've never done that. So this is just something that you're doing in the privacy of your own home? I'm not even looking at anything. All I'm doing is going onto a website called Omegle or something like that. That's all that I really do. I don't look for children or anything like that. But everything that's being recorded, because all of your content is being uploaded into the Verizon cloud, they recorded numerous files of child. So that's why we're here, is to kind of talk about it and to see if this this. I mean, Omegle, I can tell you right now, because I've been doing this for 7 years now, Omegle is a hot site for child. I can tell you that right now.
I know for a fact that it's been on there and stuff like that, but I don't do that any kind of stuff. I would never, ever go after any child. That's disgusting, especially with my little girl in there. There's no way.
Would you allow me to look through your phone?
I don't have any reason for you to look through my phone. I don't have my phone on me. But I'm sorry, I don't do any of that stuff.
Okay, so this is where we need to really be truthful, and I can pull out different things. Can you bring up my laptop? So far, I have 4 tips from you, okay? I will tell you that right now. Okay. This right here, and I really don't want to sit here and have to show you, is that where it says MP4, in that tip alone, that's how many videos of child was uploaded into the cloud. Does that make sense? This is the second one. Look, you have to see that, sorry. But it is what it is, because it's in your account. These files are in your account. And these are children. We've already confirmed. You just told me that that's your telephone number, right? Yes, sir. And these are files that are being uploaded into the Verizon cloud. And there's your name. We know that it's you. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's there. And that's only 1 tip out of 4. I mean, I can go through each tip. I mean, that's 8 minus the PDF, so that's 7 in that one. In this tip, there's 3 more. In the tip number 4, which is my newest, you had 1. So that's how many is being uploaded into the cloud. And again, if this is something that you're doing here and nothing else, then so be it. We just need to talk about it. You know, we need to make sure that, you know, when I go back to the office and my supervisor says, okay, you know, how was it? How did it go? You know, I can say, hey, you know, he was truthful with me. He stumbled across it. It was an accident. Whatever it might be. But if you don't talk to me and be honest with me, I can only do it. You know, it's something that turns me on. It's the only thing that turns me on. And that's one. You know, we don't know where you stand. But without you sitting there saying it's not me, I don't know what you're talking about. We're doing way too long.
No, I completely understand. So I will be honest with you. I was on that Omegle site for quite some time because my wife and I, after the baby, we didn't communicate well or do anything.
I know, dude. I know exactly what you're talking about. I got twin boys, and I swear to God, our relationship was nothing more than brushing up against the shoulders. I get it, dude. I'm serious. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I know I can feel you. Having children is cool and everything, but it definitely takes a toll on a marriage and a relationship.
I never wanted anybody to get hurt or anything. I just wanted to find some different excitement, and that was the site that I found excitement on, and there's no other intention behind that.
So you're not out there looking for kids. It's just something that
I would just, and I guess I went to Verizon because I'd like to watch it again, and I would do what's called screen record, and I would record anything when I was on the Omegle, and it would just download automatically, I assume. And I never even know they're on my cloud. I'm sure they're on there now. I just have to delete everything. But I never would go out and hurt anybody. I would never go out and look for anybody again. I can't say that. I would hurt somebody if they ever tried to do anything to my daughter. So there was no ill.
Right. And that's why we're talking to you out here versus inside your home. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to be respectful on you and trying to be, you know, I'm not saying this is not your wife's business. You're an adult. We're having a conversation with you. You get where I'm coming from? We're not here sitting at your kitchen table so your wife knows that maybe at some point you stumbled down a hole. That's why we're trying to respect, you know, not going in there where she's like, what the hell is going on? You get it?
I appreciate that.
I would only assume that because you're saying that when having a kid, like I said, I can relate to you. To these images? Is that why it excites you? You want something that kind of just...
So to be honest, well, yes, that's why I'm on the Omegle, but it's not for the kids. It's honestly any woman that pops up on there that's real that wants to talk to me and stuff like that. And that's really where it gets exciting, is just having somebody want to interact with you again.
So how many files do you have on your phone?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It's every time I do it. Okay. I just screen record or whatever.
So how often does your phone kind of get sucked up into the cloud? Do you have to force do it, or does it just automatically?
Automatically. Yeah.
I got Apple, but
I don't use it anymore. Honestly, I'm not good with technology. My phone's all we have. We don't have a computer.
Right.
But we do have a computer. We don't use it. It doesn't work. There's wedding pictures on there.
Gotcha. And how long do you feel like you've been doing this?
Since she was pregnant.
Okay, so for a couple of years?
Yes, sir.
I know it sucks, but we do appreciate you talking to us. What do you do for a living?
I'm a park ranger.
Oh, really? And then your wife?
She's a vet tech.
Gotcha. Is there any other sites that you go to, or is Omegle your go-to site?
That's all I use, sir. I don't really know what to say. I apologize. You're right. I fell down that rabbit hole, and I liked it. I liked the attention. I'm sorry. I feel so stupid.
Does your wife leave today, or is she home today?
I took off today to be with her. I'm going to go away for training for a week this Sunday.
Have you had this phone the whole entire time? That's a yes?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm just in shock. And
there's nothing that we should be concerned about of, we call them live victims, you know, live kids. This is always something
no, it's never been anything more than a computer. Never. No, there's no intention of it ever. It was never going to be more than a computer.
Right.
Like I said, especially with my daughter, I would never want somebody to do anything with my daughter, so I would never do that.
Not that I want you to view these, okay? I don't do that to people, okay? But what's the youngest that you look? I mean, I can sit here and pull it up just to
be 100% honest with you, I don't know. I really don't know what they are.
But we can't say that they're under 18. I mean, because that's what is safe to say, right?
Yes. Sometimes, yes.
I mean, because that's the only reason that they get them.
I understand.
It's not, they don't give me this stuff to say, hey, I think it is, or it could be. It's like, hey, because it's all this technical, but it's like a fingerprint to an image or a file, and like these are already known child files that are circulating every second of the day. It's sick. I mean, it is.
Alright folks, welcome back to the channel where we dissect art like it's a battlefield of the human soul. Today, we're staring into the abyss of Caravaggio's Narcissus, that haunting 1597 oil on canvas where a beautiful young man gazes at his reflection in a pool, utterly mesmerized. But this isn't just some dusty art history lesson, as it is aptly an exemplification of how this painting nails the black pill mindset, the grind of looks maxing, and why chasing physical perfection can torch your soul faster than bouncing from catfish bad day to bad day from social media fraudulence. We'll unpack the myth, the positives of leveling up in your looks on one hand, and the tragic mirror to today's morally bankrupt obsessives that have lost their soul in the process. Let's start with the painting itself first. Michelangelo, Mercy de Caravaggio, the bad boy of Baroque art, a guy who killed a man in a street fight and painted it like he was confessing a sin, a man who offended many and didn't care so long as he can paint his truth and speak his mind. Narcissus, in that regard, is peak Caravaggio. Raw, dramatic, no idealized bullshit. The canvas is split diagonally, light above, darkness below, like a divide between the ego and oblivion. Our boy here, Narcissus, kneels by the water, his face illuminated, eyes locked on his twin in the reflection. His hands reach out, almost touching, but it's futile. The water's black as ink, swallowing everything, and there's very little background fluff in this painting. Just him, the reflection, and the void. Intellectually, this is tenebrism at its finest. Extreme contrast of light and shadow to spotlight inner turmoil, similar to these hyper-obsessive looks maxers who are fueled from broken self-esteem and feeling that they need to endlessly compete in the rat race of improving their appearance. And they treat it as if it's some messianic answer when they're doing nothing but actually replacing another rat race inside the office with a rat race of just another type of one-upmanship. The reason Caravaggio painted this image was not to depict anything actually pretty. There's actually a very deep lesson here at hand that we can actually integrate into male online space today. He was exposing vanity's knife edge. You can stab yourself in the back in this pursuit of misguidance. The figure's beauty is, in many ways, undeniable. The figure has porcelain skin, tousled hair, his lips are parted in awe, but when you look closer, his eyes are hollow. His posture appears strained as he doesn't look satisfied, because he's not actually in admiration. It's obsession. Caravaggio himself was a bisexual rogue who was very familiar with rejection's sting, as he never fit into any of the cultural categories at the time. So in many ways, he paints this as a warning that beauty is amazing, but without wisdom, it's a trap. And in a world obsessed with filters and Facetune, this 400-year-old canvas screams, wake up, your reflection isn't your redeemer. You are forgetting and losing your ability to serve others and believing that empathy is a weakness. In your pursuit towards pure vanity, you're becoming a scumbag. As I like to keep my videos extra concise without jumping to any type of long-winded detours, the figure Narcissus is deemed in the mainstream world as a drop-dead, gorgeous teenager, because he's the son of a river god and nymph after all. Everyone wants him. Men woman, nymphs. They pine away repeating his rejections in absolute adoration and worship towards him. But Narcissus always remains cold as ice inside. When he feels, it is repressed because he believes he's not able to actually believe in humanity in any type of caricature way. He spurns him because he falsely has convinced himself that he is too perfect for all of these peasants. And one day, when he's hunting in the woods, he stumbles upon a crystal clear pool. And he's thirsty, so he leans in. And boom, falls madly in love. Or I should say, madly in delusion as he's lost his way with his own reflection. He thinks it's a real person and asks, who are you? Come out. But it's just him, empty, without any investment made onto others, even if he knows deep back inside his mind that that's actually how you get a semblance of purpose in me. No opportunity to mature and experience what it means to be relied upon. He stares and pines away, but he just wastes away and realizes that he's nothing but a beautiful shell. Can't eat, can't sleep, and only finds himself just gazing all day. Because at that point, it's just a matter of doubling down as well. Because he's unable to force himself to face the internal music inside. In his delusion, he reaches at this rippling image and realizes the horror is nothing but self-love, unrequited forever. Forever alienating himself in this chase of mogging that he's destroyed his ability to pair bond and drop his guard for another person. In other words, no chance of exposing yourself and letting your guard down to a stranger, which is the very definition of vulnerability and intimacy. He beats his chest and cries out, alas, and then he dies. And as a final poetic whim, his body turns into a flower by the water's edge. Tragic. But there's a profound lesson here for the oncoming generations that might be seeing through the bullshit of the red pill and the manosphere community, sure, but in this incredibly accelerating world dedicated to superficiality and scintillating simulations,
he took his out and started moving it. He kept touching, like, he touched my hand kind of. And I was like, okay, this is just real weird. Because she was scared. Yeah. She was terrified and just out of her.
She said she felt that she seen my. So that means that you need to arrest her.
On January 1st, 2023, officers responded to a bus stop after a young woman reported inappropriate behavior by another passenger during the ride. She stated the man invaded her personal space and made her uncomfortable, prompting another rider to alert the bus driver and contact law enforcement.
He actually lady to use the phone, so she didn't have no stuff. Then we started paying the private phone. He just released from prison. Correctional officer escorted him on the bus. Took you off the service. Can't have that on the phone.
I just got the release from prison, escorted on by the president itself on the way to Sarasota. Asked somebody to borrow the phone. I had no service. Started playing with his genitals in front of a minor.
Is there somebody with the minor?
I don't know. Just what he's showing right here.
Do you know where he got on the bus at?
The last stop.
Okay, what was the last stop here? Where Myers at the Greyhound bus station? Okay.
So I said, sorry, can I use my phone? But then while I was using it, he was watching me consistently. After that, he just kept watching, so I put my stuff closer to me, put the seatbelt on there, and he moved it. And while I was doing it, he kept touching, like, he touched my hand kind of. And I was like, okay, this is just real weird. Then I was with my one ear button, and he's like, how close are we? How close are we? How close are we? I didn't know, like, I ignored him. He moved his stuff from the window to, no, she was sitting right next to the window, he moved it here, sat, moved, and started doing this. And then I was
Is it one of the, is it just two seats next to each other?
Yeah, the one next to each other. We didn't have anyone next to him.
Okay. You were across the aisle from him?
No, right next to him, where the empty seat is, on the other side, next to the window.
Okay, across the aisle.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were across the aisle. Okay.
And when he moved closer, I was like, okay, this is making me more uncomfortable. And then I wasn't sure what he was doing, but when I could see the motion on my side eye, so I was like, I need to know I'm not crazy. I looked, and he was doing it, I was like, I can't do this.
What was he doing? I need to,
like,
I know it's bad, like...
And then he was moving it, like, shaking it, it was just uncomfortable. Like,
okay, so you saw him sitting outside his hands, he was touching himself. Was he looking at you while he was doing it?
Yes, and I said, can you please stop? And then he was like, yeah, and then he pulled it out away.
Okay, what happened after that?
After that, I said, sir, like, can you move? You're making me very uncomfortable. And then the very lady in front of me spoke up for me and said, hey, go tell the driver.
Okay, and that's when you called us, and now we're here. Okay, I'm gonna hold on to your ID until we're done. I'll get it back to you before, obviously. Done. Would you mind standing with her somewhere? Because I'm gonna pull him out, and I don't want her... Where are you coming from?
Florida.
Naples. We're gonna stand in front of this car. I just don't want any visualizations. How long would you say in between him doing what he did and you notifying the bus driver? I mean,
it probably lasted like 2 minutes because it was going so fast I had to say it.
So basically he did what he did, stopped, and you said about 2 minutes before you told the bus driver that?
Well, I was seeing it and I didn't realize what he was doing until I moved and I said, okay, this is inappropriate.
Okay. From the time you saw it to the time you told the bus driver?
Maybe a minute because a lady did speak up for me. She said she was a witness.
Okay, and I'll have to talk to her too. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to, it's okay, I just started my CEO job.
Oh, okay.
And I have my CEO license. I don't want any of this.
This isn't gonna affect you anyway.
Her voice, she was scared.
Yeah.
She was terrified. That's why I'm the only one on that bus. They heard her and somebody else was speaking back to her, but they didn't like assist her. You know what I mean?
Tell me what happened in the situation from your side.
Okay, so I have my air party right here, and you know, it's a bus ride. I'm going to Temple for oh my god, I just graduated from school right here in front of the border. I'm watching a comedy show on my phone, and it's dark, you know, I hear the young lady, she was sitting directly behind me, but me, I'm always aware of my surroundings, so I'm just making sure because part of the bus my mom told me to. The dude with the glasses, he just out of prison. You know, I'm a woman, she's a young lady, we're both women. So she just said, be aware of my surroundings. So I'm watching it, and I didn't see what he was. So I'm sitting right here, she's behind me, there's nobody right here, there's a guy right here, and he's sitting directly behind me. So I didn't she's directly behind me. So I'm sitting watching it, and I just hear her, she's like, you know, can you stop? You're making me uncomfortable. I can't really hear what he said, but she was like, you're pulling your private part out and you're stroking it, like, she's getting uncomfortable, so I called you, and I'm the light, but when I thought, okay, my mom just told me that I got on the bus, but it's going home from prison, but so I didn't turn on the light, but something told me to turn my flashlight to really catch him and act like he's doing something. But somebody else on the bus said something like, well, you can come back here. So I was like, no, by me going to school and my CDL license, we were operating a vehicle like this with this many passengers. You have to let the driver know what's going on so we can pull his own. Because God forbid, people try to manhandle her back there. It'll get too late. You know what I'm saying? And drive it. He's got to focus on the road. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, you need to go out there and tell the driver what's going on. I said, we can get this bus stopped and get the police out here, law enforcement, and handle the situation. She was like, really, can I do that? And she was like, saying that she's underage. We got to the bus, in front of the bus, and she was like, he had his music hard in. I guess he couldn't hear her. So when I got up there, I went up there with her, and I was like, driver, we can stop the bus. I was like, there's inappropriate things going on, but I didn't see anything. I'm just going by the fear in her voice. Yeah. You heard her say, stop touching yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. Yeah, young girl. Then you know, it sounded like she got it. Almost like she been through something. Yeah. And when I was talking to her, I was like, so stay calm. I see her like freaking out. My way up there, I was like, stay calm, don't pass out. Like, just relax. I was like, when law enforcement get here, they'll get everything under control. So she was like, she had come up. I didn't really interact too much of a conversation, but I just want to ask you a question because I just want to make sure she was safe from her. You know, on this right, you know, that was that place. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I was doing. But it sounded like she was like, you know, stop. You're making my conversation like you went your pants up. So I told the driver, I was like, turn his lights off so you can see what's going on. And the gentleman get up, his pants is on. I was like, back there, I didn't see him.
So you didn't see him actually pulling out, but you saw that when he got up his pants were up. Okay. We're gonna walk back towards my car where it's quiet so we can talk. What's going on? So I gotta talk to you and figure out what's going on. Cleveland, Ohio, after you show it. How long have you been showing us for? I got there in 21. We'll straight in. You're gonna give me whatever your side of the story of what happened that is, alright? Cleveland, influence and grapple. You know the meaning of perjury? Perjury can be committed by telling lies or omitting information. Omitting information is leaving details out. If I ask you a question and you don't give me the full story, that would be omitting information. Okay? It's a crime in the state of Florida? Okay. Yes, sir. Try to take a sworn statement on place under oath. Raise your right hand. You swear from the statement you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. Alright. I'm gonna read you one more thing, okay? You have the right to remain silent. You understand each of these rights as I've explained to you? Yes, sir. With these rights in mind, are you willing to talk to us? About what? There's nothing that happened.
Nothing happened at all? When did you get released from prison?
I got on the bus, like 9:03, somewhere 9.
Where'd you get on the bus at?
4 Mile.
4 Myers Greyhound bus station?
4 Mile.
Okay. And what have you been doing on the bus up until this point?
I put this on, like my sweat, and then my arm. That's it.
Okay. And what were you in prison for?
What was I in prison for? Yeah. Charges all.
Sale charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest with you for a second here. I have multiple people on the bus saying that you were touching yourself inappropriately and doing things that you shouldn't have been doing on the bus.
I know that's not true because everybody on that bus, except that girl, said that I was trying to learn something. Yeah.
You're gonna have to explain what it is. I know what it is, but regular people don't know what it is.
But the lady said I exposed myself. She didn't say I was.
Okay.
But she said.
What's going to mean to the general public?
The general public.
What the hell?
Towards somebody, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
She said that I guess exposed myself to her.
Okay.
But I didn't.
Okay. So when I just asked you what went on, you told me nothing's going on. You didn't say that somebody's accusing you of touching yourself.
That's because the girl told y'all, you know what I'm saying, that her and the black girl, well, the black girl said she had nothing to do with it. So she said she don't know, she didn't see him. Okay. But the other girl said that she thought that she thought that she seemed like after that.
Where did you hear that from?
On the bus.
On the bus?
Yes, sir.
You didn't hear anything about what either one of them told us while I was talking? You just heard what might have been on the bus?
I was on the bus. I was still on the bus when I was talking to her.
Okay.
But the black girl that's standing right there, she said that, no, I don't know, sir. So, you know what I'm saying?
If they didn't think anything happened, why would they have the driver stop the bus and call us then?
Because the black girl, when the other girl said something, she said, I seen this, or something like that. And the black girl said, well, you should go up there and tell the driver. You know what I'm saying? Because that need to be reported. And so she told the driver, and I told the black girl, I said, man, I didn't do anything. She said, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting up here, so I don't know what's going on. So I don't know how she could tell you that I was showing the other girl, when the other girl said.
It's just after midnight in Brevard County, Florida, where police respond to a home after a teenager called 911, reporting a burglary in progress.
Hello. Hey, Dad.
What time,
Come on. Okay. Why's your blood on the floor? Huh? What? Are you okay? Are you bleeding? Who's bleeding?
Police identify their caller and soon-to-be suspect as 16-year-old Julia Egler, a resident of the home that the teen allegedly told police had been broken into by an intruder.
Outside. What is going on? Why is that door smashed?
We have medical response. We have blood on the floor.
Who's bleeding? Where's your mom?
You're being interviewed in regards to the crime of murder. So obviously the jig is up.
And here's the thing, okay?
Y'all paying me with a murder,
Okay, because you shot him. But
I'm going to the life regardless.
This is 17-year-old Quentin Brown, currently realizing that he'll be spending the rest of his life in prison because murdering someone comes with its consequences.
You're 17. You had your whole life. You need to tell us exactly what happened because it was a great day.
And as detectives continue questioning him in this never-before-seen interrogation, they will realize Quentin is far dumber than they could have ever realized.
How am I getting booked on a murder?
You told your 6 like this. Yeah. It's impossible to argue with him a lot. I knew you didn't just cold-bloodedly murder this guy. I knew you didn't set off.
Who got murdered?
The geek in the alley. Don't. Just
where at?
Really.
It was a balmy night on November 26, 2016, in Dayton, Ohio, when gunshots erupted in a quiet neighborhood. Police rushed to the alley where the shots were heard, and there, deceased in the front seat of his car, they discovered the body of 32-year-old Benjamin Werner. The scene was horrific, but it wouldn't take officers long to solve it, because the victim wasn't the only person parked in the alleyway. Police arrived at the scene so quickly after the shots were heard that one of the parties involved didn't even have time to flee. The driver of the car, who we only know as Cam, surrendered himself to police immediately and told them a tale that led them directly to the person who killed Benjamin, a 17-year-old delinquent named Quentin Brown. Within 24 hours, police not only have Quentin in custody, but they have a boatload of evidence proving that he was the man who pulled the trigger, not just once, but nearly a dozen times. Ultimately, he was the sole person responsible for the death of Benjamin Werner, though getting him to admit that, it ain't gonna be easy.
Okay, I'm Detective Cope. This is my partner, Detective Dark. Okay, we want to talk to you today. Before we do, since obviously you're like cuffed up and everything. Okay, we need to see your rights. Okay, the reason we've been able to do this out on the street, we wouldn't be able to read your rights. Okay, right. But since you're up down here, you're down in the room, four doors, windowless, this guy's sitting here, you'd sit in a, I guess for lack of a better word, holding cell for a little while. You would perceive that you're not free to leave. So because of that, we're reading your rights. So it makes sense.
So I am being arrested.
I didn't say that. I'm saying that you're not free. You're being detained. No doubt about that. Okay, tonight. No, right now. Right now. We're detained. Yeah, right. So, I don't know if you're arrested or not. Like I said, right now, we're definitely detained, which is why we're right now. Does that make sense? Yeah. So the Supreme Court recently said that if you think that you're under arrest, we have to review your rights. So,
can I ask you one question?
Yes.
What is this all about?
Explain all that. Yes, okay. You're being interviewed in regards to the crime of murder.
Murder?
Yes. Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights.
Right. Clearly, Quentin wasn't taking any acting classes in school. When he was going, that is. At the time of this interrogation, Quentin should have been a senior, but had been kept back a year and was actively flunking his classes, which, as we continue this interrogation, should come as no surprise. He has read his Miranda warnings, and police immediately get down to business, trying to get an admission before they lose too many brain cells interrogating Quentin.
Do you know a young man by the name of Cameron?
Yeah, I know. Red?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
How do you know?
From about last summer when he played football. He, not my sister, but this girl. You're real close. Not like that, but I'm real close with this girl, and she called me her brother, and I called her my sister. And they used to mess around. Okay. Back last summer.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Cameron or with Cameron?
I was with Cameron yesterday, earlier in the day.
About what time?
Like 4, about 3, 4, something like that.
Okay, about 3 or 4. What was the process of your interaction? Like what happened? What did you guys do?
Me and Cam?
Yeah.
Oh no, we just ran around. We was about to go smoke with some girls.
How did you get from him to your sister?
What you mean?
You said you were kicking with your sister from about 5 to 7 over on Nottingham. So if he picked you up at 4 and you were around for an hour, how did you go from his part to her part or partner?
No, this is yesterday.
Yeah. When was this? This was yesterday?
Yeah.
What if Tony Soprano didn't die in some poetic TV ending, but in the most brutally realistic mafia way possible? No last words, no slow motion, just darkness. And the real mystery isn't who pulled the trigger.
In Brian the Palmer's gangster flick Carlito's Way, Al Pacino plays Carlo Brigante, a Puerto Rican former gangster who's tired of the lifestyle, and after coming out of prison after 5 him away from the underworld forever. Benny comes out of nowhere at the end of the film. We, as the audience, are so focused on Carlito trying to escape the Italians, we pretty much, like him, forget about Benny's existence. That is, of course, until he shows up and takes Carlito out. Another surprising element of the Benny reveal is the actions of Pachanga, played by Louis Guzman. Pachanga is someone Carlito knew from the old days, and a man he hires as his bodyguard to take care of the club. He is fairly prominent in the film, but often in the background. It's a shocking turn of events to see that Carlito, who got Pachanga to accompany Gail to the train station and to look after her, was secretly working with Benny Blanco, who set up Carlito and had him killed, as revealed at the end of the film. It's especially surprising, seeing as though Pachanga was so adamant in wanting to kill Benny when he disrespects Carlito. Probably like Carlito, seeing Benny Blanco from the Bronx as a punk kid. Then he goes and works for him? What gives? Why would Pachanga randomly sell out his own friend? It might come off to some as a random plot twist thrown in by the writers, but I actually think the seeds of Pachanga's betrayal are sprinkled throughout the film. If you see things from his point of view, you can actually see why he betrayed Carlito. As Carlito lays on the train station floor, his life slipping away, Pachanga mentions having to think about his own future before being blown away by Benny, who presumably doesn't want someone working for him who so easily turned on his own boss. So I guess it was a business decision. Pachanga basically was set to be made redundant and out of a job when Carlito heads off to dance in the Bahamas. So he decides to trade up employers. But there's more to it than that. So let's step into Pachanga's shoes for a bit, putting aside the stench of treachery and going back to when Carlito was first released. He knows Carlito, knows he's a legend. We don't know all the ins and outs of Carlito and his crime, but we do know he was a heavy mover of hate. He worked with made and connected people, and in the courtroom at the beginning of the film, the judge labels him as a reputed assassin. And on top of this, Carlito was going away for 30 years, didn't mention any names, and got out early on a technicality. From a street perspective, from Pachanga's perspective, Carlito demands respect. It's an honor to be approached by him to put in work. Not only that, but to be the one to advise Carlito about the new world, how things have changed. These new kids nowadays, as they say, they got no respect for human life. And therein actually lies our first clue as to why Pachanga would eventually betray Carlito. Carlito is out of touch with the modern ways. He's old school, sure, so you have to respect him. But it's like respecting your granddad. You revere him for the life he's lived, but he's not going to be able to take you in a fight now. It's a lip service thing, like the way Tony Soprano respects guys who come out of the can like Richie Aprile or Fish Lamano. It's lip service. But once they start to become a problem, he is quick to put them in their place. Different situation, I know, but it's usually the boss telling his minion how things are done, not the other way around. Anyway, Carlito brings Pachanga in as extra security for the club, and he's immediately sussed the man out. In the voiceover, Carlito tells us he thinks I'm going to make him rich, so he's worried I'm going to get killed before he's school. So right from the off, the movie tells us Pachanga's loyalty to Carlito is only based on money, not Carlito's wreck. So all it would take is a decent-sized envelope for Pachanga to betray the man. Carlito's first major blunder involving Pachanga is when he lets Lalin live. Lalin is an old-timer who escaped a 30-year stint by flipping, and Carlito catches him out and starts berating him. Pachanga enters the room to see what the commotion is about, sees what's up, and immediately tries to execute Lalin. Now, in the world these guys live in, this is the correct thing to do. You don't tolerate rats, and it sends a message, especially since Carlito himself was facing a 30-year stretch, and he didn't flip. It re-establishes Carlito, highlights his ruthlessness to take out Lalin, but he refuses to do it, just lets the guy go. Now, if this was done privately, it's a different story, but with Pachanga watching, Carlito had to kill Lalin. We of course know he wants out, he's tired, and he probably thinks letting Lalin live is a greater punishment. But what he's done is let a rat walk. Pachanga will notice, and this kind of weak behavior becomes a running trend throughout the film. Then there's the Benny Blanco situation. A punk kid who disrespects Carlito, tells him he's going to kill him. They've got him out the back of the club, ready to kill him, and Carlito calls it off. It's balmy. Pachanga is raring to go, even says it will be fun, trying his best to persuade Carlito, but he doesn't have it. Pachanga is shocked, questioning the decision as Carlito walks away from the scene. Pachanga's estimation of Carlito as a man would plummet in this situation, as Carlito himself notes. If I don't do it, they're going to say, Carlito, he's flaky, man, slacked out, used to be a bad guy. Joint got to Carlito. The street is watching. He's practically describing Pachanga here. Where's that razor-sharp heavy hitter from the old days gone? Where's that guy who would have kept his pride and taken out little old Benny Blanco from the Bronx, taken his time while he did it? Pachanga would interpret Carlito's actions as weakness, going soft. Not only that, if guys like Benny are potentially going to come back to Carlito, that puts Pachanga's life in danger. He's here kicking and punching Benny. Does Carlito not realize Benny's going to remember this if he comes back for revenge? And though it's more likely Benny approached Pachanga at a later date, cornered him even, threatening him, it's possible this is where Benny flipped Pachanga. Picture the scene. Benny's being dragged away by Pachanga. He looks up to him, his face bloody and bruised. Hey amigo, why are you working for that guy? The man's over the hill, he's finished, I say. I should be dead. You know it, and I know it. The guy's gonna get you killed. Come on for me, I'm going places. And ain't no graveyard like yours. Pachanga might not have been swayed right there and then, but the seed will be planted. And the next time we see Pachanga, when Carlito tells him to go with Gale, he would no doubt already be on Benny's payroll. Pachanga's betrayal might initially come off as random, but just like Richie's betrayal of Phil in Sopranos, Frank turning on Nicky in Casino, as we've discussed in previous videos, the hints are scattered throughout the film. It's subtle, but it's there. Carlito was weak and over the hill. That's the way Pachanga would have seen it. Heck, for all he knew, Carlito might flip. News may have spread that the DA had called in Carlito, tried to turn him. If Carlito was weak enough to avoid killing rats and punks, maybe he was weak in other ways, susceptible to fold under question. Or maybe even, the reason why Carlito refused to kill the rat Lalin is because he's already wearing the wire, just like Lalin was. That's how he beat his 30, by making a deal with the cops like Lalin did. It's possible Pachanga thought Carlito might turn rat, or had already flipped. In short though, Pachanga thought he'd trade out bosses as Carlito was no longer the man he once was, and Benny Blanco was the new guy on the block, the new Carlito. But Pachanga couldn't see the angles, couldn't see how it made him look by turning on Carlito, how Benny would see it. Who would have thought, if he turns on Carlito today, he'll turn on me tomorrow. So once Benny didn't need Pachanga anymore, he rightly disposed of it. So there you have it. What do you make of Pachanga's betrayal? Let me know in the comments below. Subscribe to the channel, and thanks for watching.
Assur Noble! Rocks and Assur! An opportunity! Sky Scout! Wind Glide on! Moving out!
Out of the sewers we come!
Test metal! We rule the skies!
Moving out! Agreed. Slay them!
On the wing! Fly over! Aerial maneuvers! Speed up! Aerial attack! Combat dive! Retreat! On the wing! Air patrol!
Withdraw!
What the hell, dude? I really can't hold ground. Dude, this has to be the dumbest design I've ever seen in any game. Shit.
Pull back, Asur!
Oh my god, stolen again, dude. Also, yeah, that army would probably be better. Dude, this game is so stupid. I think green family gets stolen.
The winds are rising.
Oh my god. What the actual fuck, bro?
Time is of the essence. Minute! For Asurian!
Is it still back now?
I have need of slaves.
Actually stupid, dude.
Standing by. Rally to me, Asur! Hold the captain! Asur! We fight!
Take what you want.
What orders?
You have got to be fucking kidding me, dude. Holy shit, the dumbest fucking design I've ever seen. Any fucking game, dude. Because he's not on foot, I fucking lose, dude. Like, are you fucking serious, dude? Dumbest fucking game I've seen, bro.
Self notes. If I don't do it, they're gonna say, Carlito, he's flaky, man. Slack out. Used to be a bad guy. Joint got to Carlito. The street is watching. He's practically describing Pachanga here. Where's that razor-sharp heavy hitter from the old days gone? Where's that guy who would have kept his pride and taken out little old Benny Blanco from the Bronx? Taking his time while he did it. Pachanga would interpret Carlito's actions as weakness, going soft. And not only that, if guys like Benny are potentially going to come back at Carlito, that puts Pachanga's life in danger. He's here kicking and punching Benny. Does Carlito not realize Benny's going to remember this if he comes back for revenge? And though it's more likely Benny approached Pachanga at a later date, cornered him even, threatening him, it's possible this is where Benny flipped Pachanga. Picture the scene. Benny's being dragged away by Pachanga. He looks up to him. His face is bloody and bruised. Hey, amigo, why are you working for that guy? Man's over the hill. He's finished, essay. I should be dead. You know it, and I know it. Guy's gonna get you killed. Come up for me. I'm going places. And it ain't no graveyard like your boss.
The winds are rising. My powers are yours to command.
Defender of the Aesir.
Actual dog shit being designed here.
Treading lightly.
Born to lead.
The worst game design ever, dude.
Loyal subject.
Only gives ambush protection. Racing scout. That's probably the most worth.
Hope is fading.
Lord of the Phoenix Court. Sea Helm.
Handmaiden of the Everqueen.
Okay, I need to take that from you. Okay.
To film this. Good. Yeah, no, it is good. This guy's a fucking weirdo.
This is 44-year-old Joseph Gonzalez, mere minutes after killing a man in broad daylight. What began as an argument over speed limits quickly spiraled into a shocking road rage shooting that left one man dead in the street.
I'm not. I know, we the only I'm a victim. How does a victim get put in the back of a vehicle? I'm not charged with the crime.
And if Joseph's disturbing crime isn't enough, his behavior in the interview room would be like nothing I've ever seen, making a mockery of the situation and acting as if the murder hadn't even happened mere hours ago.
You are handcuffs because you're being charged. This is very simple. You guys are making it more than it is. Someone tried my life. What am I supposed to do? I'm sorry, I swear to God.
On a hot Monday morning on August 29, 2022, police were called to the scene of a shooting in the 1600 block of Val Verde Southwest in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Several calls were made, but the one that captured officers' attention was the call placed by the shooter, who claimed to have killed a man in self-defense just outside his home.
Okay, I need to take that from you. Okay. And then do you have it exploded? Okay, that's fine. Do you have it?
Another time.
What do you think? It doesn't matter. You still have to get handcuffed, bro. We weren't here when it happened. Well, you haven't even asked me one question. That's why. Is your handbag? Of course there are.
Yeah.
So film this. Good. No, it is good. This guy's a fucking weirdo.
Sir, I'm not going to ask you anything right now.
Negative. You got my weapon.
That's your truck.
That's not my truck.
That's not
I don't know who him or that truck is. Okay. He can't threaten my life. I gave him a warning shot.
Don't.
Okay, I will take it.
Against the officers' protests, Gonzalez lets crucial details of the incident slip, and what was likely an attempt to appear honest through transparency would wind up creating serious problems for the 44-year-old father.
I'm having questions because I'm not.
I know. The only question is read him his rights, and then we'll secure him.
What am I being arrested for?
You're not being arrested. Just on the other side of this. Yeah, it appears he's got a pulse or anything. Okay. Thank you. The victim was declared deceased, and this was now a murder investigation. Look, sir, call came in. We have the shooter in custody. It looks like it's in front of his house on Val Verde, 1620 Val Verde. Maybe a witness called it in. We'll definitely find that out for you. But then the offender also called it in. I call him the offender just because he's the shooter, but he's saying it was justified. Looks like a road rage kind of thing. The victim will be identified as 35-year-old Abner Antillon of Albuquerque, New Mexico. While the full extent of the gruesome scene was not yet clear to investigators, one thing was certain. The victim had been shot multiple times at very close range.
Slay them!
Tragic. This is the kind of uncomplicated scene police look forward to. At first, no one had any reason to doubt Gonzalez's version of events. I'm going to say victim, the GSW, to the head, maybe to the chest, and it looks like there's 2 holes, and 2 guys who don't know each other according to the shooter. Gonzalez is likely hoping his helpful and indifferent attitude makes him appear less suspicious, but his indifference to the corpse at his feet is more disturbing than anything.
You need me. There was no one here but me. Anyone have anything? Mr. Saul has that camera there. Okay. If you saw some motion, you'll probably be able to see everything on that camera.
Camera footage had, in fact, captured the incident in all its horrific detail, but before officers could review it, they needed to find someone willing to hand it over. Fortunately for Gonzalez, that very footage would soon make it clear that there was far more to this story than just self-defense.
There was a person out here. Do you know where they are?
No, let's contact them.
Protecting Outlaw.
Is there anything you want to?
Is Joseph still here?
He is. He's here.
I don't want to talk with him around here.
You must secure the perimeter.
Doesn't matter. He can see me through here.
Defender of the Everqueen.
Me and 4 other neighbors. We got it on surveillance, but when he goes away, I'll talk to you.
For officers, this cryptic response made it clear that there was much more to the story, and Gonzalez's deteriorating behavior was beginning to offer some clues as to what really happened here.
Pain and funny.
I'm not arrested. My weapon, I told you what happened. Please let me have my phone. You cannot have my property. I would tell you last time I take it. Still. You won't call your LP. I told you no. I want your LP. I don't want to talk to you. You're body for you. You've been since I met you. You came here in your fatigues. I want to act like a badass. I remember you,
It
dude.
shall be done.
For what? I'm a victim. Someone came and turned my life. You put me in the back of a car with handcuffs? You're a dick, dude. You are, bro.
So these detectives on scene said you're ready to head to the main for your interview. We're detected there, and then we'll
Good luck.
Alright.
Don't say that.
You know what I'm saying? Gonzalez's flippant attitude and refusal to accept responsibility for what he did would only intensify upon arrival at the station.
Ready. Man shall live.
I'm gonna wait for him and then I'll here. He said he was close to us.
Gonzalez is placed in an interview room to await the arrival of homicide detectives. For someone used to being in control, this proves to be an incredibly anxiety-inducing situation for the man. But he knows he must still appear as calm as possible if he has any hope of not being charged with murder. But it's only been 2 minutes, and Gonzalez is already letting his frustration get the better of him.
How long have you been before you get to I know they told you, but do you have a spirit coming talk to you about anything? Because I'm not being charged with anything. I'm sitting here waiting.
For the good of all. There is nothing here for us. Keep an even pace. You outwork
We'll examine who his little brother is and the high-profile case he's connected to soon. Right now, it's enough to know that Gonzalez seems to revel in using his brother as a scapegoat to avoid accountability. What he's doing here could be considered the first of his manipulation tactics, passive aggression. By sitting this close to the door, he knows whoever enters next will immediately be caught off guard, giving Gonzalez the perceived upper hand. And that's exactly what happens. For a man like him, it seems everything is a battle for dominance.
Yeah, well, don't wait for so I know this. You came like a damn criminal over here, I'm not happy about it. I apologize for that. Sorry, took me a second to get here.
I serve the Phoenix King.
No, I did tell you. What's your name? Justin's us. No, you're fine. No, don't worry about it. Justin's us. There are 2 questions, sir. So I'm going to talk over the rest. So I'm not
setting off.
I was here assisting. I just got in. Resetting for initially right away. I want to find out exactly what's going on first.
Asura to battle. Put them in effect.
No, it's to the officers' discretion. And that's well, not necessarily. When you're transporting people, they have to be in handcuffs. That's just the additional term that they have to be in handcuffs. I'll talk with the detectives before. Not once have I given you handcuffs. This is the first time I've given you detectives with us. Okay, I know. No, I'm not going to me. I'm spending my life. That's why we're here. I shouldn't be treated like I'm very embarrassed. So I'm spending my life, and I have the right to take this.
For order!
Yeah, of course. It's safe. But water was one of the things that comes up. I might be a bit different. Get calm down. No, I get it. Because I know that you come watch me. Watch me. I come to watch you sleep. No, no, show me on the phone. Many times. You're going to go. So yeah, no, I'm asking questions. Just asking. Hold me here. The rest of us go. Yeah, like I said, however you guys want to find, do what you want to do. Let's get it done. Of course. Always.
Throughout this interaction, it's obvious Gonzalez is still switching between trying to maintain his calm demeanor and struggling to control his rising anger. For the moment anyway, he claims to be open to talking about the events of the morning. However, this attitude will not last for long.
Time is of the essence.
What's that? Talking by the door. Especially when you're...
Passive-aggressive behavior is effective because it's a subtle way of expressing anger or hostility while still leaving room for deniability. It's about doing what's asked, but not in the correct or expected way.
You're not going to know this. No, I'm not criminal. No, I'm not trying to do that. I'm telling you right now. What I wanted to do. If I was in your position, you get over the check. That's all I need to be straight up. You're not straight up. You're kind of around. This is very simple. You guys are making more than it is. Well, it's really complicated. It's not complicated. What's complicated about it? You tell me what you're... We're very thorough investigation before we make any decision. I can't just walk in here and say, this is happening.
Items of power.
You guys are running rapid. And as far as your detectives go, and my family's witness, you guys watch it all the time. You guys
awaiting orders.
It's not some big elaborate freaking YouTube story or Netflix special.
Well, he's half right.
I'm telling you, legally, my rights.
Princess of Alpha.
That's what I mean detained for. You can only detain a certain amount of time. Not ours. We both know that. No, I know that. I can tell that you're upset because I'm not upset. I just don't like to be yes. I'm not trying to get you sorry about that way. That's just the way I talk. I'll try to work on it. No, it's fine. Your only just screws, but you got to certainly. It's such fault.
His condescending comments likely stem from a place of anxiety. The situation is not unfolding the way he thought it would. It's unlikely that Gonzalez ever actively questions his own actions or motivations, but here in this interview room is perhaps the closest he gets, as the reality that he may not be going home begins to dawn on him.
Thank you right there. So, I'll start with this picture. Joseph Gonzalez. Joseph Gonzalez. S or Z? Yes. Good contact number for you? 492. Where's my cell phone? The W. So, they told me you were 505. 492.
Oh, wow,
Pay attention to Gonzalez's body language here. He's fidgeting. He can't sit still. He even shows difficulty regulating the volume of his voice at times. While he certainly has every right to seek counsel, he appears to feel personally attacked by the facts that he was dissuaded from telling his version of events at the scene.
I'm being detained for an investigation. How long is an investigation to be detained? How long can you detain someone for an investigation? Pretty long time. For about 12 hours. So we can sit here for 12 hours. That being said, I wanted to return you to keep here for 12 hours and decide if you want to charge you. Basically, so that's why I want you to. That's why I want to play. Because you're not going to play. No, I tried and I wanted to take it. So I definitely wait for a lawyer. I did try. That's fine. You guys didn't want to talk to me on scene and you did your shirts on.
Possibly angered by his interaction with Detective Lopez, Gonzalez prepares his ultimate passive-aggressive attack.
Hold on. Oh, what are you doing, man? I'm taking a piss. No, you're not. What are you doing, man? You guys are ridiculous, dude. It's been 10 minutes. I'm not dog. You heard me. Dude, I'm not a animal. No one said you were. Why are you treating me like one? Fuck off, dude. I told you I need a fucking restroom. Asshole. Big old cup of piss because you idiots. I feel that better.
On On one level, it's incredibly hard to believe this man just killed someone in broad daylight, but at the same time, it makes perfect sense, knowing his true character. His display goes over about as well as you'd imagine, and Gonzalez quickly finds himself back in cuffs.
I said I need the restroom, and you don't treat me like a fucking animal. I knocked multiple times. Just take my ass is right there. I'm not trying to get anybody whether I would hurt you. You heard me. No, I didn't. I banged hard. I do other stuff, man. So have a seat. You are in handcuffs because you're being charged. So have a seat. With what? Put it outside. I'll have a seat. Let's run down.
When someone gets charged with battery on household members,
They
they
don't come to interrogation.
don't come in here, and it's very quick.
I'm not scared. Now I'm going to tell my lawyer, and now I got to go to jail, get bonded out, all that BS, to go to court. For someone that tried to sit there and tell me, you guys are cheating. This ain't right. This is not. This is my little brother. That shit ain't right.
Given for.
You cannot say that the detective didn't come in here to read your rights.
No, he did. Read my rights.
Yes, he did.
Ready
I heard
to
him
march.
read your
You read my rights. You read my
Yes,
rights.
and you read them as well, and he asked you. if you wanted to
Setting
hear
up
your
garrison.
Well, you didn't tell him your side of the story.
You guys did not want to hear it.
He wanted to hear it.
No, I have my day in court. So I'm here in court. Yes, I will.
Brave son of Ulfwan, I will share my experience.
I know you really
Land ahoy.
I get it every damn day. And now that I'm not there, they know I'm not. You guys will see. No, I kid you not. I'm just telling you, so you see it in the news, you know that you already talked to the person.
According to Gonzalez, Antillon, the man he shot earlier that morning, had been one of many who had been consistently harassing him and his family because of his little brother's involvement in a high-profile murder case. Joseph's younger brother, Fabian Gonzalez, had recently been found guilty for the role he played in the 2016 death of 10-year-old Victoria Martins.
I didn't know him. Why did he stop, back all the way up and come, and say he's gonna kill me? I don't understand it.
At some point during his detainment, police had recovered the camera footage from the scene, and it's not nearly as confusing as Gonzalez wanted detectives to believe. At 7:23 a.m. on August 29, 2022, Joseph Gonzalez arrives home after taking his wife to work. By all accounts, it was a normal Monday morning for the 44-year-old father, as we see him exit the vehicle and unlock his front gate. As Gonzalez returns to his truck, you can see Abner Antillon's custom red international pickup drive by. Gonzalez, apparently bothered by the perceived speed of the other driver, shouts at him to slow down. Antillon hears him and immediately reverses to confront Gonzalez. Like many incidents of road rage, what happened next is heartbreaking precisely because it was so unnecessary and preventable. The two engage in an argument that quickly escalates to the point where both men exit their vehicles and move closer to one another. Unfortunately, this tense exchange is blocked by Gonzalez's truck, but at the height of the argument, we can see Joseph take a few steps back, square his shoulders, raise his weapon, and pull the trigger. What happened next is what Gonzalez described as a warning shot into the ground. However, this was immediately followed up with a volley of targeted shots into Antillon's back.
Oh my God, no, no.
These final party insults tell us everything we need to know about how Gonzalez really felt at the time of this tragic shooting. This was a heartless, evil murder.
Listen, I'm not worried about incriminating this, that. What happened? I didn't say it. Not once. Someone threatened my life. What am I supposed to do? What's the warning shot standing for?
I seek the prey.
Thanks for saying that. I'm just saying, you guys should. No, because it's like I said, every situation. It's like a warning shot does, no? But you really are. You definitely are. So you gotta know what you're doing. You know what I mean? It's muscle awareness. Very simple. You all know IDs, you know? So the thing about it is, you do a warning shot, you hear this, that person, they're either they're scared, they're attacking, or they just don't know what they're doing. They might be on drugs. You know what I'm saying? So that warning shot lets you determine a lot of things. See, right now we're talking through all these variables that you were talking about earlier. That's every situation is different. But it doesn't want to do everything. No, it is. To protect you, your person.
And that is ultimately the heart of the issue, and the question the jury would later ask themselves at the trial of Joseph Gonzalez. Did he protect himself in the appropriate way? According to Gonzalez, the answer is a clear yes. But for obvious reasons, the jury felt differently. Joseph Gonzalez was initially charged with first-degree murder in the shooting death of Abner Antillon, and his trial began on April 23rd. He was acquitted in May after a jury failed to reach a verdict in the case, voting 10-2 in favor of conviction, leading to a mistrial. According to reports, the Bernalillo County 2nd Judicial District Attorney's Office plans to retry Gonzalez on the lesser charge of second-degree murder. He is currently being held in custody at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
This shall serve me well. Attack! But you carried the day. Ulfwan can use those riches. Sea Helm, veteran sea god.
Lady of the Phoenix Court.
Oh, it's her. Jesus Christ, she just died.
Peace and strength. Hero of the Aesir, the Order of Belshazzar. Nerves of it, Bilmar. Praise Assyrian.
The Keeper.
master of sea and sky.
Loyal servant.
I've forgotten more than you've ever known.
I await your orders.
Acting upon it.
Mist Mage.
True son of Ulthuan.
What do you require?
Oh my god, 805. Okay, I can see where people go.
Eye of the Emperor.
Alright, so start toasting bridge.
What did you come here for? Just strictly to meet her and get some pizza. Strictly to meet the 13-year-old in your heterosexual couple. Oh, that man sounds bad. This 44-year-old drove for 2 hours thinking he was meeting a 13-year-old. In reality, the only thing waiting for him was a surprise from police. On July 17th, an undercover investigator posing as a young female was contacted by the suspect, who sent numerous explicit messages. 2 days later, the suspect asks to meet in person, raising serious concerns about his intentions. The investigator agrees to a set time and location, and local authorities are notified. When he arrives, officers move in to confront him.
Oh, yeah. I'm good. Detective Harmon with the Sheriff's Office. Do you have your license with you? Don't reach for it. I'm just asking you. Do you have it with you? What's your name, sir? Well, more burglary details, and we've been getting hit back here, and we see your car keep moving from parking lot to parking lot. When I read your registration, I saw you're not from the neighborhood. No, I live in the back. Okay, what brings you back this way? Okay, where are you coming from? Wayne's Pizza? What are you doing over there? I heard it was good. Do they have great pizza? I heard they have great pizza. How'd you end up there? Recommendation through a friend? So you left Wayne's. Where do you live? Okay. Are you headed to the I'm at Hall House. Okay, alright. What's your ID? Do you have your ID? Are there any firearms in the car? No, there's not. Okay. Where's your ID? It's in my pocket. Here, do me a favor. Sure. Go ahead and make that call. Do you mind if I pay you down? Make sure you don't have any weapons. Your hands up. And what's your name, sir? You must have a dog. I have 2 dogs. Spread your feet for me a little bit. Where were you before Wayne's? At home. So you were at home, came out to Wayne's, and you're headed back home? Okay.
Where's your phone at? Right there on my... Near these, you're in your... No, no, no. Can I see your ID? Can I reach in? Yeah, absolutely. You don't have any firearms or knives in the I found something in this pocket. Those are my keys. Do you mind if I just make sure there's nothing? Absolutely. Okay. Can I take your phone then?
On May 17, 2000.
Pull back, Asu!
Land assault. Commence combat. Forfeit their wealth. Standing orders. For Assyrian, release them. Commander of the Sea Patrol, the Sea God's domain expands.
Open the Liber Mortis. We may be able to aid each other. My desires are modest. Perhaps.
Bring me Neferra. Do not let my death mask unnerve you. My consent.
Very well.
Actually crazy.
These advances will be useful. Preparing camp.
What would you have of me? Act there! The Kazai watch over us! Take anything of value! Certainly!
They all own a lot of territory.
Time for action.
I do want to see them.
I admit, I rarely venture here. I feel empowered.
So they all have like night attack.
Cracked rocks, scoured stone. This is a dead place.
Preparing camp.
Veteran Sea Guard. A dry spell? I did not follow. What absurdity!
No. Urathan! Asur, we fight.
Poised valor. I am aware. Deception shan't prevail. Over there! Praise Assyrians! The Order of Belshazzar! Advance our forces! Good triumphs once again. Sail the skies. Sound judgment.
Always. I have much to teach them.
I hear the Kadef. I will not.
Peace and strength.
Awaiting orders. The winds hearken to me.
Traverse the land. Fortify our position.
Princess.
Sea hell.
The winds are rising. It shall fall.
Nerves of it, Dilmar. My life is in service to Elthwyn.
Not this time.
King and country. Rally to me, Asur. Ravage this place. You may approach. Lady of the Phoenix Court.
Preparing camp. Hero of the Asur.
Mist Mage. Prince.
Shall we cut a deal? Or shall I cut you?
Asur Prince, across the waves.
The service is all we have!
I offer my assistance.
Oh, another incendiary?
Mage of the White Tower. my power.
Defender of the Phoenix Throne.
The winds hearken to me.
Might have to get rid of all those open things. Yeah, it's actually getting no point where I don't know. I thought I'd say that. Dude, I have more gold than anyone should.
Vanquish.
Onward.
I gotta say, this game definitely wants better than the weapons fault. This game definitely better.
Let me go ahead and show y'all niggas something real quick. Where's the...
What do I do on speed?
Spearmen!
Princess of Althwan!
Without fail!
My power is yours! Princess of Althwan!
The ground quakes! Sigma calls!
Althwan! Ready! Orders!
Outriders!
Wind and fire!
Archers! Without question. Yes, General! Take the ground!
Asur Princess! Understood! Althwan!
Rocket battery!
Loyal!
Acknowledged!
It shall be done. Cavalry ready! Sigma!
For duty!
Retreat! Withdraw!
We will obey.
It will be done!
Orders received.
Following Abdua!
For the Warhammer!
Wielder of the winds!
Pick them off!
Asur, withdraw!
Forward!
Spearmen! It shall be done.
Yes?
Without fail.
Loyal!
Loyal. Acknowledged. Archers! As you say. Archers! Understood.
My power is yours.
Order and balance.
For Asurian!
Keeping distance, sir!
Princess of Althwan! St. Louis! Asurian wilted!
Sigma preserve us!
With haste! Slay them!
Rocket battery! We obey! Celestial fury! Without hesitation!
For duty! For Ulthuan!
For our ancestors!
Pull back!
Seal!
Move in formation!
For Ulthuan!
What is up with these units not listening, dude? I swear, like, what the hell? And the units were not even at low health, they were at low health because they auto-resolve at low health. This game is a joke sometimes, dude. Actual fucking dog shit.
Rocket battery!
Defender of Ulthuan!
Outriders! Spearmen! Acknowledged! Understood! Without fail! Go! Yes, up, quickly! Taking position! Formation march! Outriders! Send us out! To battle!
With Kadai! At once! Kadai, hear me!
Outriders! Take the ground!
Ooh, they're all missing me like that.
Paranoid! Agreed.
Archers!
What orders?
Archers! Without fail! For duty! Ancestors! Ready to serve!
Oh my god, I love when Storm Machines stay in no.
For the Warhammer! Engage! Quick march! No lingering! Moving now! Yes, sir, quickly! In the name of the twin-tailed comet! Go! Take the ground! Launch! Fire! Take aim! Asa! Withdraw!
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, these units are really fucking retarded, dude. We will not obey. Oh shit, dude. I love when units really will not listen to me, dude. The dumbest fucking game I've ever seen.
Hi, is someone living back here? Hi, how are you? You're on your phone. It's like talking to a. This looks like a girl female here.
Not a chance. I'm an older girl.
You're married. Just had that record. You like. That's fine. Would that be a picture of your?
No. So not to TMI here, but someone's balls haven't dropped. I'm bigger than that. Not
You're bigger than this. This is pretty big. He's 14 inches. Would that be you something?
That's not mine.
I want to get everything. He's the only thing that I have left besides a dog.
Because he was just arrested by Warren Police Department for soliciting for sex.
Understood. It will be done. Archers. As you say.
Oh.
Well, boys, it's your boy Steve Hansen back at it again here. Right now, we're in Warren, Michigan. We're parked out of McDonald's right now, but just to my right over there, we can see a blue tent in which our potential predator is living in. This is him. His name is Rita. He's got these like really weird, almost like Daedric Lord from Skyrim tattoos going on his face. I'm pretty sure these are real too.
Bone and ink tattoos.
Bone and ink. Is he like a necromancer or something? Like I don't. He just looks crazy. Jesus Christ. You know, they started a conversation on the meeting dating app. He sent some pictures of kind of how he's living here with this whatever this is, this troll of a woman. That's his wife there, I guess. I guess she goes by Cass. And she also has some of the same tattoos here, so you gotta wonder, did he like convert her to like whatever kind of like cult this is that he's into? Is he like trying to bring back the dead here? I don't really know what's going on.
Umbrella ring hanging on for dear life underneath his.
Right.
Is that even his icon or not?
No, it's like on his own side of the lid. I think he goes like kind of like a gothic look, but he just looks insane. Oh yeah. And let's talk about his bio here on Wiki. The gates of the underworld are narrow. If you're a safe person, we can chat. I think I'm scared. I'm scared. So they start talking. Looks like he has a service dog here. He says things are hard right now. We're living in a tent. We're going through it. Now the girl does say right here that she is years old. He says we can be friends, but that's as far as that goes. But apparently that's not as far as it goes because he did go on to have a full-on sexually charged conversation with the little girl. He sent a picture of us. He even proposed the idea of the girl doing things with him and his wife, who are living in that tent right over there. Very disgusting stuff. He wants a picture of the decoy topless. He says, would it be a turn off if I went and forced her, me and my wife, to suck on it while I text you? Do you like seeing all that sex to you? It's disgusting. He says, have you ever helped one? Would you rather I go to the bathroom and for you in my hand? We can do it right here in my tent. That's crazy. Inviting him in the tent. That's crazy. Then we have a picture of him trying to just survive in the cold. There he is. Oh, did he say that? No, that's his little tongue, I guess. That's a tiny tongue, yeah. So we're going to be doing a 50 day to kind of try to get him on our side. We're going to go stay up here with National Geographic, and we're filming a documentary about how the homeless survive the intense Midwest winters. We're going to ask him to do a quick interview. So we just got a Dollar Tree. We've got a little bit of I'm going to give him like a, nice little purpose package. We got a couple cheeseburgers from McDonald's. He does have a service dog, so we got a raising train dog and like what people want about it. So he should be going to talk to us hopefully. We're going to see. And at some point, I'm going to get into the chat. I'm not drunk. So take it into that. We'll figure out who's got it. And I'm going to be saying about my name and I'm here with my assistant, Antifa. We're going to walk over to the tent. See how this goes. Okay, here we go. We already have what looks like a trap. It's where we are. The trap is right there. Yeah, this is where Donald Trump's part of the police. Hi, is someone living back here? Hi, how are you? Now, this guy has been arrested since the year 2008. He has a full criminal charge. We're going to go to this party store that's literally right across the street. How are you, Troy? How are you? Troy? Hey, Troy? We know why you're here. Troy, we know where you live. What is going to happen to you, Troy? Troy. Who's the people? I'm not here. I'm on the phone. Put that down. Watch it. It's going to be black. Be careful. Hey, Registered Defender Troy lives in that house right there. We got somebody that's not law enforcement. This is perfect. I'm going to play out of life. Oh, no, not also. Oh, no. No, we're not here to bother you at all. Hi, my name's Nigel. Oh, hi there. Yeah, we're doctors too. My name's Nigel. We're actually with National Geographic. We're going around the area doing a documentary about how the homeless survive the intense Midwest winters, that sort of thing. We have a bunch of orders package here, some burgers in there, dog food. Absolutely. Hi, how are you? Hi. Oh, hi. Oh, what a big baby. Look at him.
Maintaining order. Seeking the foe.
Good. And what would your name be? Nigel. Nice to meet you. And here? Sandra. Hi, Nigel. Nice to meet you. But yeah, like I said, we're just sort of going around just sort of getting insight on how people are surviving this intense Midwest winters, basically. Can you ask a few questions? Sure, that'd be great. Don't want to trouble you too much, but... Yeah, absolutely. We got a tip. So our producer sort of put up a word, and we got a tip of any like tents we see behind like establishments, that sort of thing, or anywhere where it looks like people are trying to survive.
Because I put us right here, it was kind of sort of almost a movie camouflage, the direction we're in, building covering the roads and stuff.
Yeah, I see you.
Champion of
I
order.
see you. You did a good job at hiding. The only thing that makes it stick out is like the sort of blue that you got over the tent, it looks like here. Yeah. How do you guys find yourself in, I guess, this secluded?
So, all these here, we went down south, living in California, and there's a border in front of Canada.
Yeah.
We got up here, and no one got
We will obey! Quickly now!
They let you work about an hour in the morning for some coffee.
Yes, General!
And what, if you could
moving
now! What ways would you over mobile?
I don't want to risk a little bit.
Okay,
I don't know if Sal and Rob would see this video or not.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we don't know like what parts are actually made for the final part of this thing, but fair enough. Okay, good. And this year, this is something that wouldn't air until like a year or 2 years before the festival. A lot of things have to be so.
I don't get paid cash. They don't do some coffee. They do something about boots for him.
Okay. So that's really, you're working about an hour a day roughly.
I'm running about 10 o'clock. Maybe I'm trash, or down corner, get cover they need.
Okay, and you said you're okay. That's you. Where are you from?
Okay. I moved to Michigan because I got the homeless 4 years ago myself. Because I was being ripped off trying to support our daughter and everything. I was former pregnant on that side of it, and with us being together for a few years, he's like, you know, why don't you come up and live with me? So,
Okay, you guys were
Princess
together,
of
you were living in Michigan. How did you keep that? TikTok, wow. Okay, so, you know, social media things, right? Okay. Well, so you found the page, you put the comment, sent a message.
Arthurian wills
Oh, you're blowing up. You were like, okay.
Archers!
You look good. I like that finish.
It shall be done! Pull back!
mothers who are single parent, they're usually like, hey, how are you? You know, you want to get up and connect sometimes. I'm like, hey, he's like, I have a question for you. How would you feel if I took your daughter, sat her down in front of TV with some snackies and some juice boxes and watched like Spider-Man or My Little Pony or something? So
Yeah.
she's more interested in her daughter than anything. So.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, so Korean, you're just a good-hearted Samaritan, it sounds like. And
No, I just got a soft spot for.
oh, okay.
The innocence that's left in this world should be protected.
Absolutely. Yeah, we wholeheartedly, we're advocates for that. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And he actually helped me out a lot with our daughter because she decided Detroit, see you soon.
These are what I get from Ruben all the time. So Abby, the girl I mentioned, she's dead. He's on her profile.
Okay.
He said all the time, I get this, I'm gonna find.
What up, boys? Disabled Black here with another video. In this video,
Okay, Your Honor, with all due respect, past and present, let me assure this court that I am through walking on the wild side. That's all I've been trying to tell you. I have been.
Right? In an imaginary world, let's say you're Blue Bill Norman, right? You're 20 years old, 5, 6 years ago. You're just fresh out of high school. You got your high school sweetheart. Things are going well. But after you guys graduate high school, she goes off to college. You beg her not to. You want to go with her, but you didn't get accepted to school. You try to find a way to move with her over there. And through much pain and tribulation, you're unable to do it, right? She comes back for her first winter break, and you notice that she's distant. She isn't as, into you as before. Now all of a sudden when you say, hey, I want to come visit you on campus, she has excuses. Now she has a new group of friends. And before you fucking know it, you're getting hit with the fucking... She breaks up with you. There's a girl that you spent the last 3 or 4 years with, and she breaks up with you. You don't know what to do, you don't know what's going on. You feel like the world's gonna end, you talk to your buddies. You're like, don't worry about it, man, we're gonna go out. We'll figure this shit out. Okay, you reluctantly agree. You go with them to the nightclub. You're pushing girls left and right, trying to hit on them, introduce yourself, and you notice a cold shoulder. None of them really engage with you in conversation. They look at you for a second, they go back to their phone. As you try to start a conversation with multiple women, they're getting pulled by their fat fucking balloon wheel friend.
It's the final battle.
They're getting pulled into sections. You talk to 30 girls, strike out with every single one. You get 2 or 3 numbers.
Final battle time, bro. He's already got regen. Same right? Yep.
Warden of Sappery.
You have my attention. Mist Mage. Standing orders. Commendable craftsmanship.
Ah, 10 turns. Oh, whatever, we should do the thing.
The sea is calm. Ah, a summons.
Final battle. OVM? You okay? Maybe can we together? How was your meeting?
It's good. She's saying, oh no.
What do you guys talk about? Which one of your secrets, but oh my god, I have a question for you. Last
To set foot on these haunted shores after so many years, only to be greeted by such abhorrent hosts. Look, kinsman, upon this pitiful flock of wretches that dare to challenge the Asa, befouling our sands with their presence, ignorant of the true value of its treasures, save their wanton drive for opulence. Curb their enthusiasm with the bite of elven steel, so we might prepare our ruse undisturbed. Asa, to arms!
You okay, Mimo? Okay.
I have the upper hand! For the Phoenix King!
I was gonna ask you. What did you say about
Lawmaster of Poet.
What did you talk to Billy about?
Spell weaving. For Hoe. Veils and waves. Weapons ready. For order. Sea Lord of Alpha. Sithon Seal today.
Finito or no?
All for 'em. Yen Louis! Arcanist Supreme!
It's finito, it's trash. If it's not finito, it's not trash.
Move out! Chosen of poet, going! Hathor Banner! Speak quickly! I bring wisdom! Behold the mist!
Like a what? Okay, the bread. Flies are from. The flies are because. Little baby. Todo el tiempo was that's real. I know. Pero dos años yo soy not flies. No flies. Because maybe the balcony. Open, maybe close, do a lock. No one will open the door. You want to open the windows? No. Problem is in the balcony. Okay. Because the screen, because it's Piquito, it goes inside. The screen is for like big bugs. It's not for tiny bugs. When you leave the big bugs. Dos años no tiene nada de bugs. Okay. Yeah, it's just fruits and vegetables. Because yo, before you, I'm wearing fruits. I can't use the flies, cockroaches. Oh no, those are
No way.
Sorry, maybe otro tiempo me voy a bank. Maybe necesito 3 or 4. Your call. Sorry. No. It's accidentally. Maybe or oh my god, I have. No, it's not funny. It's not funny. Oh my god. listening.
The fight ensues! Guardian of the Seas! Strategic action!
Obeying orders! Going abroad. Onward!
It shall be done! Attack! Bare your blades! Command me! Lappe Lecky! Battle magic!
Turn the volume down. Turn the volume down.
March! Rapid advance! Silver helm! Answer forward!
Yes?
The Sea Patrol shall never be defeated! Raise your weapons in Ulthuan's defense! Plead, filth! Beg the reaving tyrants come! I would see their blood nourish our once fair shores. Alas, their chaos-rotted guts are unfit even to sate Mathland's children. They will curse every wave their wolf prows split to defile Ulthuan's shores. As the foul demon they worship gorges upon them.
Going.
Their punishment awaits! Aislinn! Acknowledged!
Kill them!
White power, moving. Can I be praised?
Ready.
Miss me. Come on.
Silver Helms!
Aislinn.
My power is yours.
They will not see the end. Inevitable triumph.
Coffee, maybe. Maybe it's your imagination.
Following orders. You're
It's a real. It's a real coffee. Or maybe it's your
Grand
maybe it's your imagination. Oh my god. This normally.
I shall finish this!
That's normally.
For order! Saint Louis Sinner!
Maybe can I buy more coffee? It's easy. Oh my gosh, me and Ward, is you more or is me? Good. Two hands. Seeing one bigger. Gosh, what happened with you?
The Navy always prevails!
It's like a mammoth, you know what?
Show no mercy! Aislinn! Sally for!
Oh, like the agua. Yeah, like agua.
Lawmaster of Poet!
What?
Servant of the Tower!
I need extra what? The shirt?
Excellent!
Oh my god!
On me!
Orders. I go then. The greater good.
Quick time! Understood! Done! Lawmaster of Poet! Path to victory! Clear seas and skies! Cast the great pattern! Perfect opportunity! The tides are turning! Reshaping
Like the pizza, like tiny water. Look, it's like Paquito water. Look.
Actual lashes. Yeah, oh my god, she's Paquito.
Like a horse. And then ¿dónde es el otro?
Difference?
Sí, es diferente. Maybe can we have wings with hummus? Is my
No,
idea?
for you.
Just the coffee? Oh my god, todos?
No, no for you.
Okay, no problem.
No,
No
for
worries,
you.
okay.
No, because
No
you're
problem.
so like coffee.
Maybe can I have something else?
No. No. What the heck? Because it's my coffee. You finish my coffee.
Do you need coffee or maybe do you need cream? I'm sorry.
Tell me about that.
It's a new flavor. You know, it's a new flavor,
It's
so
not
I didn't
bad.
know it was good or maybe it's bad. Only about one. Maybe my idea. Maybe do you need me to buy more iced coffee in the future? It's like 3 or 4.
No, in the future, tomorrow. No, in the future.
Maybe like for New Year's, I bring you an iced coffee. Like here, I think here's your iced coffee. It's your iced coffee. Like spread it out, spread it out.
Wait. Take it easy for a moment. Please, I'm a chef, you know. Okay? It's my time, okay? My coffee.
Sorry, mi amor, it's tea. That's it, mi amor. You like the agua, huh?
Sorry for you because my
I'm really sorry. I drank the coffee, baby.
no baby.
Maybe in the next time,
Give me your bottle.
maybe tomorrow, can I buy 3 or
3.
3 or 4? Oh my! That's real.
I'm waiting for the baby.
Wait for it.
Their punishment awaits!
Oh my god. Is it a real baby or is it imaginary baby? The grandfather?
Grandfather.
The winds are ours! Our magic
Grandfather or grandmother?
salt-scoured dregs! Make way for the craven hides of the Dark One! At last! Come to pillage what remains unscorched by your hubris! Hear me, brood of Nagaroth! You have come to your ancestral shores for naught but death!
My ideas?
The dragon ships belong to Ulfward, and you belong to Mathland's depths!
In the last episode, it like trace vaults, 3 vaults. It's like connected. There's personas in el vault. 31. Todos es muerto. Uno días is gone. It's like el presidente for the vault, el abuelita negra, is like malo. Maybe she has bad intentions.
It shall never be defeated!
This is black tea, it's not Jack. It's just black tea with like the people cream.
All because of Eve!
What lotion?
Hey, where's my coffee?
What coffee? It's a real coffee. Here's a black dragon. Look, here's a black dragon. Hey, dude.
Awaiting orders.
Your master of Hoenn! The might of the Asa! Lawmaster of Poem.
Winds, obey me!
Craven!
At once!
Agreed!
Yes?
It will be done.
Lawmaster! Moving on! Inevitable triumph! The Navy!
Ready and able.
Azur Dana!
They shall die. I summon the mists.
Well, that was a laggy battle. Jesus Christ, that was laggier than any battle. Oh my god, those things are...
Release them!
Alright, there we go.
Aislinn. Land assault. Another deserved victory. Master of Mists. Drown them. Sea Patrol, engage.
For the good of all.
What else did your
The
friend say,
battle
dude?
begins. Certainly.
Lethal grace given forth.
Erla.
Marching out.
Charge them! Strike at the heart!
Alright, so the main... She changed her job?
To Ulthuan's glory!
Alright, the bottom line we learned is Aislinn. She's successful?
Yeah.
What did she do? Did she make good money or no?
How do you say make money?
Oh, it's very loud. What the fuck?
How do you say anymore?
Did she make good money or no?
I don't know.
Like, what did she do for work again? For her work?
Yeah. It's saying about
I know. What did she do? Like, what does she do for a job? She's a chef.
Yeah.
In California.
Italian, Italian restaurant.
What's the is it a popular restaurant or a big restaurant?
I don't know what is the name. She's like non-chef.
Is she a primero chef?
She studied with me. She's an engineer.
She used to be an engineer.
Yeah. In the same school, the same university.
But she's not an engineer anymore.
No.
Okay.
Different things.
She doesn't like engineering.
Uh-huh. The career is for the family.
And the chef is like more money.
Mm-hmm.
Like el familia escuchar for her like, hey, study the engineering, pero no quiero. Es normal. Con la... She doesn't like it. She prefers cooking.
Yeah.
It's bueno. It's like her passion.
Like me.
What's your passion? ¿Cuál es tu passion? That's still haircutting?
She's like me because she's my way, my mind, my feelings. What is the name? Fear. I'm a tool for my necessities in the life. How do you say fear?
I don't understand. Maybe you translate. Oh my god, this smells muy bueno.
And I remember different memories when I child with her.
Like what?
Because she's my best friend.
Oh, really? ¿Cuántos años is she your best friend? Mm.
20 años, 20 years.
Oh my gosh, es mucho tiempo. Does she remember you when you were like a...
My school, my university.
When you were like a niño?
Yeah.
Did you like her when you were a niño? It's like...
Or what?
Romantica or no?
With who?
Like... Platónica? Like you and tu amiga? Like when you were in the school, you know, like los niños? Like... Los niños poquito.
No, yeah, I know.
It's like solo amigos.
Yeah, yes, friends.
Yeah.
Yes,
Best
sisters.
friend.
Yes, she has sisters. The best friend in the
Really?
Yeah.
That's bueno.
She is my support.
And do you support her?
Yeah.
Or no, really?
Yeah, why not? What the heck? Are you kidding me?
It's a joke.
Or not really? You
Take it easy, one more.
Where's my glass?
It's a real coffee, or maybe it's your imagination, mi amor?
Okay. Thank you for everything.
Oh my gosh, todo es nada because the coffee, mi amor? Maybe do you need no more coffee, mi amor? Maybe the coffee, baby. I drink the whole coffee.
Thank you, but it's not my business. Okay?
Baby,
Maybe the other time.
the reason I drink the coffee,
Maybe the other time. I don't say, hey.
baby, the reason I drank the coffee is because the mucho sugar is malo for you, baby.
For you or for me?
For you, baby. It's because like los Latinos entiendo problema con or like the Coca-Cola, so I don't want you to have problems, you know?
I have a good health, okay?
Y me no? What the fuck? Like to escuchar mi gordo?
No.
It's the real, baby.
Don't say anything.
Oh my
Because
god.
it's my coffee.
Oh.
It's my problem.
That's real? Or that's your imagination?
What imagination?
Is real?
Of course. Yes, why not?
Or maybe it's your imagination.
Why imagination?
You have a good imagination, mi amor.
No, really.
Because it's me coffee.
Take it with me, okay? Because I'm a direct information.
Really?
Yeah, take it with me.
Or maybe ¿te gusta Mencho?
My father.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah.
Because mi americano hombre es muerto. Your father, sorry baby. Es accidente, mi amor.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, Mencho es tu papi.
Yes. Where's your coffee?
Maybe do you need otro papi? Because Mencho is dangerous.
The other coffee.
Hey, take it easy, one moment.
Give me my coffee right now.
What coffee, mi amor?
Coffee.
It's a real coffee, or maybe it's your imagination? Is it real coffee, or maybe it's your imagination, mi amor?
Set. And you, fella. Agreed.
Orders. Doing my duty.
There we go.
It shall be done. It will be done.
Move them in. Where you at, Emmerich? He's there.
Swordmaster of Hood. Lakoy. Without fail.
Here come the Swordmasters of Hood.
Mira nomás, ¿quién anda ahí? La cosa más hermosa del mundo entero. Yo me ando haciendo un taco de nopal. ¿Y qué dijo el niño? ¿Qué le gusta más? Y la niña pues... Me hice una salsa, es una salsa tatemada de puro tomate tatemado, En tortilla de guasha amarilla.
As I hold Gal Maraz, I am master of the unholy.
Un taco de nopal. Hola, mi yo solo almuerzo. ¿Qué te gustó el cuento, niño? La más grande que la comadre, Margarita. ¿De qué el cuento, Ismael? Estamos haciendo ahorita. Me da miedo, encima ahorita. Ay, mi papá, no lo había visto. Está muy bonito, rojo. Pues sí. Bueno, pues ahorita le mando. No, pero ¿qué tiene si no, que no tiene ningún problema? Que no existe. Pero no existe nada malo, nada que no existe nada malo, no tiene por qué culparse. Ah, pues provechito.
Caliente or salami?
I don't know, babe. Remember. Maybe for you, man. Maybe do you need air?
Maybe.
I don't know, you tell me. You tell me, Mr. Soto. Oh my gosh, I doing this because I have tea in the bottle. I have tea and water. Have my coffee or what?
I actually don't know what that is. What do you mean, coffee? What coffee?
I don't know because the bottle is like it's dirty for coffee.
It's dirty because of coffee?
Yeah. I just say that. I say that. Because I'm cleaning the whole days. Do you need cooking butter?
No, I think you like cucumbers more than me, babe. My idea though is can we eat the wings with hummus? Baby, there's no big. Do you want me to buy iced coffee right now? Maybe I'll buy otro. Do you like that flavor or no? Or do you prefer the caramel? What is better? El nuevo or the
Because I
caramel?
can try it.
You tried it yesterday. Poquito, pero you tried it. What is your review, mi amor? Sorry, baby. I had a bad day. I drank. Sorry. Maybe the
And after
orange
you say I'm tired.
maybe the orange juice is
Because the iced coffee is more energy for you.
maybe the orange juice is for you. It's bueno.
Where's my coffee?
What coffee? Is imaginary coffee or is that real coffee?
You say.
Right. Can't wait to play Elspeth again. Why is it in all schematics? Secret. Just want to let you there. Turn 2 Outriders. That could be panhandlers. Oh my god, she starts off with a Hellstorm Rocket Battery. Actually, does. Maybe 8 launcher. You know, they're really just the line holders. I wonder if it's even worth investing. That's fraction. That's pretty good. Maybe. So you basically want to rush? Yeah, you want to rush it. Because it's too good not to rush. Maybe Soul Blight. What does that do? Regeneration, that's also good. Yeah, that's pretty good too, that she gets free. Free everything.
Maybe I have a question for you.
Okay.
Do you see ice coffee?
I'm sorry, baby. Like I said, I'll buy more. I'll buy more.
Like a joke.
I know.
Do you see coffee? Maybe.
Maybe it's your imagination made more. Maybe it's no real coffee, baby. Maybe it's like a como se dice mirage en español. Es un espejismo en el desierto, mi amor. Estás muy deshidratado. Lo último que necesitas es café. Necesitas agua, mi amor. You know? Because I'm your hombre. Sí, mi amor. You know?
Give me 5. Oh my
No,
god, really?
¿qué,
Give me
mi
10, mi
amor?
amor. Oh my god.
¿Qué?
No 10, give me 15.
What are you thinking about that? It's like a mirage, you know? Es un espejismo.
Oh my god. That's true?
Sí.
Oh, wow. I will try it.
Maybe can we eat together with hummus?
No, baby. This is mine.
It's bueno because I eat your comida to comer mi comida. It's a good idea, baby. Okay, no. Okay, that actually is a problem. So if you go that route, then you don't get fair enough with the boss. Maybe. Just maybe. You don't want to go all in. Only want to go to the minimum. 21. And then she gets 21 minus. She gets. So it's 24 base. 24 base kit. 24 base kit that she also lowers by 21 minus 9. Which isn't bad at all. Yeah. That's all I would go, and I wouldn't get anything else. Really, you don't need anything. Maybe you go. And then you get Soul Light. One rank of the Purple Sun. It's kind of, that's okay. far as you want to go in there. Oh. That's about as far as you want to go in there. And then what you want to do is maximize it. Let's see, you go for. I'd actually say you go for research. See how much better that is? Yeah, but you're not getting cost reduction. I would say it's again for 1 point. Does she buff? She does also get those. She gets the amethyst lashes. That's probably her doomsday. That would actually change a lot. It's also a pretty big difference. It's weird because I feel like with her magic could actually turn the tide. You know, I've never seen the House from Rocket Art get out of ammo. No, I tell you this, I have seen the handgunners run out of ammo. It happened with people. Let's go. Strength. Ammunition. Fata Beam is way too expensive. It's another new trap. New trap anyways. Basically gives us another purple sun of Eurus. Yeah, there we go. Oh, thanks for tuning into the stream, bot. Let me know when you want to watch Fallout, baby.
This is my cereal. Because more queen speed is like a bomb.
Yeah, like with the pizza?
Yeah.
That's true. Do you want to finish your series or maybe we'll watch my series together? ¿Cuántos horas? Quiero, pero I wanna eat it when we watch Fallout with like hummus. Maybe now. Alright, let's see if they actually. I thought she's. Oh, she does start with. Alright, so nominees. Whatever, man. Also, can't really. That's fine. Oh my god, bro. Hype. Coming to the guild logs. Okay, they wouldn't fire because they were on the hill. That's actually crazy. You want to watch Fella? Okay, put it on. It's like Orange is the New Black Latino edition. Right? It's similar, or maybe it's better. I don't know. It's better? It's very interesting. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, this time. This time. That makes way more sense. Put 'em up. The Hellstorm Rocket Better appeared. And then no flying units.
Mi vida.
See you, baby. I'm okay. How are you? Okay, that makes way more sense. I don't know how I didn't see that before. I wonder if they could even be flying. Six? Alright, let's try this again. Hopefully this time I'll get my shit pushed in both. Oh, there we go. Not obstructed this time. Is this guy obstructed? Oh, they are obstructed. Oh, they're fired. Slow as hell. Let's aim for zombies. Maybe the dire wolves. Oh my god, the trolling this time is epic. How long did it take to reload? It's 22 seconds. Okay, actually. Oh my god, dude, they're getting bodied. Actually, let's have you guys fire on. Fire on them, damn it. Fire on them. Fight, man. Fight for our right to live. God damn it, don't go out of position. Nice, actually getting killed. Bro, that's what I'm talking. Yeah, I was about to just way too fun, dude. Defensive goal speed. Yeah, it's been that shit already. Are you okay? Gosh, what happened with your eye? He's like a zombie. He's like a zombie from yesterday, like the ghoul. Oh my gosh, he's like a zombie? What the hell? That's normal in Argentina? Like muerto? El amor es muerto or something? It's like a bad actor. You know? Like mucho dramática. It's like, give me one moment, please. That's normally, but it's like an obvious. Maybe need more wings. Just the whole bag or no? Just all this the bag? All the wings? ¿Quieres otro? Do you need more? That's enough? It's like inspiration is origin to be black or no? And if I pero the actors, el personas en el película, ¿es argentino o es en mexicano o solo argentino? ¿Es mexicano o argentino? No, claro, like the accent for Argentina is muy diferente. Oh my god, did you hear me? No. No, dude. Uno carne ya with oh my god, baby, kidding me? I love that baby. Yeah. Because like my idea is like it's like I bought it as like no gusto, solo he's like but he's doing here now. Wow. That's surprising. It's like his favorite pasta. Yeah. Muy bueno. What the is gone, see? Pero en real, it's not a jail con chicas, it's con hombres in the real life, see? Because it's like no cis. Oh my god. It's muy duro. It's amazing, dude. So much. I have a question for you, baby. Who is your favorite person that should TV show? Okay. Your favorite person? Do you have a favorite person? No. No? Then who's your favorite person?
Maybe Sabrina.
Okay. I need to buy soap, maybe. Necesito soap for the dishes.
Myself.
Detergent for the dishes. Necesito buy. I need to buy soap for the dishes.
Oh yeah.
Maybe my idea. Maybe can we make a list of con tiempo? Because that way we don't forget. We make a list with the pen and paper. It's a good idea for los dos because it's like, oh, rápido, rápido, rápido. What the fuck? So what else? Coffee? Maybe what do you think of the new coffee splitter? I know you only drank the pizza yesterday. What do you think is better than the caramel or you prefer the caramel? For me, it's better than the caramel. Maybe can I buy 2 or 3 and then I only drink. Is it cool or a zombie? A zombie from Argentina? Doesn't work. Really? Surprise me even more. Because my idea is like solo is for me. That's it. I checked the Walmart, they have SpongeBob. You know, Gary is finito. I like Gary. Yeah. Not, my dream is like a big tank, like 10 gallons or 20 gallons, like for the table, with like many fish, and like all those SpongeBob Patrick, Mr. Krabs, Squidward, like all those. And maybe my idea is like do a live stream with people on the internet, like a YouTube channel. It's a good idea. Let me know when you want to watch it because I'm waiting. Oh my god, exploding bullets, that's crazy. I feel like this might be more useful. Oh wow. Dude, you get so much stuff, it's not even funny. 90. Mechanist, upkeep. Oh my god, that's actually busted. Upkeep minus for Empire Artillery of War Machine units. Okay, actually busted. So good abilities. So you can basically double dip. Yeah, you can double dip in it. Close to free army. Or you do 1-1. Just to make me hit a tiny bit harder. I see that one's a way better line. But the whole army? Oh, that's too good not to take. Everyone. 10% range. Actually busted. Is that it? Is it just Empire Knights? Oh, does that also apply to... It does also apply to the Knight. That's not bad, I guess, if you only use a few units of these. Let's see, MS Tanker, when is that available? 15. That's really good. It's actually insanely good. Let me do that. I don't know if you'd even be doing that though. Oh, if you go this route, you get even cheaper upkeep. That's a good question. I mean, don't get me wrong, like 10%, 10% damage bonus. That's nice. But again, you could also go down the blue line. Yeah, lightning strike. Too good not to be. Oh my god, that gives ammunition to the Lord's Alarm. Okay, I messed up. Yep. That one is too good, not too bad. What season are you on? Baby. Baby. No more. You really want to fall? No. Are you too tired? In the bottle. No, are you okay? Yes. Well, mañana at your work at 9 o'clock. Oh, 6 days. Gosh, like a radio. Okay, how many episodes season 2 then? 8 episodes. Oh, the season goes is in Las Vegas. You okay? Or are you cansado? Cansado?
Hello there. Yep, it's me, Cooper Howard, star of stage and screen. But I'm not here today to talk to you about my latest creation. No, today I'm here to show you a vast, wonderful place. Not made by God Almighty, but the work of man.
taking you from deep inside the fully livable model 96 JQ 1160 Fly. What a beaut she is. And what a song she sings. And that right there is Vault 4's 3-foot thick red casing. Strong enough to keep out the rats and the reds.
It's like an advertisement.
Each one of these underground birds comes with all the modern amenities you've come to expect from our rip-roaring republic. Now, this corridor here is Sycamore Street, where you'll wave howdy to any one of your 200 neighbors on your way home for an enchanted evening with your loved ones. Keep them off those. Now, this isn't just your average all-American family. No, Lloyd and Cassandra here are both scientists, specializing in effects of radiation on human DNA.
That's right. And we'll be living and working right here in Vault 4, leading a community governed entirely by science.
Listen, you say living there. Well, there hasn't been a nuclear incident, has it? No, not yet. But our family and a group of 80 volunteers will be conducting a 5-year trial of Vault 4 to demonstrate to the world that no matter what comes our way, America will be ready. 5 years. Well, I may play a hero in the movies, but you all make this in real life. And now you can be a hero too, by purchasing a residence at Vault Take Vault today. Because if the worst should happen tomorrow, the world is going to need Americans just like you to build a better day after. That's what I'd say. You happy? Fellas, are you happy? All right, you're on that, right? How do you do? You did great. Yeah, it's really lovely to meet you. Thanks for coming out. Mr. Howard, great work today. Thanks. Well, I asked him to see some of the California operations. I came over to Vault Tech Q3 after a year stint. West Tech. So, if that's easy. Oh, I'm very familiar with you guys. You sat in T-45 power line. Since I saw the rollout. I was T-45 and we almost lost the great state of Alaska to the Reds. Those design flaws here cost a lot of good men and their lives. Focused on each other now. We've seen workflow optimization management timelines all on scale. Most people think scale means increasing reach. That's not pretty much what I'm talking about for. Because we're still to destroy your competition. So not selling. It's not small. It's time. Time. Feels. Yeah, sounds complicated, but the future of humanity comes down to one thing. You know what I'm saying? Management. Well, I'm awful happy for you, Buck. Blood Haskins. Well, I know that my town, I think this is college. What do you say, you and me? Back a couple of pina coladas by the pool. It's on the high school. A rap party for this. Alright, we'll go for a couple of hours. You say it.
Do you like
Things I want to do.
It's a good idea. You're gonna make a plan. You like? I've never tried a full movie that never. Oh my gosh! Is the new Casa again?
Those are out. I'm sorry, you can't come later.
With Bob and Gary, I do. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh! You left out the window. You really you climbed out the window.
Yeah, I like that one too. It was my real dog. Beautiful home style.
Like my son played for the first one. En México todos, muchas personas fuman. It's like addiction, ¿sí?
Negotiations with advocates are having serious impact.
No, it's like marijuana, cigarettes. It's very bad stuff. Pero cigarro cubano es bueno. Because it's right. It's like full like
I'm Bartholomew Cogsworth, ever ready to serve. Perhaps when you finish your shift, we could get a party in the hot tub. What do you do with that? Oh, no. No? No. What? Shit, Seagrass. Might be the only one of my invites who actually showed up. I usually say, I'll give you that. Hollywood actor friends, I want to be seen celebrating with the pitch man to the end of the world. You one of the half. Yeah, I lost the movie these guys. Yeah, showed up set. Trailers. Those cities more. Only Lewis. She's more ads than a fucking billboard now. Fucking Hollywood Rex. I'm telling you, radicals sweeping through Hollywood like a bad case of that.
the voice for the robots. Do you remember the robot? It's his voice. The robot. Remember the other episode? Like a British robot?
You know which way
Trying to cut Lucy?
It's well run by people who
It's his
help
voice.
protect us to a full part. Hey, might be right about that.
It is like
I did my bits of the same break and train. Sell my boat advice to that skin robot. They sell to housewives.
There's a lot of these no.
Guess how much they pay?
Los Julios no tienen mucho dinero porque
No, I don't know.
las árabes no tienen.
You could ask more. I did ask.
It's like Latino, red DJs. That's it.
My own voice saying, hello, sir, do you want to sit down? It's fucking awful. They did, and then Rocco bought the studio. Listen to me. Hollywood is the past, forget Hollywood. The future, my friend, is products. Your product in the world is a product. Those of us who can successfully embrace that, I'll say the future is gone. So the future.
That's a weird one. What's the problem? Are you okay?
I got only Cogsworth, I'm ever ready to go.
See, it's the same voice. That's why you're thinking it's the same voice. The robot.
Hello there, boys. Hey, y'all here for the ice cream social. I'm afraid I got some bad news for you. Shall we? Wait. Take his fusion core. No, Bob. Only a general atomic physics. Destroying the legitimate business. That's a name around these parts. So. The government.
Really?
It's your correct? Yeah.
So chief for ammunition. Let's find good ways to kill each other up there, aren't they? We'll leave our that map.
I know you mentioned that you're going to keep moving, but your friend is going to have to recover here for a couple of days.
Really?
Can't see the problem.
I think she's more beautiful than
fine.
Lucy, or Lucy?
You have a ride with me to lodge and children. You're not fine.
This is a vault doctor. We should listen to his advice. We can't thank you enough for letting someone take care of us.
Oh, it's right.
What we do here.
It's like moving it on.
Oh, and we found his armor. Our surface foragers are bringing it back down.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. It's not ideal for us to stay put, but I gotta admit, it sure feels good to be back in the vault. I don't know if you've been to the surface, but it is not good.
I was born on the surface.
Oh.
seems so normal. My mother was a courier. I was 11 and traveled from to Philly. 3 days walk from home and you could still feel the heat blast.
You're from Shady Sands.
Many of us are. We were lucky to find such a hospitable community near Gulf War.
So are we.
We just need you to stay in quarantine a few hours longer to make sure you don't track any contamination.
Thank you so much.
Like the elevator music?
It's not good.
Oh. You want to have sex? You know, that's actually completely normal. Happens all the time. Every time.
In real life, in the real vida, entiendo el novio guapo, it's like Arabi, Italian, like, yeah, no, it's like propaganda. There's like a camera. That's subject. So he's just the blue light up.
We shouldn't be wasting time down here.
You brought the doctor. That's right. We made a deal to find that head together.
Oh,
They're not good to you
that's
guys.
different. The
Also,
finger.
I don't feel bad. I think these people are trying to trap us here. Some of these people are from the circus.
Black. Maybe it's like Negro. Like a Negro.
This is a cult. Same as any. It's not a cult. Everyone's smiling.
Titus, this is a safe place. Where people take care of each other.
But why?
Because we're all to recognize that we all need each other. Just like I needed you on the surface. We're stuck here until your aid is out. So,
Sorry to can't do breakfast, but our neighbors here want to say hello. Where's your Benjamin? This is Lucy and Titus.
Hey guys, just want to say hi. Well, and obviously, welcome to Ball 4. Just some housekeeping to be aware of. Stay out of level 12, obviously. Prefer you not go there. No. And we only have one foosball table. So if you want to play, gotta sign up. If there's no pencil on the sign up sheet, please let me know. I do have pencils. Oh, and if you're not familiar with how the bathrooms work, just ask. Asking is less embarrassing than getting it. Trust me, we've had incident after incident. Okay, that should cover it. Any questions or concerns beyond foosball or pencil, the bathrooms, where these available? Once again, welcome to Vault. Was that him?
The nose?
I used to. That. Oh, come on. You've seen these around. But Aspens, licensed in Morocco, we're integrating them with the vault technician systems. But trust me, yeah, it is good with this. Well, tech exists, we're cool with that. So if you want any good, think inside. I need talk. It guarantees us a spot in the vault. One of the good vaults. I'm doing what I can.
Maybe I'll pause and I'll wait for you. Oh. Oh my god, dude. Actually insane.
What happened? What happened, Mr.? Turn it on or no?
Are you ready?
Oh.
Like, did you finish? You finished changing? See.
My bones.
What do you think of the chicken for
Like $7 or $8.
Yeah, maybe if we go to a restaurant, the same chicken is $20. Maybe $25, you know?
Maybe.
The laundry is a good idea.
Yeah.
Because it's like with the grills, with the dishes, it's like more clean. It's like, hey, you have many good ideas.
No.
You are spectacular.
Hey. I'm trying.
You are good.
Yeah.
Maybe it's playing. No, it's you're trying.
Oh my God.
You practice like poquito y poquito idea.
And then, what do you prefer? Like inside or
The dishes? Yeah, it's better. It's
no, it's clean.
maybe can I empty? Oh, be careful the way you get. Did I cut you? Oh, you okay.
Punta and tomorrow can I buy salt maybe?
That's a good idea.
Or maybe we I don't know maybe one is oh we have three for home. We have more salt like three.
Oh, we do?
Like two bowls.
Oh, for the dishwasher?
Okay, tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll take care of the dishes, and then I'll put it after. Anyway, let's finish watching the bottle. Yeah? You want to finish? Fallout?
Now we have
Does it see this one here?
yeah.
Can we finish the Fallout show or no? Or let's see this one here. Maybe another time. You like that Argentina show, right? It's better than Orange is the New Black or Orange is the New Black is better? Really? It's season 1? No. Oh, and like mucho tiempo you watch it.
Oh no. We make our time.
Oh, season 1. Pero tienes 3 seasons.
Like three.
You like it, Lee? Oh, where's the... Where is it, dude? What the fuck? Put it in there.
What is inside?
What? Why would it be inside?
Put it in this here. Okay. And the other side? Man, it's not happy. What is the problem? What is the problem?
The problem is it's... Oh, baby.
Why?
Should be in here. You have to close it. I don't know how it got there. Here, look. Here, here. Look a little bit. Heavy wash. Oh, let's try heated dry. I've never used heated.
I know, it's not my first time.
Oh, really? It's no. Don't want to finish Fallout?
Baby, no baby. Oh, see.
You don't need.
They say
Swords and great swords. We're gonna have Here's a question. Maybe. Yeah. Oh, it's just a spearmint show is so much better. And again. Oh, nice. Ah, okay. Oh, wow. I guess I need more into it. No way should they be alive. Okay, so we'll do 3 units of navigators. That one's also pretty good. IPP. That's a really good random success. Oh yeah, that coins correct noise. Heal 30% extra gold. Alright, the first hard battle. Do have a lot of spearmen, that's also true. Spearman and corner camp. Or use a chair. I say corner camp. I would say actually my focus maybe for focus on you. Mm. Oh man, Monster Center speech. That's really good too. I would actually say this. Lower the speed. I'm sure it's something. It definitely helps, but again, that makes it so much better. Mm. I feel like Spearman. Elspeth actually is busted. I'll save it gold. You know what? I just don't want to play Siege. Wow. Mm. That's 3 units. Okay, that actually is busted. Let's eat this meeting. Oh, I'll get another here. Oh. That's really good. And get cheaper equipment. That's actually busted. $665, $570. Wait, so he has, doesn't he have double upkeep minus 15? Oh, it's absolutely broken. 2400. So. Oh, come on. The fact you can recruit a steam tank. with them with that. That's also pretty big, dude. Nice. Wow, so it just gets delayed with my counterpart. Well, that's absolute trash. Oh. I mean, getting to tier 3 for the Iron Side would be nice. But also, I have a lot of handgun units now. I got 4, which isn't a ton, but still a lot. Can we upgrade them? That's very good, actually. Because. Look at how many know each other. I would actually say you go for there we go. Oh god.